Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, here's the bill. It's one of the new ones.
There's Mr. Benjamin. There we go.
How long are you going to put it
How
in?
long should we do it?
Put it in there for 60 seconds.
Well, I don't know. Oh, you better watch. Make sure you watch that.
Yeah, we're all gonna watch it.
No, I mean watch how. Make sure it don't get too.
Oh man, I need my tablet.
Yep.
Hello. Can you guys? I can't see. Right here.
Down a little.
There we go.
Put it down a little.
Oh boy.
Okay,
Is that good?
that's good. Even though we see a reflection of ourselves.
Yeah, no, it's reflecting. All right, here we go.
Okay, put it on. Let's see it.
Oh God, he's crazy.
Did you see it?
You really do have money to burn, don't you, Ryan?
Tilt
Well,
the monitor down a little bit.
it might not burn.
I don't see no sparks yet.
Can you see the microwave?
Yeah, that's perfect. Right there. Leave it right there.
But I kind of see something turning around.
It's not really doing anything.
Or I guess the metal strip is microwave friendly, kind of like the rim of those styrofoam bowls of food you buy and you peel the top
It's
off.
gonna be anticlimactic, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm gonna be very disappointed if you put it in a real oven or on fire. Because
No,
I can
that's
give
not
you an
the point.
address.
The microwave is the point.
I can give you an address where that $100 bill can be put to good use.
Yeah.
Oh man, hologram's still intact.
It's all bullshit what they tell you about the money. It's all bullshit.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
There's nothing there. There's nothing tracking it.
There's nothing what?
Well, I mean, if it was like a thing in there, a metal piece that was tracking it, where its location is, and it must
Something
be.
should have happened. I think. Dang. Well, again, that was very anticlimactic.
It was for the name of the
Maybe you had to put it in there longer.
Yeah, I know, but the dollar bill didn't even feel hot at all. Like the old money, I put old money in there before. How ridiculous do I sound? Well, listen, before when I put money in the microwave.
What did you say?
Hey, don't make fun of the old money. That was actually worth something. The money that we have today is garbage, you know?
Yeah, it's the same colors as Monopoly money. The $100 bill is now the same color as the Monopoly money.
Well, you know, the Monopoly money, American money, it's all the same.
Exactly. Oh, where's that? That was my life.
We are live worldwide on the Google Plus Hangout Network.
This means it can never be deleted, right?
Permanently going to be saved to the NSA hard drive, and they're going to make sure and track you down and find you.
Oh, man. Yeah, they probably will try to one day.
You know, when it comes to YouTube, you know what I think about the NSA?
Lay it on us for us, James.
Viewers.
Hey, my first name's Forrest.
Huh?
What happened?
I thought. Oh, you said Horace.
No, viewers. The NSA, when it comes to YouTube, if they're watching me, I'm thinking, hey, viewers, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah.
American viewers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They might learn something. I say watch. I ain't scared. Ooh, they're watching the internet. So what? So am I. So's the world.
Yeah.
Let them watch. They can come in if they want. Actually, Reuven might be one of them. And I say, welcome, Reuven.
So what's the craziest thing you ever done, James? Oh boy, you have to think about that.
Hang on. I need to. Hang on.
Got a drink, got a sip.
Remember, we're live.
There was this dude who was. I was staying with my aunt at the time. We were splitting a house, and one of the waiters we worked with, his dad kicked him out. Yada yada yada. He's a little bit younger of a guy, and it's like, yeah, you can come stay on the couch. And we used to stay up and drink and get stupid. Well, he turned me on to this thing because his dad had money, I guess, or he had money, and there were chat rooms you could do on the phone before the internet was really, really, really big. Or I shouldn't say big, before it was as accessible now. This was in the 90s. They had chat rooms or chat calls. You could call in on a phone, and you would be in a room with like 7 or 8 other people. Well, I got to talking. It's late. Got to talking to this girl, and why don't you come over and see me? And I'm like, what the hell? Why not? I get in my car and go over there. And she's this big girl, depressed and on opiates, some kind of pills. And I was just wanting to just, you know, we're live, aren't we? I was young and very stupid. This is like my rock and roll days, all right? Man, she didn't want to do nothing. I was wanting to get it on, you know. I drove over here. It's late at night. Been flirting on the phone. Aren't we supposed to do something here? Well, she gets one of these things that like use for muscle spasms and stuff. There's like 4 pads. 1, 2, 3, splop right on one on her butt, one on each end of or each side, and then one right there on top, in front of me, and proceeds to get herself off. And then wants me to move in with her when she's done with herself. That was probably the weirdest encounter. She'd show me her artwork she did. You know, it was all a ring with like a rod in the middle of this ring, you know, suspended. All this art and painting she'd done. And she gets out, and I'm wanting to do something, and that's what I get instead. Big old chubby girl. That was weird. Are you happy? I hope the Google Plus listeners are listening. We're not talking religion and politics. We're talking about
Real talk.
The craziest thing you've ever done.
And, man, I get hell from my friends because, of course, I had to tell them, where'd you take off to? And I told them. And, yeah, if we go out to bars and, you know, you're meeting girls, tell us about Electro Girl, Jack. Yeah, tell us, you know. And everybody wants to tell the story in public or at a bar in front of girls you're trying to impress. Yeah, I remember Electro Girl. If you don't tell them, I will. My friends. Are you happy there, J-Dubs?
I was fantastic. A+.
That's the craziest thing, huh?
Well, no, but it was amusing.
I ever heard
No,
of
but not for the live listening audience.
I was a partier in my day, man. I've done stupider stuff than crazy.
Yeah.
I've done some crazy, but I've done stupid, too. Wouldn't be stupid to some people. It'd just be another day in the life or a party or, you know, whatever. But for me, it was pretty stupid.
Day in the Life, great song.
Huh?
A Day in the Life, great song.
Who does that?
The Beatles.
Oh, yeah.
They just came up in the last Hangout.
Yeah, we did that. Yeah, no, that's why I said it, because he said the phrase, so.
James is more of a Elvis fan than Beatles.
I get my fair share of the Beatles. But yeah, I lean more toward the... I'm an Elvis guy.
You know, I saw in a movie that Forrest Gump actually, like, taught him his moves. Is that true?
Yeah, the Forrest Gump movie is true. Yeah.
All right, good. I was always wondering. I'm glad to know it's true. It would be a righteous party to hang out with Johnny Cash and Elvis.
Yeah,
Because you know that should happen.
that would be actually pretty cool.
That'd be badass. Except you're like not Johnny Cash or Elvis. So you're just trying to pick up the Muff, the mandatory ugly fat friend of the group, the Electro girl. But you're still hanging out with Elvis and Johnny Cash, so it's cool. You just like, hey Elvis, I fried some, what do you like, fried bananas or fried pickles, right? Nothing? No?
Yeah, fried pickles. I think he liked, fried pickles, yeah.
What's up with Graceland? It's crazy. It's just like Michael Jackson's Never Never Land.
So Ryan, what's the craziest thing you ever done?
Woo! I don't think about it.
Come on, if it's
What about you? What's the craziest thing? You're young. Hey, look. Hey. I admire your youth and vigor.
If it's crazy, it should be right off the top of your head. What's the first thing you think of?
I don't know. The craziest thing I ever done. I think one time I thought voting had an impact. That was pretty crazy. Probably one of the craziest things I've ever done. Believing in voting.
That's a good one.
I don't know.
I think one of the craziest thing I ever done was come in these Google Hangouts and listen to people. That must be real crazy.
Yep. Special kind of creep.
What's the craziest thing you ever done, Reuven?
Yeah. Speak without using a keyboard.
I'll be Reuven's voice and ears. He says he doesn't do crazy things. That's good.
But that's present. You're asking about past tense.
You know what? That is kind of crazy in itself. You know, not doing something crazy is kind of crazy. You know.
It's crazy to pretend you've never done something crazy.
Reuven says, I was never grounded, never punished at school, never in trouble. Well, that's because you never got in trouble doesn't mean you didn't do something crazy. Come on now.
They took your allowance. Jab, jab. I'm just kidding. That was the obvious jab.
Come on, Reuven, have you ever mooned someone? Come on, I know you probably did something crazy. How about flash a girl in public?
Wait, let's all mute ourselves so we can hear Reuven's response.
I think it'd be pretty crazy, as I don't think you'll be hearing anything. And if you do, we might have to put you in a mental asylum.
Well, obviously, man, that was the point.
So, Brother John, what's up with you, man? What's on the agenda?
What's the craziest thing you ever done, Brother John?
Oh, you do not want to know that.
I actually know the craziest thing I've ever done, or witnessed, or partook in.
All right, lay it on us.
It's incriminating to other parties, but I won't name them.
Oh,
so.
maybe you shouldn't say it then.
Long story short, we picked up a girl. She wasn't a hook or anything. She was more like just a whore, for the term. And
We'll call her low-hanging fruit. How about that?
yeah, and we're all, sexually frustrated and charged, young men on our spring break from school, and so we were in Myrtle Beach, and we brought her back to our beach house, and it was me and like probably like I don't know 15 other guys, and she was the only girl, and she was like, first thing she did was take like a gigantic dump and like clog the toilet. So we had our friend like filmed in like making out with her, and it was really funny because then like he put his hand down the back, and we noticed later that the first thing she did was take a shit. But anyway, so she ends up like banging my friend while we all just kind of sat around and drank beer while we were like, put a condom on. Like we even like tried to like give him a condom. Like one of my friends like opened up a condom, like threw her down because we're like, no, no. I even put her in a headlock, pulled her off to try and get him to do it, and he still didn't. But yeah, we filmed him banging some lady, and like 15 young men, like 18, 19-year-old, just kind of chilled and drank beer. Like, what the fuck? And then the next day, we dropped her off he dropped her off at the gas station. I didn't drop her at the gas station. But they did give her my shirt, so I was missing my favorite shirt. And we got evicted from 2 houses in 1 day. That was kind of crazy. I mean, he has AIDS. I mean, his kids have AIDS now because of that. That's crazy.
What the fuck? What happened? He got AIDS?
He didn't put a condom on.
Oh, Jesus, what an idiot.
I'm telling you, we took his boots off. We tried to help him. And then, like, her ass cheeks, it was funny because there's a point in the video where it was, like, smeared, like, brown. Oh, my God.
Oh,
I was, like, drinking. I remember the next day I was hungover. I was drinking a Capri Sun Pacific Cooler, which is awesome. And we got to this point where, like, he was riding her, not reverse cowgirl, just cowgirl, and he spreads her butt cheeks, and it was just like, it was chunky Jif, okay? It wasn't creamy. We're all like, oh! That was pretty crazy. Other than the time, that was pretty crazy.
I can't stop laughing.
It was nuts. So.
I like how you put that. I was just sitting there drinking a Capri Sun.
It's true. It's not for adults. Capri Suns are, It's true, man. I remember it. It was sick, dude.
That was fucking sick. That was pretty fucking bad, dude.
That was bad. And we're live.
Yeah, we've been live, dude, man. I can't believe you fucking share that with us.
Why not?
Why not?
It's fucking hilarious. It's hilarious. We should have known something was wrong when A, her name was Candy, and then B, we were walking back on the Myrtle Beach Strip, and like every dude was like, "Hey, Candy." Anyway, yeah, there you go. Candy with a K. I never thought. It probably was. I think it was Khan. No, that'd be Candy. I bet she was Candy.
Man, I wish I had like a story like that to tell. That was fucking great.
Dude, imagine it though. Imagine we're sitting around red Solo cups. We had keg beer, and we were like just laughing, just watching, because he was like trying to be cool, And we're like, no. don't do it. I seriously did put her in a headlock, and I tried to run out of the room because I slapped her on the ass too. Like, no, headlock. And I was like, all right, I'm putting a woman in a headlock. So I ran, and then she like tackled me, and I like fell to the ground, and like the door kind of hit the side of it. Anyways, enough of. I don't like talking. I don't like talking that much.
Brother John, you have to share, man. Now you got to tell us your craziest moment, man.
Right now, I can only think of one, and I would definitely not share it.
All right, fair enough, fair enough.
If I think of something semi-crazy or whatever.
Not fair enough, man.
Well, to be honest with you, I don't think we're gonna top your crazy experience.
How do you know?
I'm a prophet. Haven't you heard?
No. What if he was in a gas station trying to buy a whatchamacallit, and this dude comes in trying to rob the place, and Brother John is just like defeating him, with his mind. He like slowly makes him lower the gun. It'd be a cool story to share.
That would actually be pretty cool. Yeah, Brother John has mind powers. Yeah.
Telekinesis, man. Haven't you guys ever stared at something and just tried to move it so bad? I have.
Yeah, I've tried. Not successful though.
I'm borderline give myself an aneurysm.
I would like to be able to fly. That would be kind of a cool superpower to have.
I remember being in high school and pretending to have a gun because there was a gang of probably at least 10 kids, and it was just me and my friend.
I liked it.
And this kid was a little chump, I could have kicked his ass. But one night at high school, they were having one of those battle of the band deals, and he started talking shit. He was probably drunk or something. I was about 16, 17. And I could see all his friends behind him. I didn't know what the fuck was going to go down. It's just me and my friend. He starts talking smack, and I'm like, all right, it's him and about 10 of these guys. What am I going to do? So I just put my hand in my jacket. I didn't say I had a gun. I just put my hand in my jacket. I said, all right, you want to fuck around? Come on. Come on. And then all of a sudden, all his boys started backing him off and everything. But yeah, that was pretty nuts. And then the next day, I think it was after school, then a couple of them, they got me alone. Trying to say, oh man, you pull a gun on our friend and everything. I said, did you see a fucking gun? You didn't see no gun. I didn't say nothing. So, they smacked me a couple times in the head. No big deal. And, yeah, that was a little nutty.
No, yeah, bold, dude. Brilliantly bold.
Pretty badass. Sorry. Did you end up getting them back?
He already got him, man.
No, matter of fact, the guys that were behind him, they actually came up to me after one of them, I remember, his name was Bentley. He came to me, goes, listen, he's like, yo, that's my cousin, and we're sorry about his. He was actually apologizing to me. He's like, I know he's a little wise ass, and we're actually backing him, taking him back, getting behind him or whatever, backing him away from you because we knew you would have kicked his ass. They weren't gonna get involved, but they didn't want to see him get hurt. I was like, okay.
All right, your turn, man. Brother John shared. John, now it's your turn.
Oh, I don't really have any crazy stories. I'm kind of like Reuven. I've been a good boy.
Yeah, right. I don't believe that for shit. Come on.
This one time, I decided to brush my teeth from left to right instead of up and down.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Come on, John. You are crazy. Come on. You have to have something. Come on.
Only thing I can really think of that was crazy. I licked a sheet of acid once. Like what's it called? Rainbow. The rainbow shit my friend had, and I said fuck it. I just licked the sheet all at once, and I was just like flying off the hinges after that.
Did you hallucinate?
You mean it was like multiple hits and you like took like many more doses than you're supposed to?
Yeah, you're only supposed to do like 3 at the most, and I
How
did
many
like
do you think you did?
oof. To be honest, I don't know. 12, 15.
Wait, you did 12, 15 hits of acid?
I don't know. I really don't know.
No.
But it was a lot. And I just remember fucking doing crazy shit. Just like I woke up in the back of a truck, completely nowhere, with a friend, and I don't know. We were like fucking going crazy. We were like in this abandoned factory, and I don't know. I don't really remember it, to be honest.
AKA closet.
What happened, Ryan? I didn't hear you.
No, I shouldn't have interjected. What I meant was like because you're tripping, you thought you were in a factory, abandoned factory, but it was like a closet. It was bad.
It might have been. No, actually, couldn't have been because I actually woke up the next day and I was in Suffolk. I was like all the way on the east side of Long Island. Oh, what the hell? Talking about factory, I think John is like in a factory. What the hell was that?
Oh, there's a freaking plane going on.
James, man, how was the wife?
She is peachy. For some odd reason, when she gets pregnant, she gets like that restless leg thing going on. I don't know why.
Pregnant? Didn't you just have a baby?
Congratulations, man.
Yeah. John, I told you this.
Oh,
Yeah, we got a new one on the way. January 31st.
I thought the baby was born already.
No, that's the 2-year-old. We've been busy.
Been busy. January 31st.
So,
The year 2000.
so I go in there and give her a little leg massage, you know.
Oh.
Kind man.
Isn't that special?
Treat her like a queen.
Someone
I
do
screwed
the
up on
church.
my first one. What's that?
He said in that special, I was waiting for someone to do the church lady impression.
Well, isn't that special?
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't think Saturday Night Live is ever going to be that good again.
No.
Has anyone kept up with the show lately?
No. And fuck Jimmy Fallon in the face. All he is just another mouthpiece.
Jimmy Fallon has his own show now. He's on the.
Yeah, I know.
He's moving up in the world.
He's somebody's kid or something.
He
didn't get the job by
I want to be a real boy.
I think he's funny. I like him.
You like Jimmy Fallon?
I'm a Conan fan.
The guy who does the Tonight Show now, right?
Yeah. I never got it.
But he doesn't write his own jokes. They never did.
No. I'll tell you this. I like him better hosting a talk show than I do on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, I guess.
I have very little to compare upon recent Saturday Night Live because haven't been watching it.
What? What's brother John doing over there?
Yeah. Found the
Pissing on Santa, John?
soundbite. I found your soundbite.
Wasn't that special?
There you go, perfect.
Well, isn't that special?
I kind of thought.
I used to love when. Used to love when. Oh God, who was it now? Dan Aykroyd. Yeah, Dan Aykroyd when he did Julia Childs. Was it Dan Aykroyd? Who was it? Dan or was it earlier than that? I think it was Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah, Dan Aykroyd was really funny on Saturday Night Live. I only got to watch like old videos from it when VHSs rocked the shit. And he had a VCR that had like double rewind speed, so you're like a badass. Like go to your friend's house, dude, check this out. Put it in, slam it down. Woo!
What weren't VHSs really the coolest thing?
The
when it
Nintendo?
happened?
Nintendo, dude. Hold on, it's not working.
Nintendo, yep, the Nintendo Entertainment System.
What's going on? A lot of unusual air traffic going on here today. I don't know what's going on.
Cameron Hill joined the call. Cameron Hill, good evening. How you doing, sir? Welcome to Crazy Folk. Happy place. Whatever.
The Nut Hut.
The Nut Hutch. Hey, just to warn you and everybody else there, I'm going to drink tonight. And I've got the red light on, or the orange light on. So I'm up for hire for any entertainment this evening.
Just save some of yourself for tomorrow, James. We still need you.
Oh, I'll be a
well,
good
I
boy.
guess later on today, I guess.
Tomorrow I got to be a good boy. Tomorrow, maybe later.
Tomorrow you got to keep somewhat kosher.
Mm-hmm. I chose the Noahide Nexus on the night that I chose that I would allow myself to have beer, and now I'm separating them. So I'm going to drink tonight. So it's like Pee-wee's Playhouse. There's like a magic word, and whenever you hear the magic word, whenever someone says the magic word or the magic topic, I will scream and shout, rant, rave, swear, cuss, and threaten the lives of my fellow Americans if I have to.
We'll try not to bring up the Rothschild word.
The them motherfuckers right now. You see,
I think we already have a hangout that's like 3 hours long of that. We'll pick a new topic.
Or burn the Rothschild. There we go.
Money cures cancer.
What happened? What happened there, Ryan?
Not the color pink.
I didn't get it. Not the
Missed
color
that.
pink. What?
Don't worry about it. Rothschilds and Carnegie's founded your AMA.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That crazy bunch of folks. Cameron Hill. I know
Wait,
you from somewhere, don't you, Cameron?
Cameron, what's up?
You awful quiet over there, Cameron. You still got that epic lag? Cameron came in here earlier and he had so much lag I needed a flying DeLorean and a crazy doctor to catch up to him.
Oh, you see what he did there? Buzzing!
Bazinga.
I thought one of the funniest things my friend did in high school was we had a physics class, and we had like a very important essay. Had to be this long ass essay, and he wrote in the middle of the essay, he wrote a page about the space-time continuum if the flux capacitor can reach 50,000. The teacher never read it. He passed, and it was just ironic. It was like, yeah.
Was he trying to get temporal mechanics, or?
He was just trying to say, like, fuck you, you're not even reading this paper, and he was right.
What he said, James, is that he wrote like a thesis for school and the teacher didn't even read it. That's awesome, man.
They base it on No, the Back to the Future, yeah. The flux capacitor.
Ooh, that sounded good. Can't get it now. Here we go.
There you go, James. Well,
Oh, yes. Jeopardy with Will Ferrell. I'll take the rapist for 500, please. Anal bomb cover. Famous titties.
Man, I miss those days.
I heard that like Will Ferrell's audition for Saturday Night Live is all he did was get up on stage and act like a cat. Like he crawled around and just act like a cat. And
I really don't like Will Ferrell anymore. He put out some good classics in the past, but I don't know what the hell is going on with him these days.
It took me a long time to like Will Ferrell. I did not like that guy. I didn't get it, I guess, but I couldn't stand him.
Like I watched Anchorman 2 recently, and it was it wasn't. Anchorman, the first one was so good, but the second one was like
The only funny part in that movie was when he was like, "Brah."
My favorite part was the RV wreck. That's when I laughed out loud. Was the RV wreck?
They're just sitting there chilling. Nobody's driving. It was funny. I like the Batwing, though. That guy's restaurant, the chicken thing, but it was like bat.
The thing I liked about Anchorman 2 was the speech that Burgundy gave at the end of the movie about what the news was and what it
exactly.
Became. It's like I could sit for someone to have the balls to say that in a Hollywood movie.
And you know what's sad about it? Is that most of the audience was like, "Oh yeah, that's funny," but they don't understand that they're like he's like making fun of the people that it just goes over their head. They're like, "Oh yeah, that's funny," but it's like, no, you don't understand.
What are you giggling about over there, Brother John?
The Saturday Night Live clips. The last one that was on.
There's Chris Farley, man. I love him, man.
I got to get Manicam, don't I?
What? Yeah.
I'm scared to because you guys said it'll give me a virus.
Come on, anyone remember Tommy Boy? Come on.
Dude.
We own it. We own Tommy Boy and we own
Tommy Boy and Dumb and Dumber are the best. Those are the like two of my childhood and growing up, adolescent. Tommy Boy. Quit playing with your baby.
This was a classic. Remember Sweaty Balls? Sweaty Balls.
Sweaty Balls.
Yes.
Yes, I do enjoy some of your Sweaty Balls.
Not in this NPR radio. Joining them is Alec Baldwin as Peach Weddy, chef and proprietor of Seasons Eatings. You have some beautiful balls. They're bigger than I expected. Together, they discuss them.
We should do like an NPR format.
I don't whisper well into a microphone. I can't stand talking. If you're going to talk into a microphone professionally, just flip and do it.
Well, you're doing it already, man. You just
you're doing the right way, James.
Yeah, James, you have a great radio voice, man.
I work in radio for a living.
I used to work for Clue Channel for 2 years.
Really? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. Fuck the Evil Empire.
But you know, there are some who do the videos. They're usually English, and they speak like this into a microphone, and they do the entire video with a very soft voice and a very calm demeanor. Everything.
Oh, I just want to choke the fucker. Talk about listener fatigue. Oh.
There was actually a Christian preacher who came on at night that I used to listen to that spoke just like that, and I don't know, it was I enjoyed it. I always did.
It's very soothing if you want to fall asleep, or like hear about like potential atrocities in the most calming manner ever. Do it, James. Give me like a horrific act. Give me like a horrific story, like limbs are lost, kids are mangled, acid is involved.
I did LSD. There's something stupid I did. Driving down Northwest Highway in Dallas on acid.
Whoa.
That was a trip.
I couldn't even imagine driving.
There's
on
some
acid.
stupid,
That was
crazy stuff right
probably
there.
wrong.
Yeah, I'm pretty glad that those days are past.
Me too. Me too. And we're about to enter into the new programming, the new playlist.
Still working on the internet radio? Coming
Yep.
out fine?
This is the first time I've had a full 24/7 music station since like 2004.
Right on, man.
Oh, pretty sweet, man.
What formats are you digging?
It's avant-garde, jazz, industrial, sort of, kind of some
Forgive me?
experimental
Forgive me?
soundscapes.
I apologize.
Stoner, heady radio.
Do you play saxophone?
I play the guitar and I dabble with a few others. It's been a
James
while.
looks like he plays the saxophone. He just has to look for it.
Thanks.
I think I already said this. We should jam.
I wanted to do I really wanted to do the saxophone in school, but they said I had a great embouchure for trumpet. So I was forced to play the trumpet.
Oh, they gave you the
Fuck that.
trumpet. What the fuck?
Rage Against the Machine is so spot on.
I'd rather read them than listen to them. It's a lot easier to... I mean, some of their stuff's good. When it's good, it's good, but they say better stuff than they play.
Fair.
The philosophy's good.
Hey,
but...
welcome back, Lindsay Lou. How are you?
Lindsay Lou!
Hey, Lindsay Lou, boo 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 boo. How are you?
Hello.
Is that a live shot, John, or is that a pic? Brother John.
I just took it now.
That's Manicam, isn't it? That's about, you can do all that funny stuff on Manicam. I gotta look that up. Does it infiltrate your computer? Do you get advertisements with it?
No. Manicam.com. If you upgrade, then you can get rid of the logo, but if you don't want to pay for it.
Yeah, the free version works fine. You'll like it. Reuven should get paid to plug Manicam on his channel.
Reuven shouldn't get paid for shit because he doesn't even talk.
Oh, if it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have brought us together, man.
I always try to entice him slightly every now and then to talk.
He will never talk.
Reuven does have the equipment, he just doesn't use it because he has self-control.
If you don't use it, you lose it.
Exactly.
Reuven's gonna be like all out in London someday, Speaker's Corner, and just cussing out all the Christians and Muslims, saying, "You're both wrong. Shut up." That's what he will say.
Sucrose! No. Glucose! No. Sucrose is better. Glucose is better.
Where's that from? Manny Python skit?
No, I just made it up because
Oh.
I was paralleling off of Lindsay's comment.
Reuven said to me earlier that if he lived by me, he would hang out. He would actually fly to my wedding and I'd actually be my best man.
Well, you're fucking freaking me the fuck out.
I would have the privilege of meeting Reuven in person. That's awesome.
How would you feel when
I would feel just like Moses when he saw God, you know? It'd be awesome.
He'd travel half a continent to be your best man, man. I'd only have to travel half. That's something else.
freaking me out, man?
I was saying earlier we could just put, you know, Reuven on like a computer monitor and put him in like a silhouette of a cutout cardboard of a person and just have him stand in.
Or just get a cardboard cutout of Carl Sagan.
Yeah. Like a little finger puppet one? He's like his arms come out.
Yeah, that work, yeah.
So you're getting married?
Not anytime soon, man.
Oh, so your whole argument was
You're gonna come out and you come out to the wedding, Ryan?
no.
I hear you. I hear you, man. It's like that, huh?
Fuck the wedding, man.
If you're serious about it and it happens, and I have enough notice, I'm
Yeah,
going to go
if
back east
you
for a long
pay for my
time.
ticket and my lodging, yeah, I'd do it.
I have family out that way, so I need to get out there anyway soon.
Where are
Tell my
you?
wife.
Yo.
I don't know.
Oh, sorry.
Scream a little louder, Brother John. We didn't hear you. What happened?
Did you see the video that Galaxy Dreams just posted?
Taking the ice bucket challenge?
No, she caught one of these Islamic preachers. He's preaching, and then he gets interrupted by a crying baby, and you hear him smack him in the background.
Oh, that's hateful.
There's
That's fucking nasty. Oof.
you don't see anything. You hear like a couple of slaps, but then he tries to act all normal, like he continues preaching. It was live on the Google Hangout.
Oh,
I've seen that guy around.
yeah, I love this guy. He's from the Nation of Islam.
You love it?
He's actually pretty good. I didn't know he was smacking babies around. That makes me think differently of him now.
Yeah, maybe you should consider things be accepted. Brother John, the video I sent you was a couple of verses from the Quran in parallel to deeper ideas. That was, you asked me earlier. I'm now answering your question 2 hours later.
De Beers.
I commented it on your God's Talk post.
Okay.
It clearly says, like, 3 Quran verses every Christian should know. And if that's not about understanding...
Where? I want the Quran in the verse. I am the Surah. If you speak truth, produce your proof. Look, I'm not about defending Muslims, but if you're going to say it, then at least prove it.
Lindsay, I didn't understand what you're saying. I really didn't understand what you're saying. Could you enunciate? If you're gonna...
What happened now?
I literally...
I totally went to watch the video, and then what the fuck happened?
Campground. We are focused on providing...
Sorry.
What happened about the Quran? I didn't hear what was going on. What?
Because you guys brought up Islam, it reminded me of something that Brother John and I were discussing earlier. I asked him if he saw the video that I sent him. And then in the Hangout we were in earlier, I didn't really get to answer him because you know how it diverges. So when you guys brought that up, it triggered me to remind Brother John that that was the video that I was talking about, and I was telling him where I placed it so that he could find it.
And what was the video about?
No, I wanted Lindsay to ask me again. I mean, if she's going to clearly ask me something.
I can't get into this thing.
It's a video. I haven't seen it yet. It's called 3 Quran verses every Christian should know.
which is what I already said, Lindsay, if you're listening, dear. I wasn't being venomous.
What?
I mean, we're not
I
really.
misheard you. I just said "oh" in the deck. I misheard you. I am sorry. I apologize.
Apology accepted.
Hi.
No need to apologize, but yeah, not important. Yeah, that was what it was.
I can't get Manicam. It's installed, but I can't use it.
Brother John, the reason I posted it there was because I wanted to give you a little.
Wait, hold on. Let me help James out real quick. You go up to the little wheel, the cog wheel that looks like a Star of David, and you select Manicam.
Oh.
Yeah, you switch your camera out for Manicam.
It's not letting me do
I
it.
really like how you pointed out how
you
the
might-
cog wheel.
You might have to actually restart Windows in order for it to work.
Or reload the room.
I really like how you pointed out that the cog wheel is a 6-pointed star.
Yeah, symbolism, yeah.
That's all. We don't need to go any further. Oh. I feel like just because I said what I said earlier, now let's not go to cricket.
Are you getting all self-conscious? Go ahead, J-Dubs, please.
No, mine wasn't really important. I was just going to ask what were the verses of the Quran that Christians should know.
Find for yourself.
Well, I don't want to watch a video in the middle of a hangout. You know, I'd
Well,
rather
then you
talk
don't
to you.
deserve an answer.
Huh?
Find it out later.
Why can't you just show it to him? Like, if you know everything about it, why can't you just produce your proof to your truth?
Because I don't want this point of discussion to go into a theological debate or discussion.
I don't know.
And I don't think Reuven intended the direction of that room either, right?
Agreed. That's why I was just being short, but look, I'm direct in my answer.
All right. I'll look at the video later.
If it matters to you, look it up. If it doesn't, don't. Don't ask me to tell you my interpretation. That's foolish.
It's only 6 minutes.
Yeah.
No, I like hearing from other people's opinion and perspectives. I like that's why I come to these hangouts.
Then it could go.
I'm here to like, you know, kinship and friendship and all the ships. You know,
I just don't think we gave the Hanson brothers a fair enough shot. You know, I think the third album probably would have been the most groundbreaking shit we ever heard. Musically, you know, like Bop was like transcended music.
Music isn't my specialty. That would be James's. James is the music guy.
Didn't anybody? That was a joke. No, nothing. Imagine if you put Spice Girls and Hanson Brothers together and created like the first rock and roll boy band, girl band, and you call it.
I kind of like the Spice Girls.
Girls.
You don't like the Spice Girls? I think they're pretty good. Give me what you want, what you really, really want. Give me what you want, what you really, really want.
If you want to be my lover, you gotta go punch your friend. I like the Spice Girls.
Sing it for us, Lindsay. Come on.
Oh.
Where's Michael for us? Michael Bathhouse. He'll break up the karaoke. Go deeper.
Thursday is karaoke night, my friend. When I'm going to karaoke that night.
Hey, well, when you go, have fun.
Hey, since this topic was about music, what was the first rock and roll song? Anyone? The first labeled rock and roll song.
Oh, that's a good question.
Wasn't Rock Around the Clock?
Good guess, though.
the first verse from the Quran that everybody should know about. The Christians, should know about. They said in boast, "We killed Christ Jesus, the Son of Mary, the messenger of Allah. But they killed him not, nor crucified him, but it was made to appear to them." So it was made to appear to them. And those
That is the longest song name I've ever heard.
Am I on? Am I?
Yeah, you're on. We hear you, James. Ryan's is being an asshole.
No.
No, I don't think I was.
I think Ryan doesn't want to do the religious thing.
What was the first rock and roll song, guys?
I do want to hear what James said. I want to hear the end of it.
I was listening to you, James.
I hear you, James. I didn't forget about you, boo, 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 boo. I'm here.
Well,
there you are. You're back. Hey.
but
How
they
was your
killed him
trip?
not, nor crucified him, but it was made to appear to them, and those who differ therein are full of doubts, with no certain knowledge, but only conjecture to follow. For of a certainly they killed him not. They're saying that Jesus never died on the cross. The other one is, hang on. Let the people of the gospel judge by what Allah hath revealed therein. If any do fail to judge by the light of what Allah hath revealed, they are no better than those who rebel. And the third thing from the Quran that every Christian should know is, fight those who believe not in Allah, nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden which hath been forbidden by Allah and His Messenger, nor acknowledge the religion of truth from among the people of the book, until they pay jizya. I'm guessing.
Yeshua.
Okay, with willing submission and feel themselves subdued. Yeshua?
I think it's a tax.
Oh. Yeah.
I get the first one. I just don't get the second and third. I don't know.
I don't get them either. Like, why?
Like the first one makes sense because if you don't believe Jesus was crucified, then that throws out Christianity, and the whole of Christianity is completely thrown out. But the other two don't even. I mean, who cares?
Mm-hmm.
Who cares is your knee-jerk reaction for you don't understand what you're talking about.
Well, it's more along. It's like they say that the people of the book. That's us.
You guys are talking nonsense. You guys are talking about things that you don't deserve to just talk about on a live Google Hangout for the last time.
Lay it on us, Ryan. Lay it on us. Let us know what we're wrong about.
No.
I was just reading it. I don't. Never met a Muslim I didn't like.
No. Not the platform. Brother John, back me up. Tell him no, it's not the place.
We're gonna have to change Brother John to King John over there. He got a crown now.
The first rock and roll song. You guys don't even know the first rock and roll song, and you think you're smart enough, or intelligent enough, or spiritual enough. You don't even know how to think on a spiritual level. You can't even think on a mental level.
That's all right, Mama. Elvis Presley, 1955.
Before that.
Hmm?
That's pretty good, James. That's I can't believe you knew that right off the top of your head, man. Or was that a guess?
You want to talk
good
rock
guess.
and roll? I mean,
First
we'll talk rock and roll.
themed rock and roll song.
I'm confused here. Are we talking about rock and roll or the Quran?
Well,
I don't
was
even
talking
know.
about rock and roll, and
Or maybe the rock.
Hold on, you know what? If we're going to talk about rock and roll, let me tell you this. Rock and roll is actually a witchcraft spell. Okay? So how about this? If you guys want to get deep about your Quran, about your Islam, about your judging religions
I'm not-
and
no
you
one's
actually
judging.
understand what that means.
Who judged anyone here? I misunderstood you. I
I,
apologize.
I was being positive.
Ask me.
I'm still speaking. You have
I-
a problem with listening. You interrupted James a bunch of times, and he just whatever. I'm gonna let John speak.
The fact
I
that
love-
you
I love
interjected,
Islam.
Lindsay admits your own guilt.
I love Islam. I accept the one true God. There's no judging Islam over by me, man.
No Muslim will judge me wrongly as far as I'm concerned.
Nobody be judged. I felt like you guys look. You guys are diverging off of the topic. Is what
I wasn't. We weren't saying that to judge. I don't want you to get the wrong impression. We're not that kind of bunch.
Ryan, take the log out of your own eye before you try to take it back out of mine, man.
Talk to me about rock and roll because there is
Exactly.
some. Please talk to me about rock and roll.
John, but don't. Yes, don't use wise, true words unless you actually. It doesn't matter. Look, what I mean is, I felt like
1904 was the first rock and roll song.
And what was it?
The Camp Meeting Jubilee.
No.
Earliest known recording of the phrase rock and roll.
Louis.
1904 sounds kind of early.
Holy
Yeah,
cow.
but it wasn't. It was Louis. And it was the phrase da na 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 da na da na 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 da na da na 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 da Louis.
I want to hear about the spell of rock and roll, dude.
Okay.
I'm not going to judge you. Might not agree with it, but I really want to hear that.
I'd rather talk about that than, and let me apologize, even though I shouldn't, because you guys threw us off topic.
Shut the fuck up, you little wannabe little prick. Like, fuck you. I can't even stand listening to this shit. You
I
just
was apologizing.
run you over and interrupt you like I'm doing right now to him. It's not fair. Whatever. Fuck this shit.
Hi, Doug. What's up, man?
I was apologizing. Please, ma'am. Please don't taint. What you're doing is just putting someone.
Doug, we're talking about how rock and roll is of the devil.
So, yeah, it is. It is a. All right. So, how is rock and roll witchcraft? Well, to be a rock and not roll, you're rolling stone. There's your illusions right there, right? There's an obvious. What I'm saying is, we could agree that even though you guys don't understand the point I'm about to make, is that there is a theme. So the witchcraft.
Spit it out, man. Spit it out.
I am, but I want to choose my words wisely. So, what I mean in that the witchcraft and rock and roll is, you can sell a song that sounds good, but hide in spells so that when you get someone to sing them, they can actually cast a spell on themselves without knowing it. That is how.
I could see music being used in that way. I don't know if I could give it.
Hey, here's a very easy modern example. I'm not going to cut you off, but I'm going to give you a point. Ra 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 ra, Rama ra ra ma.
Sounds like Lady Gaga. I think that's Lady Gaga. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lady Gaga is like hardcore pagan. I mean, she's got stuff in her videos like goats' heads and stuff like that. Yeah, she makes it obvious.
Katy Perry's dad said that his daughter is a nasty, sold her soul to the devil to be in Hollywood.
So,
you ever read that?
She did. Look at her. She doesn't have a good voice. The only thing that made her popular is that she's a damn good-looking, leggy woman.
Now,
Listen, man,
guys,
it'd
now
be all
think about this.
interesting
Hold on.
if the devil was actually real.
Okay, let's give Brother John a chance to speak.
Brother
Let's
John,
give-
Brother John.
This would be all interest. This is will be interesting if the devil was actually real. So I mean, what's the point? They're doing these rituals for what? Not appeasing no devil.
How you doing,
Well,
Doug? What's your thought? Well, let's give Doug. Doug is new to the room. Let's give him a chance to speak. How you doing, Doug?
Hey, Doug, what's up? Can we answer Brother John? Now, so what about Hollywood? Why is it called Hollywood? Anybody know?
Hollywood.
Hollywood
No.
land.
Hollywood.
Nope.
It was.
It's not Hollywood, Brother John. You're incorrect.
No, you're incorrect.
The reason it's called Hollywood is because witches cast spells with the poisonous branch of the holly bush. The holly wood. It's
Interesting.
not Hollywood, bro. You're wrong. It's the holly wood. It's your mystical spell. Okay? So, you can doubt an evil one all you want. Devil in English is evil with the D in front of it. Okay? I don't care what you want to call it.
The evil.
There isn't the evil one is the ruler of this world. You have your Brother John, you obviously believe in your light and darkness, so you must believe in evil. So your Hollywood is your sorcerer. Your rock and roll, your music is your sorcery. Crosby's still
Brother John, you believe in evil?
All right, define evil.
Oh boy, I'm not gonna get into defining words. I'll pass.
Simple, yeah.
You win.
No, it was a simple yes or no question, Brother John. Do you believe in evil?
He needs a definite. He needs a clarification. That's acceptable. You need a clarification. He needs a clarification of evil.
Okay,
One man's
Brother
evil.
John, do you believe that there is good?
I obviously believe there's duality, yeah. So
So there's duality, so there has to be an opposite.
good and a bad, there's a push, there's a pull, there's an up and down. Whether one is right or wrong or, indifference is a matter of
Indifferent?
perspective.
Agreed. And see, you're wise like me. See, I don't like to get talked in the corners. But sometimes you have to admit, like,
I know there's evil cults out there. The thing is, these were ancient sciences.
ancient mysticism.
Well, they work on people. It wouldn't last for thousands of years if it didn't have some validity in the practical application. However, I have no doubt that the enlightened can crack that code. And not all spells. I mean, it depends on if it's
knowledge.
Go ahead.
Spiritual, not knowledge. The enlightenment is the belief in having the light, the illumination, the Lucifer, the great God of light, the great deceiver, the evil one.
What
What better way to present yourself than a beauty of light and awesomeness? You better make yourself look good, because you're going to attract more blank with honey than vinegar.
All right, I could see that. That's a good point. Yeah.
Let me ask you this, man. Where do you get this notion of Lucifer and wars in heaven and the fact that he rules this world and all that? What are your sources, if I may make so bold?
The Bible.
The New Testament?
Both.
You won't find the war in heaven anywhere in the Old Testament.
Oh, wait. Okay, so that was a loaded question, a dual question. The evil one.
Well, I want to make sure that you knew where you were coming from before I were to comment on it.
Without you, to be fair, without you interrogating me, let me tell you, I think it is foolish to speak about things that you don't know about.
We're gonna interrogate you now. We're gonna put your head
No.
underneath the light,
No
and we're gonna
need
put your
to.
feet to the
No
fire.
need to.
Answer
No.
the question.
Ryan, I have more knowledge than you are
And
aware.
knowledge is great, but wisdom is greater.
Yeah, you got it from the Bible. That's what you said. I said the New Testament. You said both, and I want you to tell me where in the Old Testament have you found a war in heaven or rebelling angels, please.
Now that was a dual-pronged
sources.
question. It was a dual-pronged question, so I was immediately answering your first one, which was the evil one, which is in both.
Where is that in the Old Testament? You're not going to find that in the Old Testament. I know because
The serpent. All right, hold on. Let me tell you something, guys. The story of Adam and Eve eating a fruit is nothing more than an allegory or a metaphor. Okay. What actually happened was a sexual act. It was your first split. It was your first split of your DNA, to break it down in your scientific level. Okay, it was your first evil. Cain and Abel were fraternal twins. Okay, what I mean by that is they were twins in the same womb, but they had separate fathers. Okay, which is why Cain murdered Abel. Which is
why would God tell them to be fruitful and multiply before they even ate the apple? If it was sex, if it was a sexual act,
hold on.
If it was sexual, why did God tell them to be fruitful and multiply before? You know, before she even went to the garden. Obviously, it couldn't have been a sexual act. But the Cain and Abel being paternal is interesting.
I've heard the stuff from Black Hebrew Israelites who say the same thing about.
Listen, guys.
The white man was
not the platform. All you will do is try to tear me to shreds.
Well, I was trying to say something, but that's okay. You can go ahead.
I know. I'm gonna just look. I digress. I will not answer any more questions about theology because there's no point.
Okay. I'm going to be free to speak. There is
Lay
no
on
devil.
us, James.
Let me tell you something. The serpent in Eden was a creature created on the 6th day.
The 6th day, very interesting. Yeah.
That's when he was created. He was an animal. He was a creature not unlike man. He could communicate. He was intelligent. He could walk upright.
Yep.
But that's not the same thing as the Satan we hear of and later on that interferes with Balaam and the one we hear of in Job and whatnot like that.
Agreed.
But Lucifer is a pagan god, and that particular pagan god is nowhere in the Hebrew Bible.
Lucifer is mentioned once in the Bible.
That's actually if you ask anybody who reads the Hebrew, the word day star was never meant to be used for Lucifer. When you look at the actual context of the sentence, let alone the entire story of Isaiah, there's no devil. There's no devil. There's no Lucifer. So why would you lend your thoughts to a war in heaven and a rebelling angel that doesn't exist?
I didn't. I said the evil one.
You said he rules this world.
The evil one rules this world. Yes.
Why would God give up his omnipotence?
Freedom of choice.
Why would God give up his
He didn't give up his omnipotence.
Then he doesn't rule. Then Satan doesn't rule the world.
Yes, he does, because God is giving us choice.
Ah, okay, all right. See, we're coming full circle here. Now I'm on the page with you. No, I think so. I just don't believe that he rebelled. I think the only thing you and I will disagree on is that he rebelled, whereas I think that Satan works for God. That Satan does God's bidding.
Yeah, God planned it, obviously. Yeah,
Satan is.
Hold on. No. Agreed. Satan tempted Jesus. Hey, wait,
According to the story,
that's where you're going. That's the whole point. Yes. Look. You could have an ant farm. If you had every power in the world, you would get bored. If you could just make everybody do your bidding, eventually you would get bored. So I don't think it's unfair to say the greatest gift you could give is to allow someone the choice to believe in whatever they want to believe. And that is the greatest gift, and that's beautiful, and that's accurate, and that's, I mean, that's it. The gift of freedom is the true freedom. But to deny to do whatever you want is the gift that you have. Now, whether or not you understand that you are also living in a constraint that you don't understand, which is why you get these scientific and philosophical debates, because we don't understand it. We don't. We are not smart enough to. Never will be.
But we do get smarter when learning. Doesn't mean we'll get the ultimate smart, but conversation is good, man. The fact that you can come in here and talk to us about this, and we can talk about, or I can talk about, that's a beautiful thing. We're working it out. I really do think there is an end to this equation, that there is a fulfillment, and I think that the more we talk about it, I think the more that we openly discuss it, I think we have a good thing here, a real good thing. We shouldn't waste it.
I agree, and I appreciate for nobody else jumping in, there's no reason to attack. I tell you,
You're wrong, you freaking moron, you're wrong.
Yeah, notice where'd Lindsay go?
I think she took off like a bat out of hell.
Why?
Immediately after she chewed you knew when she left.
She gave you the people's elbow, pinned you 1, 2, 3, and ran.
Because evil will flee.
No, I don't think Lindsay was looking for
Oh man, if you
debate.
don't think she was looking for a bone to pick, look, if you don't think that she feels unjust, if you don't think she's unhappy with herself, that's obvious, man. Look, I hate to judge a book. I do not judge anything, but look, obviously she has contempt.
What
She wanted to jump on me. She wanted to jump on me.
This whole argument started about judging. Now you're judging. Now come on.
No, I'm not. I said I'm not judging. I said as soon. You're right. Look, I never said I was perfect, man.
Nah, a little bit.
No, never
Hey,
did.
Reuven's onto something here. He says about Satan, he says he can work in tandem with God or go on solo missions with God's permission. And that reminded me of something
He has free reign. God gave him free reign. God gave him free reign.
I don't remember what the rabbi said, but it was along the lines of, when man was created, it said that man was very, very good. You know, at the very end of the 6 days, once man, he said everything was good. And he didn't say very good. He said very, very good. And there are some commentators who have linked that to the creation of Satan. That the very, very, one of the varies, I don't remember it, but I thought I'd throw that in there when I saw what Reuven was talking about.
Hey, that's cool, man. Can I tell you something?
Yeah, you can tell me anything you want.
I'm very passionate about the word very. You know why? It's unnecessary. The word very is unnecessary. It's very good or it's good. It's very bad or it's bad. Very is a useless word. Think about it, man. Hold on. Get deep with me on like a communication level. Think about it. Oh man, it was very great. Well, no, it was great. You don't need the word very. And I've heard many interpretations, so I'm not going to say that there's not a version that uses the emphasis on the word very. However, I will say the use of the word very is unnecessary. You do not need the word very. You can speak without the word very, in the English language at least. You don't need the word very. Is it very good?
I'll tell you what, Ryan. I'll try very hard not to use that word again.
You should try to, man. You'll actually be very more poignant with your arguments and very more absolute. Don't use the word buried. The waste. So, Reuven, you're not speaking, you're typing.
I'm getting some.
Again, see, we're diverging, guys. I don't want to go here.
You're getting what, turbulence there, James? You all right?
No, I'm great. Oh hell yeah. I'm just looking for people to invite. I'm looking through it. I'm knowing who not to invite and who to invite. I'm going to invite Shanna Rocky. Shanna comes in here, that'd be awesome as hell.
Y'all like this little Shanna, right?
Shanna's like, I have a thing for really smart women. I'm a woman guy. I kind of like love woman. I don't
think she's that smart.
I'll tear up and watch a woman, put on makeup. I just love woman.
Are you talking about
Shanna
the girl that works at SeaWorld?
She's all woman.
That takes tickets at SeaWorld.
She's gorgeous. She knows herself. She knows what it's about. She gets it, and she's not afraid.
And she knows herself, and that's fine. But I would not. I don't think she has that.
I think she's awesome.
I think she's great too. I don't think she's that.
I've watched her more than actually spoken with her. I've actually sat and watched her. I never get to. I'm never around.
I think she's actually just a little horn dog.
Me? Nah.
No, she is. I don't think. I think she's more horny than anything. Which, the whoa man.
Who?
The woman.
What did I miss? Who are you talking about?
Shayna. Are the really, really, really attractive, smart deist lady.
The deist.
You know what I'm talking about. Rocky. Shayna. Is it Shayna? Shana,
yeah.
Shana, yeah.
No, Shayna.
She was on my list, and I figured I'd invite her here. I don't think she'll show, but that'd be really cool if she did.
No, we could. Here, let's get them going.
Hey, I'm in the room with the only people that really dig me, so ain't nobody gonna come.
Dude, I'll smash her. Let me ask you a question.
No one's gonna come, especially when Reuven put in the top there. If you don't like John, just don't fucking come at all. That's not gonna happen, That's like half of Google.
I really want to know how anybody could block you, dude. How could anybody block you? What the fuck, dude? You're out before you get mad. You're out before you get nasty.
Hey, I gotta tell you something, John. There was a brief conversation. It was this brief. It said, I don't remember who said it, but someone said they thought you were an angry, one-sided person. And I said, because I said I like you. I said I thought he was, I didn't think that way at all. And that person, I don't remember who it was, but they said that about you. I was like, man, I've never seen that side of him before. I didn't think so. I thought you were always a pretty generous, kind person. I didn't think that about you at all. So just so you know, there are people, for whatever reason, are formulating that opinion about you based upon whatever.
I think Shanna would be fun in a Torah discussion, just to have a fresh deist mind, look at what we're talking about, and see where,
Deist? I know deist. Why don't you guys just believe? Look, Catholicism is bullshit. If you don't believe in Jesus because of Catholicism, then I don't blame you.
I believe in Jesus. I just don't seem to believe in all the Jesus that I'm sold.
All the Westboro Baptist bullshit, fucking fake Christians, man.
Well, it's a lot of the doctrine itself. It's like, I can honestly...
doctrine? Now look, see, if I say the word doctrine, everyone goes, hey, Ryan, define doctrine.
Okay.
That happened to me in the Hangout earlier. What does doctrine mean to you?
I can dig Jesus in some instances. About 70% of Jesus I can dig. Some of it sounds so far off There's no
What?
way. Like tree killing, he killed a tree. No, there's not 1 ounce.
What? We're talking about he killed a tree.
Okay, he kills a tree in Matthew and Mark. All right, he kills a
When?
fig tree.
Because I've read Matthew and Mark over and over again. When does
Okay,
he kill a tree?
I'll get that for you. But that alone, I would
Just tell
never.
me.
There is nothing you could say that would ever
Tell me
convince me
when he
that
killed
Jesus.
a tree.
God damn,
No, don't say goddamn. And
And
say that you,
that ain't his name.
yes, Elohim, whatever you want to call your God, Yahweh,
I have a
Allah.
filthy mouth and I've had liquor.
When did Jesus kill a tree?
I'm looking it up for you. Give me a moment.
Jesus kills a lot of fucking things in the New Testament. He murders 300 pigs.
All right, we've got Mark 11 and Matthew 21. Mark 11, verse 18. Mark 11. Shit, dude. Are you going to let me talk? I'm just giving you information. Write it down. Matthew 21, 8 through 22, and Mark 11, 12 through 14. Once again, Matthew 21, verse 18 through 22, Mark 11, verse 12 through 14. And he kills a tree. And it's pretty warped. I don't think that's real. See, that's when I think that Jesus was made up, or at least this Jesus were sold. Obviously,
Are you talking about the fig tree?
yes.
No, he didn't kill the fig tree, man.
He cursed a tree and it withered up in front of him. The other one said it withered up at the end of the day.
No.
That's what it says.
No.
Hey, look at Doug.
He didn't.
What's he got here?
See, again, this is why I told you this is not the platform. It will never be. This is not the platform. Jesus didn't kill
Doug,
the
is this
tree.
the passage where the pigs go off the cliff?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he didn't. They were because they were possessed with the demons.
And drowned themselves.
And
so
the
they
demons
killed
drove themselves out of the humans into
Sounds
the
like
pig.
animal abuse to me.
Sounds like a piece
It
of human
sounds like
garbage.
speaking-
Sounds like a fake prophet. He couldn't even fucking defeat a demon. What a fucking pussy.
No.
Oh, that's fucking
to
hateful, James.
He could. Hey,
Tell it to
defeated-
Moses.
Hey, wait. Hey, he defeated death, didn't
No. Got nailed to
Oh,
a cross
no.
going, why have you forsaken me?
he? He didn't. He said, "For this reason have I been chosen." And the reason that he was sacrificed outside of the city is what you don't understand. It's all about Abaddon's Gate. You know about Abaddon's Gate or Apollyon?
James, man, that made my ass so pucker, man.
Hey,
That was pretty
James.
rough.
James,
What,
you know about
Jesus not being able
Apollyon?
to do jack shit?
Abaddon? James,
He took
answer.
it out of the human and put it in an animal? Why? Maybe the
Yes.
human deserved to have those demons in there. Maybe the human created those demons. Why should
Maybe
he give it
you
to a
think
pig and
it's
kill it?
fucking ironic that people think that pigs are unclean later?
It's unclean for Jews.
Yeah, I love a good pork chop.
Break the law.
great.
Listen, hold on. He cast demons into pigs. The demons made the pigs run over the cliff, not Jesus.
Maybe the man who had
Demons
should have run
made
over
the pigs run.
Why should a pig suffer? Why should a pig die for another man's sin? That's stupid.
Jesus was complicit in that act. If he didn't
Listen
do
to
that,
me.
he
Hold
would
on.
never run up.
I'll answer your question. Hold on, let me calm down. I'll answer your question. Jesus cast them out. He didn't say, go to the pigs. The evil decided to go into the pig.
And
Okay?
they came out and went to the pigs. Right.
Jesus
Instead-
didn't say,
but-
go to the pig. Hold on. Jesus didn't say, go to the pig. He cast them out. The evil spirits decided to go to the pig. Jesus had nothing to do with it. Now, the point of the pigs getting
know.
run. Hold on. The point of the pigs getting run off the cliff was that the fact that these evil spirits decided, the evil spirits got vanquished. Bam. That's how powerful Jesus was. That they were like, oh shit, we got to get the fuck out of here. We have no chance. So they left. Jesus didn't say, leave you people and go to Bacon. That's not what he said. He cast them away. The evil spirits then decided to go into the pigs. The reason the story is told is because the evil spirits decided to go into the pigs. The evil spirits even can make a pig so mad that it will drive itself over the depths of a cliff. So if an evil spirit, if an evil thing, a minion evil will do that to a pig, hold on, imagine what it could do to you.
What would a pig deserve for? Why would a pig have to deal with a demon? Why should it?
Why don't you ask yourself? Why don't you
Why
ask the evil spirits why they chose the pig?
Why didn't Jesus have the common courtesy to take the demons out of the pigs also? I mean, that's kind of an asshole thing to do.
I don't know.
Why didn't he save the pigs going off the cliffs? Make it like a big pillow.
It's actually a
Save 'em.
sin to put an animal under suffering.
Because if a story is going to transcend language barriers, it cannot just be a written thing. It has to be told and fulfilled in metaphors. It has to be shown in a way that can transcend.
So it was a metaphor. So that means Jesus never really did that. Take the demons out.
No.
Is it literal or is it a metaphor?
It is a perfect example.
Okay, perfect example.
It is a metaphor of how
or...
Jesus can. It is an example.
So there was no Jesus
hold on,
to
John.
take
What is the metaphor?
pigs,
John, what is the metaphor?
I don't believe in it. You're saying you're saying it's a metaphor,
what is the
not
metaphor,
me.
Man?
It's a metaphor for a man that abused
No,
animals?
what is a metaphor, man?
Animal abuse? I don't know.
No, what is a metaphor?
Oh, it's a figurative speech.
Okay.
Yeah, we know what metaphors are. Sure, go ahead.
No, John doesn't. Look,
Yeah.
again, this is not the platform. I'm not here to convince you. I am not. I tell you that you gotta love each other, and you have to have faith.
Okay, so what about loving animals? Do we love animals or not, Ryan?
Yes, you absolutely do.
So is it
insects.
acceptable for me to put demons into a pig and throw them off cliffs, or?
Okay, John, for the last time, Jesus didn't put the demons into the pigs. The demons ran away and went
No, wait, gotta correct you here, because in the scripture here, verse 31, the demons begged Jesus, if you drive us out, he said, send us into the herd of pigs. And Jesus said, go. So they came out and went to the pigs.
He said go. Did he tell them?
The demons.
Yes.
Did he tell
That was
them?
a reply.
No.
Yeah.
So the demons were like, if you do this, we're going to go into the pigs. And Jesus was like, I don't really... Look,
No.
get the fuck out of people.
The devil begged him.
But it's the people who created the demon.
Said go.
The people
He
of
said
the
go,
man.
Brother John. He said
What?
go.
Would you
He didn't say go
agree?
to the pigs.
The demons begged him. It says it right there. Look in the side chat in the scripture.
Great.
Would you agree,
Great. I
Ryan?
know. I don't disagree with you. They begged him.
Would you
Okay.
agree,
They were
Ryan? That
fearful.
would you agree that he's at least complicit into the action? That he still had part?
No.
I want to let you know that you're in the room full of God-fearers or God-believers. You know, I don't want you to think that we're not atheists. So I don't want you to. I don't know if you know who we are.
Doug's a non-believer, but that's okay. We'll give him a pass.
Doug's a non-believer. He sure don't. It didn't show, Doug. I'm sorry. You're a great guy.
Guys, I don't want
I'm a biblical atheist.
You want to know the truth? I want to disciple one day for Jesus, but I'm not going to yet. I'm not ready to. And the part of the reasons you guys are teaching me how much you choose to try to reject truth. Truth is simple. Lies are complicated. The fact that you would say, well, the dichotomy, okay, so if we juxtapose the situation, therefore, if Jesus said, go, does it mean that he knows that he's going to go into the pig? I mean, so you're going to blame the evil's decision to go into the pig upon Jesus?
Well,
That's
Jesus
so
knew.
foolish.
Jesus knew what they wanted to do. Jesus knew
The
what they
demons
wanted to
did
do.
what they wanted to do. The demons begged. They said, please, Jesus, get the... You know what? You're fucking...
Of course they don't give a shit because I don't think it literally happened. So it doesn't matter to me. I don't think it literally happened. So.
Well, John,
There
you
you go.
need help.
Exactly. Which is why it's not my platform. I will not talk about these things. There's no point. I'm not going to... Truth can fall on deaf ears.
It's okay. It's all right, man. It's all right. You just have to understand that where we come from, we take every letter of the Torah so seriously, we scrutinize it. And
The
when
Torah is the Old Testament.
Let me finish, man. When we scrutinize the New Testament, it doesn't stand up like, say, the Torah does. So we look at it because what do Jews do about the Torah? They argue about it, man. We're used to that. We have to challenge the Torah. If you don't challenge it, if you don't try to find more into it, it doesn't do anything for you. Well, when we look at the New Testament with that same scrutiny, it's difficult for us to just look at the New Testament. Not that there isn't a God, not that Jesus wasn't trying to teach his people something about preparing for the future, but you have to understand that don't take it personal. We just look at the subject matter in and of itself. I want you to know where we're coming from, or at least where I'm coming from. What the fuck do I know? I need more beer. I'll be right back, dude. Hang on. Don't go nowhere.
No, please, before you go. No, because I want to know. Oh, man. I want to know how
ain't
can we
losing me. I'm
argue
here.
about the
Speak to me.
Torah? Please. I didn't want to interject because I don't want you to think I was not listening to you. I don't understand. It's a cult. Wait, so being agnostic means you believe in the Torah? You're using a blanket statement, we.
Well, I know that. Goldstein over here is a Red Sea pedestrian.
Yeah, I know. I know Goldstein believes in the Torah.
J-Dubs
I could infer that. I could infer that he did.
J-Dubs and I are hardcore Torah guys.
Were you raised Jewish?
No, I was raised Christian.
Okay, so what do you mean about the cultural norm of arguing over the Torah? There's a reason you argue over the Torah because it's
I said what Jews do. When you look at Jews, they will argue about the Torah passionately, like hand slapping the table passionately, and that's
I
what
believe the Torah. I know the Old Testament.
Right, I'm saying we scrutinize the Torah and we scrutinize everything. So when we scrutinize the Old Testament, please understand that it's not because we haven't been. It's not like we don't know, but there are things that don't hold up quite like the Torah does.
What James
I remember when the rainbow used to be a covenant.
What James is trying to say is the New Testament isn't quite kosher. That's all.
Yeah, I know. I already.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. You got it.
I
really
understand
need
what
beer.
you're saying.
I need beer. I'll be right back. Stay here.
I know that in the Torah, a rainbow used to be a covenant between man and God. Now it's a symbol for another man being with another man. And you don't see that inversion of the lie.
Well, technically, the sodomite rainbow is actually one less color than
the sodomite rainbow.
Well, whatever you want to refer to it as, the gay one.
The rainbow is what I want to refer to it as.
Well, there's 7 colors in the Noahide. There's 6 in the gay one.
How do you know?
Google. I googled it.
Are you being sarcastic?
Oh well, all you have to do is Google it, Ryan. You find out.
No, I don't. I'm asking you. Are you being sarcastic? I mean, Roy Jabith.
In the words of the king, baby, don't be cruel. Thank you very much. I'm going to share a pour with you guys again.
See how influential music is on Mind Control.
You are good people, and I love you all. Every single one of you. All 4 of you. 5 of you. I'll throw myself in there, too.
Agreed, man. I love you all, too. See, this is why I don't want to get into these conversations.
I love you because you got into it anyway.
I'm not in Silvermine. It's not the platform. This is not...
That's all right. Don't feel bad, man.
I do feel bad because it's not what it's all about.
Now
Cheers.
can you guys hear me?
No, Doug, we cannot hear you whatsoever.
Thank you.
Doug, speak up a little louder. Can't make it out.
Is it really quiet, or is that better?
No. That's good. I think you sound good. I don't know. It depends on somebody else's speakers, too.
Let me make some adjustments.
Sound fine to me.
Brother John says it's fine. Most amicable person on YouTube.
Is that a little
Google Plus.
Is that a little better, J-Dubs?
Slyly.
That's actually really good. Thank you.
All right. Where'd Ryan go?
He's there.
In.
All right, y'all. I gotta ask: Batman or Superman?
Batman.
Yeah, Batman for me.
Hey, you guys, I got an idea.
Before Batman or Superman, Ryan?
Oh man, they're both fallen angel symbols.
Touche.
I like Batman because he's not really a superhero, right? He doesn't, as far as I know, he doesn't have any like superpowers, does he? Just technically.
Unless you're saying an owner of a multi-million-dollar corporation, multi-billion-dollar corporation is a superhero.
Yeah. See, there's your see.
But I mean, he doesn't have any like supernatural powers, right?
Nope, he is a human. That's the great thing about Batman.
Yeah.
Not superhuman,
L.
mutant
Do you
human.
guys know what EL is? L.
Who?
Never mind. L. Never mind.
They actually had to adjust Batman in the new movies to be a
L.
millionaire.
L. You're L.
Because simply being a millionaire didn't cut it anymore. That's kind of sad.
Woo! Going out to Reuven, baby.
Deadpool. What you guys know about Deadpool?
Never heard of it. It's a band, right?
Shut up, are you?
What about Pitbull?
That he was like the most. He would break the fourth dimension?
Well, the most powerful superhero's got to be Galactus, right?
I think it's either Beavis or Butthead.
I think it's Galactus.
Why?
Cause he's like the fucking man.
Huh. Yeah, see? Huh? L.
I think
L's
that's
your,
really-
L's your evil one. L's your deity, man.
He eats planets. Galactus eats planets.
Yeah, I remember him.
So the Silver Surfer eats planets.
I don't know, but when you say fallen
No,
angel,
who
dude,
said Galactus eats planets?
that's what he does in the comic.
Yeah.
Silver
Well, he like
Surfer.
drains the energy or something like that.
But the Silver Surfer does it as an agent.
See,
rather
this
than
is what I'm talking about. You guys want to try and get deep? Can't even discuss comics.
When you said no, dude, comics are the mythology of our day.
Duh.
You said they're both fallen angels, Superman and Batman, and I holy shitted myself when you said that. And you know what's interesting is they both rise. Superman, he's a Boy Scout. He could be a god on planet Earth, and he chooses to be a Boy Scout.
The Phoenix.
Batman could have been.
The Phoenix.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. That's pretty wild, dude. Man. Oh.
They tell the same story over and over
Huh.
and over. The
Have you
great
guys seen that?
The great to grab.
I will chew on this for days. Don't. I like that. That's on it. That's all right, man.
Have you guys seen that old video? It's like a voiceover. These black guys doing a voiceover of an X-Men episode with the Juggernaut.
I'm the Juggernaut, bitch.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure.
That's why that joke came up in X-Men 3 because of that
From
video.
that.
It was so viral.
Yeah.
That was back in like 2006, 2005. Oh, dude, I'm fucking old. That's what he was. I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. That was a harken to the fans who.
That's fucking what he says.
All the time, every time.
Wait, that was like his catchphrase before that video came out?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
I didn't know that. Oh, I feel stupid. All right, never. I think everybody in the audience
wait,
went
hold on.
along with it and laughed.
Discuss religion and many other books. You can't even discuss comic books. But then you want to go into science.
Well, I know more of DC than Marvel.
And I've never read a single comic book in my life. Seriously.
You're under the age of 25, aren't you?
I haven't read any either.
When he did funny and he was fast while he could do it, and his spider senses allowed him to control
Yeah, I don't
time.
think I've read it. I don't think I've read a whole comic book either.
What?
Yeah, I've read a few pages, but never a whole thing. Oh, I take that back. I read a Walking Dead comic.
Have you ever read a newspaper? Then you've read a comic book.
Well, what I mean by comic book is are like an actual traditional comic.
Yeah.
I have.
Like the Diary of Anne Frank?
Yeah, that was definitely a comic book. Yeah, real fucking joke.
Yeah, it is a joke. If you actually look it up, it's fucking bullshit. It's fucking ridiculous. The things that you guys accept as true, and you don't look into it yourself.
So not
Doesn't
only is
matter
the
if
Earth
it's
flat,
true.
but the
It's a story.
Holocaust never happened.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
That's not what he's saying. But it doesn't matter. It's still a good story.
Sounds like kind of
Exactly. It's a good story. Hey, I'm not saying you should kill
I
someone.
mean,
because
just
they're
break it down,
I'm not
Ryan.
saying you kill.
Break it down for me, Ryan. His story, his story.
What the hell is it with you? No comic read mothers out there.
I honestly think it's a generational thing. Like,
Yeah, I'm old. I got it.
no, you're not old. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah,
we were the one generation that kind of didn't read as many comics, I think.
I
don't
got a
think we. I
blowjob
don't
on the
think
way
we ever
to.
read
I got Roadhead on the way to Hunger Games.
Wow, that's great.
Now think about this. How stupid was that girl? Like, she's like, oh my god, like Hunger Games is like the shit. Oh my
What's
god, I'm
going
like
on?
so excited. Hold on, hear me out. Hear me out. It was written by Susan Collins in Newt, Connecticut. It's like this new idea that you feed the capital, or you like fucking sacrifice your kids. Oh my god. Oh, it's so great. So the fact that she even got that excited, I let her do it, even though, which is fornication, which is retarded. I shouldn't have done it. It's whatever. It's not for you to judge. But think about it, man. Think about it. Think about the indoctrination. You'd be so quick to be like, I understand, Pavlov's dogs or scientific theory. I get it. I get it. But you don't get it. You accept things at face value because you're told to pledge allegiance to the flag.
Where are you
you
going
told
with this, Ryan? Where are you headed with this?
you accept things at face value without looking into them, and you'll quickly reject someone else's idea, even though you never looked into it for yourself.
So,
I don't reject anything you say, Ryan. I think what you say is gospel.
What I say is not gospel.
I was joking with you because you said I take everything at face value. I was fucking with you.
Oh, I know, and I was.
We love you.
It's funny that you didn't notice that.
We love you, man.
There you
Count
go.
on you. You are the man.
I love you
man.
too. I love you.
You're the money. You're the money.
What you got? What do you believe, man?
What do I believe? That I know nothing, man. That's what I believe.
I'm really heavy into three things. I'm still hung up on the Shambhala principle, if you'll call it that. I really, 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 really love Torah. That's not a hang up. I'm an addict, and I'm not. That's it. I'm done. And third is quantum physics.
Quantum physics.
And I think with the three of those, I can.
The farthest away, I'm going to go with you on this one. So, the farthest away, the sun is actually the same distance away from where you are, and then it can go into somewhere else. And you can actually, you can cut an apple in half, and 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 half. But you keep cutting an apple in half.
Mm-hmm.
So what is your relative distance? And it's your construct, right, bruh? See? So now, see?
And I think the Jews are right.
Ryan, what you're describing was a paradox in ancient Greece, and it took calculus to solve it. It was called...
Calculus is nothing more than a three-dimensional theory of Pythagoras.
No, it's a little more than that.
Wait, you're right. It's like...
Anyway...
You want to start here? Look, here's your blank graph. If you're going to condescend and assume I don't know, here, why don't you start there?
I didn't say you didn't know. I just said that you gave it a kind of a restrictive definition.
It is restricted. Math is a constraint, bruh.
I was going to say that the paradox you're describing was
What are you doing over there, James?
solved by calculus.
Take a little bit too much alcohol.
What is a paradox?
Something that doesn't have an obvious answer or seems very counterintuitive.
Sounds like a scientific theory to me.
Here, I'll post a link to what I'm talking about for you, Ryan. You can you can examine it at your leisure. It's called infinite series converging on a finite point.
Infinite series converging on a finite
so you
point.
said you can keep cutting it in half and half and half and half forever and ever and ever, but you can actually still get a series like that to have a finite value.
Yeah, and you know what it looks like? This.
Are you going to draw a cross?
No, you stupid fuck.
That's not what it looks like.
What does it look like? This?
Well, it looks like a math formula.
What about that?
Nope. Try again.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Could you explain to me where I started the circle?
Yeah, you started on the left.
Yeah, you're right, because you could tell to that.
but no.
But I drank 2 bottles of wine, and that's a damn good circle, right?
It is pretty good. It's really good, actually.
Look, all I'm saying is it's constraint, dude. You can't look if you see. This is so annoying. All of a sudden, you want to become a molecular physicist, and you can't.
What's that?
What's your square root? Why are you taught square roots, man?
What I said? What's a molecular physicist?
A molecular physicist is someone that would try and define the Higgs particle.
Particle physicist.
Oh, okay, fine. Oh, I'm sorry. See, exactly, dude. Don't back yourself into a corner, man. There's no point in. Look, I understand the laws that there are. Okay, you're made of atoms. You're atoms. You're atoms. You're atoms. You're atoms.
What was your question about square roots?
Why do you think you're taught about square roots?
I don't know.
It's an important mathematical lesson.
It sure is, because it's based upon your cube, man. Your Saturn. Why do you think you're always taught that there's a ring around Saturn?
Because when we look at a telescope, we see rings around Saturn.
Yeah. You guys show me when you can look through a telescope and see the rings around Saturn.
I've
Yeah,
done
I have a
that.
telescope that can do it.
Yeah, me too.
You can show me
My
him?
son does.
Yeah, if you come over to my house.
And I've been to the Kansas Cosmosphere and looked through their telescope that they open up once in a while. I've been there, and yeah, I've seen it with my bare eyes and with a telescope on my dad's front lawn 3 years ago in Kansas. Yes, there are rings, or at least there appear to be rings around Saturn.
Okay. That
So,
point.
when my son says, "What's that?" I say, "Oh, those are the rings around Saturn." That's why we teach our children this.
I now pronounce you man and wife. Let me put my ring of Saturn into
The Saturn guy. All right. I can see.
Chronos. Saturn is Chronos. Chronos is your agriculture. Okay. Wait, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, wait, hey. How many hours are in a day, guys? Hey, how many hours in a day?
23.94.
How many hours are in a day?
Decimal, dude.
Yeah, 3.14 is the very beginning of pi.
No, he didn't say that. He said 24 point.
Julian calendar. The calendar is based upon the Catholics, motherfuckers. So
Solar.
why don't you guys
It's a
listen to
solar
that?
calendar. It's
The
a
what?
solar calendar. Yeah, it's solar. Hebrew is lunar.
Hebrew don't care that much about the moon, man.
Yeah, they do.
They base their calendar on it.
Wait, hold on.
I told them.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Does it really matter what you base your idea of time on?
Yes.
To some extent, but there's a lot of options.
Okay, so some extent. How many disciples were there?
What'd you say?
How many
13.
disciples were there?
13.
No, there's 12.
No, 13. You forgot about Red. Red the Apostle.
Jesus.
Thought the Red Sea was named after.
Hey, look, you know what was bullshit? They cut Mary Magdalene out. I bet you the reason...
Was Paul an apostle?
I say no.
He was a disciple.
We never met the man.
So,
I saw
Hey,
him.
Doug, let me ask you a question. Did I just answer your question correctly?
well, it was an opinion question. So, was he the 12th or the 13th disciple?
Who read?
Well,
He was a
Paul,
13th.
what I'm talking about, Doug, because I said apostle, not disciple, bro.
Oh, I don't know how many apostles he had. Lots
Well,
and lots and
you
lots.
you don't even know who Gambit. Do you know who Gambit is?
Gambit?
Yeah.
Yeah, he throws playing cards that explode.
Hell yeah.
And what else is his weapon?
He's a Mac Daddy?
Yeah, that too.
You know the story of Moses and the serpent and the staff?
Yeah, he put the staff
So
up
then
to
your
draw
medicine, your hospitals, and your and everything has your wings.
Right.
Yeah, the caduceus. Yeah.
Right.
Is that a coincidence, or does that have to do with anything?
No, it's explicitly based off of that biblical story.
What do you mean explicitly?
It was. There's no secret. It's based off of that biblical story. That symbol is.
Yep.
Okay. So, do you accept that?
I accept
true
that the
that it's based
caduceus is
upon-
based off of that. Yes.
I accept that that's the going knowledge amongst all historians on the planet. Yes.
No, that's a blanket.
I don't
statement.
know. I wasn't there. What the fuck do I know? But according to them and throughout history.
Again, look, are we gonna have a battle of wits? Because pretty much, there's no point. There's no point.
Right.
I love you all, Doug. I love you, but you do not, bro. What do you believe? If you're gonna keep torturing
I
me,
don't
what
have
do
any
you
beliefs. I'm like
Well, then,
James.
You have no
I
foundation.
don't know anything.
And you should. Jesus loves you. Very simply put. And then I'm waiting for someone to laugh. Look, truth is simple. Lies are complicated.
I'm pretty sure Jesus doesn't. I'm pretty sure Jesus doesn't love me because Christians tell me all the time that Satan does.
You know what's the worst example of Jesus? Fucking fake ass Christians, man. Fucking people
I'm told that I'm going to hell all the time, you know.
Fake ass Christians telling you they can tell you that you're going to hell, man. That's terrible. That's bullshit.
My family was more like you and your Jewism.
Ryan, let me run a theory by you.
Okay.
What would you say to the theory that Satan, in his infinite devious cleverness...
How about I'm going to stop you and ask you to use evil.
Okay, evil. In his infinite devious cleverness, decided
He has no infinite.
Okay. Hefty evil deviousness.
What's your question, man? I'm just kidding. What's your question?
Decided to make up a story about Jesus in order to get God's chosen people to worship an idol.
I would call that Catholicism.
That was actually kind of funny.
No, it's not funny. It's fucking true, motherfuckers.
True.
Do you know that the Bible you are reading was given to you by the
No,
Catholic
because
Church?
you don't know what Bible I'm reading, Doug.
You're reading some.
No,
you're
no,
reading
no!
27 book canon. I bet
You're
you anything.
assuming I've only read one version of the Bible. Fool.
There are many versions of the
speak
new.
about
There's only one
things
version
I don't
of the
know,
other.
man.
Okay, answer me this: have you read the Gospel of Thomas?
No.
Have you read the Shepherd of Hermas?
Nope.
Have you read the Gospel of Peter?
Yeah.
Okay. Really, you have?
Yeah.
You've read the Gospel of Peter?
Yeah. Dead Sea Scrolls.
Okay, have you read...
Okay, are you going to interrogate me? Or you don't even know
Well,
what you
I'm just wondering what...
Why are you gonna
I'm
ask
wondering
me,
what
man?
kind of Bible you're reading, so I'm trying to narrow it down.
Listen, it doesn't matter what Bible you're reading. There is salvation in blood. Blood is the ultimate sacrifice, okay? There's a reason why blood is important. And it always has been, and it always will be.
So you're saying a Jew named Jesus actually told his disciples to drink blood, even symbolically? A Jew would...
I'm going to tell you... Hold on, Doug, let me answer your
that.
question. Doug, let me answer your question. The reason the Catholics perform communion and say that this is the blood of Christ and this is the body of Christ is because it is such an evil ritual that it is so evil that they make fucking people commit an act. They don't even realizing the act is symbolic of sacrificing Jesus over and over and over again. Okay? No, I do not need to take communion.
Well,
Nope.
I agree. I don't think you need to, but I mean...
Okay, so let's
I
move
mean,
forward, Doug.
the event
Doug,
did
let's
happen.
move forward. Doug, let's move forward. Now, that being said, that is a fucking lie. Listen, dude, the Catholics fucking burned Bibles. They fucking changed it to Latin. They fucking made it gold. They fucking made popes wear mitre hats. Okay?
You're not going to get any argument on this.
Catholicism is not truth, man.
We know.
I agree with you.
That's why we study with Jews. Some of
I'm
us,
just,
anyway.
I'm just saying
Some
that
of us.
Christians today are reading a Bible that was given to them by Catholic church tradition.
Yeah, if they knew what the Hebrew
Religion
was saying.
is man's tradition. The only religion that the New Testament says you should have is to love your neighbor as yourself.
Well, yeah, and God disagrees. God says don't pick fruit on the Sabbath. God said don't
Old
kill.
Testament, but Jesus
God said
fulfilled the law.
don't kill a fruit tree. Even in the wartime, you're not allowed to kill
Jesus
a fruit
didn't
tree.
kill a fucking tree.
I gave you 2 scriptures.
Yeah, he gave you exactly where it says he did.
Oh my gosh! Wait, hold on.
I'm serious. Get your Bible.
Oh wait,
It's
all right,
okay.
hold on. What I mean is, all right. What I mean is, all right. Hold on. See, now I misspoke. Yes, he told the bad tree to wither.
Right. it
Again,
wasn't
a metaphor.
Well, one doesn't make the distinction, but I think it's Matthew that says it wasn't the season for figs to bear fruit, and Jesus
That's
was
the
upset
coming of
that it
man.
didn't
That's
bear
the coming
fruit.
of man. The
That's
coming of
Matthew, I
man.
think.
The coming of man is what you're talking about. When just when the fig leaves, when the fig ripens or whatever, is it so as shall be the coming of man.
The Torah forbids
Son
a
of man.
Jew to kill a tree. Do you not understand what I'm telling you? The Torah forbids a Jew to kill a tree. Why would a Jew, a righteous Jew, kill a tree?
Hey, Jews, do you have a tattoo? Do you have tattoos?
I'm not Jewish, and no,
Yeah,
I don't.
Matthew? Okay. Well, the Jews also believe in circumcision and not. Look, smoking
Yeah,
a
they
cigarette.
do.
just
Doesn't
like I
matter.
do.
That's right. It doesn't
Look,
apply to
are we going to
us.
talk about sin?
No,
Are
I
we
was
gonna
talking about the
sin?
validity of the Jesus character that we're given in the New Testament, juxtaposed what we
so
know historically
because of
and
the
things
story that
outside.
cast demons into pigs and kill a tree, that's what bothers you? I'm going to digress.
Yeah, a tree killer bothers me more than the pigs.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
It was an example.
Not only that, but
Because a tree, you can tell the goodness by a person by what their fruit bears. It is the same example as a tree. The same
True.
example.
Okay, I can go for that.
That
but
was the whole point.
why would Matthew say it wasn't the season for fig trees to bear fruit? See, Mark doesn't say it, but Matthew says it wasn't.
Well, because Matthew, Mark, and Luke and John are like the Son, the Father, King, and the Spirit. It's like it's four different.
Okay, well, according to one of them, it wasn't even in season for fruit.
Look,
so why should I look at that as it? Why should I believe that was an actual historical event? No rabbi in the right mind would do that.
Is it a sin?
Especially in Israel. No rabbi in the right mind would kill a tree.
The Green Movement, the New Age Green Movement, the idea of the Green Movement is fucking
Jews are tree
falsified
planters.
New Age Satanism is fucking evil.
Jews have been tree planters since the beginning. They turned oasis from desert. You know, they're tree planters.
Who?
They love trees. Jews. They're known for planting trees. That's one of the characteristics of the Jews.
Jews are the chosen ones, man.
Sarcasm, guilt, and
The
argument.
chosen, stubborn ass motherfuckers.
And that too. They're good with money.
No, stubborn.
Well, stubborn. Yeah, they are stubborn.
They think they're gonna look.
God
I'm
even
not-
says stubborn
look,
motherfuckers.
obviously-
No, he said stiff-necked people, but he meant the same thing.
I said stubborn.
They
Look,
are stubborn. They are a stubborn bunch, and God needs a
Jesus
stubborn bunch.
Isn't the Messiah because he killed a tree for a story for you to understand?
It tells me he's not the Messiah. It tells me he contradicts the Torah. That which he said, no stroke will change. He said not one stroke of a letter will change. Then when God forbids, in that law that Jesus found sacred, don't kill a tree, I can't believe that a rabbi would kill a tree under any circumstances, especially because it didn't bear fruit.
I've been
Give
waiting
me
to drop
a
this
flippin'
hammer on you,
break.
bro. He said it withered. He didn't say it died.
That's it.
Bookasha!
It
Said
withered.
Didn't say it died. I've been waiting to drop that on you. I've been waiting you to drive that home. I've been waiting you to tell me over and over again that he killed the tree.
He did.
Didn't kill the tree.
Why should he curse a tree? Why should he
didn't
prevent
kill
it from bearing fruit?
Didn't kill it. Didn't kill it.
Where is that? If you prevent a tree from bearing fruit or bearing leaf, what's the tree going to
It's
do?
really important to you. Why don't you show me around?
It dies.
Nope.
Why would you kill a tree?
Remember Jonah and the whale?
Why would you kill a tree? Why
Remember
kill a
Jonah?
tree? Why would a Jew? Why would a rabbi? Why would the Son of God
kill
kill a
it.
tree?
Didn't kill it.
Why would he make it wither?
Didn't
Where
kill
it
it.
couldn't bear fruit or leaf?
He did that for your understanding.
He didn't kill him. He just ripped his heart out. Didn't say he killed him. He just ripped his heart out. He ripped his only means of living, but he didn't kill him. He just ripped his heart out.
Look, man. Come on. He didn't kill the tree.
You're an idolater, sir. You're an
I'm
idolater.
not an idolater. I do not pray to Mary. I do not pray to Jesus on a cross. I do not. I do not, sir.
You pray to Jesus?
I say the Lord's
You
Prayer.
do? I don't need to hear if you do or not. Don't. Don't pray to Jesus.
Do you accept the doctrine of the Trinity as true, Ryan?
Do you even know what the doctrine of the Trinity is before I answer a
He asked
question?
you. He asked
Yeah,
you.
I know what it is.
He didn't need to
Okay, what is
clarify. Do you believe in it? Yes or no? The doctrine of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. That particular Trinity. I know he's not talking about the Buddhist Trinity.
That's a ritualistic
Smart man.
bullshit. There is the Holy Spirit.
Yes.
Do you believe in
There's
the
a son.
Trinity? Yes or no?
I already answered your question, and the fact that you don't realize that.
I didn't
I
hear
think
you.
he-
I'm sorry.
I think he means no.
Oh,
I really
okay.
think he means no.
Hey, if you don't understand that, I don't understand how Jesus didn't fulfill the prophecy of the Torah, man. Look, you're a smart guy. Hey, Idol, what's your name again, man?
Jamesy. Or James.
James.
Sorry. I'm drinking too.
James, look at me in the
James.
eyes. I want to look at you.
Jamesy. Hey, Jamesy.
John, I
James.
wasn't meaning out
My
of
dude calls
rudeness.
me
I
that
just
when I'm
wanted-
going, hey, Jamesy, come here.
I know you've
Smart.
been drinking. See, this is the bad idea. See, I know.
It's a
You get that
beautiful
little
life.
bit of.
We got
See,
sober
this
people
is where.
who keep us in order.
James
Everyone-
drinks just like Noah. He's a Noahide for sure.
Oh my gosh! And and Russell Crowe is Noah, right? That's where you're going with that one.
Right.
You were asking me a question, dude. What was it? I'm
I
sorry.
was.
I'm listening to you. I'm cool, man.
All right. So, you believe in God.
Mhm.
You believe in the Torah for some extent. Is that fair?
Absolutely, I believe yes. Every bit
I
of
think
it.
that's like one of the main doctrines.
It's the doctrine. Everything else.
We,
is,
Okay.
we
Hold on.
just.
John,
We,
shut
well,
up, man.
I just want to. Well, I want to just clarify. We don't just believe in the written Torah. We also believe in the oral.
Yeah, when
I
you
just
say
wanted to
Torah, that's a
clarify
big.
that wasn't-
Yeah, it's an oral thing, but written. But yes, we keep
I know it's an oral.
right.
I know it's an oral thing,
Now,
John.
I'm big on Torah. Love God.
All right. Let me.
Absolutely.
Why is Jesus not the fulfilling of the prophecy? Why is he not the Lamb?
World peace. Isaiah chapter 2 says flat out, the world
Well, hold
will.
on.
Isaiah 2, he says that the nation will no longer rise against nation. That we put down or we turn our swords into plowshares. That we accept one law for all mankind from Zion, which basically means Torah. Everybody knows that the Jews, were right. That there is one God. And,
This is what Isaiah, son of Amos, saw
and
concerning Judah
and
and
you're not an idolater. I take that back. I have no
in
right
the
to
last
say that.
days. Huh?
I have no right to say that you're an idolater. That was wrong of me. Really, really wrong. And I apologize publicly for that one right there. Go ahead. We don't need to go off on it, but I need
Dang,
to
we're
make that.
live.
I need
I
to say
was reading
that.
Isaiah 2. I was going to read Isaiah 2, the mountain of the Lord. This is what Isaiah, son of Amos, saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the last days. Now, see, this is in the last days. Now, see, this is the prophecy. Now, hold on. Before I even do this, this is New International Version. Is a version that you prefer?
I prefer a Hebrew translation, but we'll go with yours. I think.
No, this is just the one. No, I can read many, but New
Let's go with the
International
King
Version
James.
is easy for. In the last days, the mountain of the Lord's temple will be established as the highest of the mountains. It will be exalted above the hills, and all nations will stream to it. Many peoples will come and say, "Come, let us go to the mountain of the Lord, to the temple of the God of Jacob. He will teach us his ways, so that we may walk in his paths. The law will go out from Zion, the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. He will judge between the nations and will settle disputes for many peoples. They will beat their swords into their plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation will not take up sword against nation, nor will they train for war anymore. Come, descendants of Jacob, let us walk in the light of the Lord. The day of the Lord. Verse 6. You, Lord, have abandoned your people, the descendants of Jacob. They are full of superstitions from the east. They practice divination like the Philistines and embrace pagan customs. Their land is full of silver and gold. There is no end to their treasures. The land is full of
You pretty
horses.
much covered what my claim.
But
Just
now that's taken out of context. There is no end to their chariots. Their land is full of idols. Their land is full of idols. They bow down to the work of their hands, to what their fingers have made. So people will be brought low, and everyone humbled. Do not forgive them. Go into the rocks, hide in the ground from the fearful. What I'm saying is, you're taking it out of context, man. You're taking one verse.
If anyone can be accused of taking things out of context, it's Christians saying that Jesus fulfilled Hebrew Bible prophecy.
if you want more, if you want like a long list, I can provide them. And it's worked so much that no matter how much Christians torture Jews, they
I
wouldn't.
was really kind of hoping you'd give me a blanket, James. Instead of verse, just tell me the idea.
The idea is that when one man is alive, everything changes. Everything.
But
This is
he
in
was
one man's
alive.
one man's lifetime, and there are hundreds of verses about the Messianic era, more than there ever is about the man himself. That we're given more clues into what the world will be like when he's here. That's how the world will know.
That's the life after the life, man.
It's in one man's lifetime we elevate spiritually. That's what the Hebrew says.
Look at the fire that's spread.
I can get you a link if you would like that would give you their case.
I don't want your own fire in the spirit. See, you have no fire in the spirit. See, I'm very sad.
I have fire and spirit, my friend, just not for Jesus.
But then you shouldn't have to send me a link.
If you want to see why, if you want to see all the verses that of Messianic, or at least I'll give you a kitzer. I'll give you a little list of prophecies that show you
Why
that
did Jesus
did not fulfill the prophecy. I'm just saying the reason why he didn't fulfill the prophecy. That's all I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not asking because I disagree with you. I'm asking you because I want to understand.
Yeah, Jesus didn't fulfill all of it. In fact, I'm not sure if he fulfilled any of
What
it.
part did he not fulfill?
World peace.
World peace.
Yeah, no nation will no longer rise against nation.
Until the end.
Has nation stopped rising against nation? There's one big thing right there. That's one thing. One. Let alone all the Jews go home. All the Jews go, there's one house
Very
built
easy,
for all nations.
man. Very easy answer to that, bro. We're not nations of borders and man-made lines.
Nation will no longer rise against nation. There are 70 nations in the Bible. 70.
We are not.
We are rising against nation. We're still rising against each other. It's been
We
done.
won't stop. Even when the Messiah... Okay, if you didn't believe that Jesus was the Messiah...
They will no war, no
that
more.
wouldn't happen until the day of Armageddon.
Until the Messiah comes.
The
There's
second
only one Messiah. Show me the Old Testament. Show me in the Old Testament.
We agree, man. We agree. We agree.
I mean,
nations will rise. Wars and rumors of wars. These fake motherfucking wars. This faking. Look, I laughed when I saw ISIS was the threat. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. If you guys don't understand who ISIS is or anything about your false gods, you know what? Hey, here's. It's fucked up that we send people to go die for causes that are just merely for resource gain. Okay.
When the Messiah comes, there will be no war.
Any war.
Hey Ryan. Hey
Hold on,
Ryan.
dude. Any war in the name of a god is false. It ain't about a god.
Hey Ryan.
It's about greed.
Hey Ryan, I can prove that I'm the Messiah.
Good.
Prove it.
Give me something. Give me something to do.
No, you just said you could prove it. So.
Well, what do you want me to do? World peace?
No.
Yeah, world peace.
Jesus actually said he would be the divider among households and families, man. Peace will only come once he comes back.
All right, okay. I'll do world peace for all of you. I'll do that next
How do you
time.
feel about
I'll do the next time I'm
Let me
back.
ask you
Okay.
a question. What do you do for a living?
What do you mean you'll do it next time?
John, what do you do for a
Because
living?
I'm the Messiah. I'll do the next time. I'll come in my second coming.
You're
I'll do
a
it.
scoffer.
A big help you are now,
You
John.
gnash at teeth.
Thanks a lot.
You yearn. You yearn. You masturbate to pornography because you can't even have a woman. You don't know how to treat a woman. You don't know how to treat your fellow man. You don't know how to treat yourself.
Wow,
You
John.
scoffer.
I'm
Are you
sick.
getting this?
What
Are you
do
getting
you
this?
do for yourself?
We're hitting the high ratings on this hangout. for
Answer
sure.
my question, bro.
We must be in the fucking double digits by now.
Where are you, man?
I'm in fucking the closet masturbating because I can't get a woman. That's what I'm doing.
What do you do, man?
I'm a scoffer. I mock Christians.
Agreed.
Unless they're good people. I've seen you consort with Christians.
I tell you,
people
man.
know hide you.
I know. I'm so
Yeah.
bad.
You're intentionally. Oh wait, because you
He's
know
the
what?
mockery.
My tongue slows down when I drink. Big deal. Doesn't mean I insult you. I call you a scoffer because you are being a scoffer. You said, Brian,
The reason why I'm scoffing is because you're taking the Jewish faith and just smearing it with shit. So I mean, whatever. Yeah.
How am I spreading with shit? What do you do for a living?
What do I do for a living? This isn't Ryan. This isn't the Love Boat, and we're not going to make a connection.
Question. Every time I try to ask you guys questions, you never
That's a
answer
personal
them.
question. He doesn't have to answer
No, but,
publicly on
but
YouTube.
every time I am always able
Yeah,
to
but
answer.
you can't ask him that. That's a personal question. He's live. The world's broadcasting.
Okay,
If he doesn't
John,
want,
John.
he doesn't have to give that information,
John.
and I can understand that.
Well, then fine. What question can you answer? What's your faith?
Oh, his faith.
What's your faith, John?
What's my faith? That's a good question, actually.
Answer it.
Monotheism.
So one God.
Yes, one God.
Okay.
And he's one of those that when he says one God, like I'm the other guy. Like I'll say, "Oh, what God are you talking about?" He'll be like, "I don't know what God you're talking about." You know what I mean? When he says one God, we all know what God he's talking about.
He doesn't know anything. You don't know anything, man. You
said
can ask
that.
questions.
He said
you
that
can
an
try
hour
and
ago.
mock, but you can't even look when the waters are tested. If it gets hot, you sit there. You're lukewarm. You're like, I don't know. At least I'm hot. At least be cold.
It sounds just like Noah. You know, he's
No, you
still
sound like you're lukewarm. You don't know anything. You can't answer. What are you? Are you afraid of something?
What did you say, John? I don't know shit. Or no, that was Reuven said I don't know shit. You said I know nothing.
All right, what do you want to know about me, Ryan? Since you want to get all that going on.
He's handsome. He's single. He's a great catch.
Yeah.
You want to take me out on a date, Ryan? Is that all right?
I'd like you to answer a question. I thought you were a kind guy.
He said monotheist.
Okay, so that's it. Your faith is in one God. And you can just do whatever the fuck you want to.
No.
You have no moral code. You have no...
No, we have a code. It's called the Noahide Code. We both actually...
Speak for him. Don't speak for him.
No, I can, but go ahead, John.
You can't speak for him. He can't speak for himself.
There are 7 universal commandments for all of man.
What are they?
Belief in one God, prohibition against blaspheming the God's holy name, murder, theft, animal abuse, and to have courts of justice.
And illicit sexual behavior.
Oh, that's right. Illicit sexual immorality.
Oh,
So that's 5.
That's 7.
That's 7.
Okay, then you're 6.
Here it is. Let me give it to you. Idolatry, blasphemy, murder.
No, I wanted John to because he questions me so. My point is this: I'm gonna pick on you anymore, John.
Gave you 7. I was helping him out. He told you. I'm just reiterating because this is what we study together. There are 7 laws. We keep them as best we can.
John, why didn't Jesus fulfill the prophecy? John.
As far as I know, the sages, blessed be their memories, say otherwise. So I go with what they go with.
Face value. I
don't get into the meeting. Well, hold on. You want me to answer? I gotta let me talk, man.
You did.
As far as I know, Jesus Christ did not fulfill any of the messianic prophecies.
According to you.
According to the Torah.
According to me, the New Testament is a bunch of hogwash.
Why?
Because some guy was riding on a donkey, fell off, hit his head on a rock, and then we got half the Bible, New Testament of that. I'm sorry, no thanks.
Good answer, man. Good answer.
Here we go.
You know the story of the 3 little pigs?
Here you go.
You know the story of the 3 little pigs?
Here you go. Are you a Bible guy? You like reading your Bible?
Yeah.
Here you go. I just found a nice little package here. This is not by any means definitive, but it's one I can give on a moment's notice. Here are a list of prophecies Messiah does that Jesus did not, and it's pretty concise, man. It's not that Jesus can't direct you to God. It's not that Jesus can't teach you to be good people.
Out of context.
No,
that's what Christians did.
Jews. This is their Bible you're talking about, and this is why the Jews.
I'm talking about you're picking and choosing verses.
You have to pick and choose because the Messiah is spoken about.
Not. No.
Ryan, the evangelists pick and chose what prophecies he.
Yeah.
Yes, they did. Read the Gospels.
James, listen to me, man.
I have a problem with Christianity more so than the messianic prophecies. Like for instance, I don't.
Bad examples of Christianity, I bet.
I don't like Christianity for the fact that you say that there's a Trinity, that God is, the Son of God, Jesus is the Son of God, and God.
That should be the topic of discussion. How about this? Why don't you ask me any question? I want to know what your problems are with Christianity, because I will tell you this: everything that you have a problem with Christianity. Or Christianity, first of all, Jesus never said, be a Christian, okay? Never said that, okay? Now, taking things out of context is foolish, James, no matter how you slice and dice it, okay? I could take apart verses. I could take parts of the verses of the Old Testament. Listen, I could tell you that the waters were divided from the waters and that the Spirit of God hovered over the deep. And he separated the waters from the waters. And then he called it day and night.
Actually, he called it the waters above the heavens.
That's the second or third verse, okay? The waters from the waters, he created the firmament, which is your atmosphere.
And I feel
which is
guilty about smoking.
The lie that you can penetrate the atmosphere is a lie. You cannot leave the atmosphere. You watch a rocket. You watch a rocket go. Always goes like that. But John, I can answer you any question. I bet you. I know this. Any problem that you have with the idea of why you shouldn't believe in Christianity is false. Because it's a fucking lie. Fucking people putting up bad examples. People that don't know what it means to really live the way you should live. To give someone something for no reason. Man, there's nothing. So let me, please.
Ryan.
Speak from your heart, man. Speak from your heart.
Ryan, no offense, but whether Christianity is true or not, it's not for me. Because I already got my faith. And I already got my theology, if you want to call it, and that's Torah, and that's
I
for
know.
me.
You stand in a house of sand because you don't even know what you actually believe in.
There's nothing that Christianity offers me that I do not find in the 5 books of Moses or the Torah alone. Nothing. Christianity offers me nothing that I don't already get.
James, why don't you believe in Christianity?
Keeping the Torah. There's
Why don't
nothing
you
you can offer me.
Right, my Lord and Savior is God Almighty. I don't need Jesus Christ.
Welcome, Kevin.
Well, the Torah actually says that you should have a Lord and Savior, and that God isn't your Lord and Savior.
No, God is my Lord and Savior.
No. Not what he
Where
says.
does it say that God is not your Lord and Savior in the Torah?
Where
It
does
says that
Jesus
there will
say-
be a Messiah to fulfill the prophecy.
Where does Jesus say that God is not? Who did Jesus say to pray to, right? So Jesus said your Savior is God.
Yeah.
Jesus said God is the Father.
And that's who you pray to. Just like us. Just like you and me, we pray to one God.
But we
Jesus
believe
might have thought he was Messiah, and he might have tried.
I believe that there is salvation through Jesus' sacrifice. I believe that he was beaten and he was docile. I think there's beauty in
Well,
that.
that's not kosher, dude. Sacrificing people is not kosher.
Yeah,
That's bad news bears, man.
I agree. That's
Kevin, the topic of tonight is Jesus is
evil thing for someone to. It's an evil thing for someone to sacrifice the person.
Yes.
That's
Kevin,
why
we
we
were
don't do
originally discussing anything but religion and politics.
Can we please get off of it?
But of course, it
Can we
always
please
ends
get
up
off
in
of
one of
it?
those two things, huh?
The most fun. And we need women in here to talk about sex.
You
Let's
know
get
what's
some
beautiful? Jesus saves the prostitute.
Yeah, but Jesus ended up getting nailed to a piece of fucking wood, and cursed be who gets nailed to
And he
wood.
did nothing wrong. And he did nothing wrong.
Right, but the Torah tells us those who are nailed to a tree are cursed. So guess what? Oops, Jesus is cursed.
I'm really confused about that one.
It's not that we don't believe in Jesus. We just don't take his divinity. I don't
Blasphemy? John, you speak blasphemy.
Any
because
more
you do
than
not know what you're talking about.
Blasphemy would be if I accept Jesus. That would be blasphemy.
Blasphemy is against God.
Why would I when Jesus said to pray to our Father, how am I not supposed to be an equal with Jesus then?
Say that again.
If Jesus said to pray to our Father, those were the only prayer that
Who art
man
in
ever
heaven,
gave.
hallowed be thy
Starts
name,
out our Father. Not this, not me, not you. He said our Father. So how are we not on equal grounds with God?
We are. Jews are the prized. God loves Jews like the best. Abraham, respect, right? Abraham.
Yeah,
Hey,
Abraham was awesome. He smashed the fake idols. Yeah.
Why was Abraham awesome, John?
Because he's an idol smashing.
Yeah, he was an idol smasher. That's why he's awesome. If Abraham was alive today, he'd be smashing all those crosses and those Jesus statues, man.
Hey, guess what?
Woo!
Guess what?
Break them down.
Guess what, Abraham?
Don't worry.
No. Let me
When the
answer.
Messiah comes, he
No,
will be
let me answer.
smashing all that.
Abraham is alive today.
I want to help.
God said his offspring will flourish, and you will be the seed. If we are from Abraham, man, absolutely. Why do you think it's such bullshit that they fucking killed Abraham Lincoln?
What?
Yeah, man, they fucking fuck with your head more than you even realize it.
I want to know how you make some of these leaps in your thinking there.
It's called conditioning.
Anyway, back to reality. Doug, what's up with you, man?
Dude,
Not that much.
God,
Gotta
you
go
really
back to work day after tomorrow. Not looking forward to that.
Reuven.
Actually, I am. I got a bunch of new podcasts to listen to. I take it back.
I like what Reuven posted. That's actually
Yeah, because Indians
Sorry, go
actually
ahead,
have a
James. What
very
were you gonna
difficult time saying these. Abraham. See, I know where he's going with that. Abraham. Yeah.
Reuven, I'll read it out loud for the Hangout. Reuven says, I wonder if one of those idols Abraham smashed was a cross. That's, is there anything in Torah that says anything about that, Reuven?
It's been around a while. Crosses have. I mean, it was there. It was a holy symbol before Christianity in the
Nope,
Roman.
it was a different cross. It was the Knights of Templar cross.
Maybe it wasn't a cross. Maybe a crucifix.
See? Oh, and then let's twist it.
You know,
Oh.
when you stick a dead man on a stick and bow to him.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd smash it.
Yeah.
You know it's kind of funny that Christians always claim that Jews eat Christian babies, but here the Christians are eating Jews every day. You know, every Sunday.
I've never heard that, man. Well, you know what? Look. You know what?
You know, I actually got a rosary.
You don't have any John, you don't know what you're talking about, man. It's not
He said that
fair.
already. He said that already.
Jews, wait, Christians think Jews. Say it again, John.
Yeah,
I
there
just
are
wanna hear it
rumors.
again.
It's been
John,
around.
no, John, say it again. Say that you think.
It's called blood libel, I think. Isn't that the term of it, idol smasher?
I don't think so. There was part of the anti-Jewish propaganda that started in the Spanish Inquisition, but there are actually some backwoods people out there who really, they really honestly
Some
believe
evil
that
people.
Jews
Evil
offer.
people.
Well, they're on YouTube.
Evil.
If that says anything, they're either spreading
evil.
bullshit or they really believe it. Either way, the rumor was that Jews use Christian babies for the Passover sacrifice every year. So if your children go missing, the Jews are probably the ones who did it.
Evil.
That's really that people really believe.
Not only that, but the Jews will actually consume the soul of the child as well and actually gain powers from it.
Evil. 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 There's no point in that, guys. Look, this is why I don't have a discussion. Because, John, you don't know what you're talking about. James, you do. You don't accept Christ, and that's fine. I'm not here.
Actually,
I'm not here.
no, I do accept the anointed one, just not the one that you're pushing on me.
I don't want to speak ill of the man because I don't know him and he's dead.
John, you are such a scoffer.
A little bit. He's
Yeah,
Yankee.
that's what. Well, that's true. I am a Yankee, but the Christ means anointed. There are people in the Bible that are anointed, and I do accept them.
Do you know what it means to anoint your hair or your feet?
Tell me, Ryan.
I anoint my wife's feet.
It is a practice. It is a symbol of love and oil, because back in the day we didn't have deodorant, so it was a kindness, loving gesture. So again, just stop, man. You might as well talk about your favorite Xbox game or your favorite whatever, man.
That was actually what this hangout was supposed to be about, wasn't it?
Yeah, that refutes every doctrine of Christianity. Get the verse. Go ahead, Reuven.
Christianity or Torah does.
Just
There's a
read.
reason why Jews won't convert, and they still won't convert. To this day, they don't convert. Once in a while, you get some. that are a
Yeah, and you
little
wonder
nuts.
why you had to be banished into slavery. You're stubborn and
Banished
love.
out of slavery. God removed
Love.
them from Egypt.
You were in slavery before you got banished out.
Yeah,
Just
God
Ryan.
said they had to go through that. This descendants
And
of
Noah.
descended into Israel, and God freed them in the end.
Ryan, just read. You always say you get mad at people taking stuff out of context. Well, just read Isaiah 53, the prophecy that Jesus supposedly perfectly fulfilled. Just read the whole thing. Don't just read the parts that are quoted in the Gospels. Read the whole thing, and tell me if you think that
The
sounds like
whole
Jesus.
verse? The whole verse?
The whole
The
prophecy
whole
in
chapter,
Isaiah
the whole
53.
chapter, 53, the whole chapter. It's not talking about Jesus. It's talking about something else. Just read the whole chapter, not
Yeah.
what they pull out.
Look, this is not the platform. All right, so I'm in Isaiah 1 or 2.
53.
Isaiah 53. That's one of the main prophecies that Jesus supposedly fulfills.
I've got a 3-part lecture from a rabbi in Canada who takes it. It was like watching Moses' snake eat the other 2. It was like Torah it was like that putty, that magnetic smart putty that you get to just choose up a nail. It was like watching the Christian claim on that one verse just dissolve, and it was all from Isaiah. It just dissolved and it didn't just dissolve the one claim on that. It dissolved the entire doctrine of Christianity all within Isaiah, and he started with the verse that the Christians claim. The Jews have got this shit down, man. If I were you, I'd listen to them.
I'm going to start with Isaiah 52.
Okay, yeah. What does it say?
Go ahead and read it, and come back when you're done.
Clothe
and
yourself
tell me
with
if it sounds like
strength.
Jesus.
Put on your garments of splendor, Jerusalem. The
I
holy
want to talk
city.
about Xbox.
Yeah, exactly. This is foolish, guys. Look, shake off your clothes. Get on your feet.
No, read it. You don't have to read it to us. I read it all the time.
Yeah, I'm not saying read it out loud right now. I'm just saying go ahead and read it.
Oh, wait, you're assuming I haven't read it. I thought I was reading it for your edification.
I'm saying go back and read it.
Reread it.
And read the whole part of that prophecy.
53.
All of it,
just go 53 alone, and you will know it's not Jesus. Don't even try going to 52, 51. Go to 53, read the whole thing. You'll know it's not talking about Jesus.
Because the story...
Or
you could read 52 if you want. I mean, but 53 is where the supposed parallels with the crucifixion story start. But you can read 52, and then you'll see that it's even more not like Jesus. Like it says that a lot of the people were appalled at his appearance and that he was disfigured worse than any other human being on earth. Does that sound like Jesus?
Yeah, beating his shove.
Just like he was disfigured more than any other person on earth. Like he was the ugliest person ever to live.
You can't give any more lashings to. You can't even give more lashings to a slave. Yeah, I'd say that's disfigured on your back.
Okay, and what about so will many nations be amazed at him, and kings will shut their mouths because of him? Where does that happen?
At the arrival.
The powers and principalities are the ones that actually put him up on the
powers
cross.
of principalities is such a. The powers of principalities.
And principalities. That's one of the parts of the prophecy.
Okay. When does that happen?
No, I'm saying when does it happen that all the nations will be amazed at him and kings will shut their mouths because of him?
Wait.
That's what
Armageddon.
the true Messiah. That's what the true Messiah would happen. But
After
instead,
Armageddon.
the kings nailed him up on the cross.
After Armageddon.
Oh, so part of the prophecy is referring to his passion, and the other part is referring to his second coming?
No. Next question.
Anyway, just read the whole thing and see what you think.
No, fine.
On any time you have free time, just go ahead and read the whole thing and keep in mind Jesus' story, and then read the whole prophecy.
Doug, why don't you believe in Jesus?
I don't accept the Gospels as historically accurate.
So you don't accept the New Testament?
I accept it, but I don't think it's historical, most of it. I think some of it's historical. I accept that it exists and that it's, what do you mean by accept it? I don't accept that it's true, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, why don't you accept that Jesus is the Messiah?
Because for one thing, he didn't fulfill the actual prophecies that actually dealt with the Messiah.
What is your
The Messiah would. The
what is the
Messiah.
prophecy that he didn't fulfill?
Well, for one thing, he was supposed to be a descendant of the line of David, and if you look in Luke and Matthew, he has two separate genealogies that conflict with each other. And not only do they conflict with each other, but one of them even actually directly contradicts some of the genealogies from the Hebrew Bible. And he also didn't. The Messiah would be a conquering king.
Can
He
it
would
be
come
from
and
David?
he would
You
come
said
and
David
restore
would
the
make a
kingdom of
point.
Israel and thwart all its enemies
Okay. Okay.
and set up
Hold
God's
on.
kingdom on earth.
So Jesus is not a descendant of David.
No, and he also wasn't born in Bethlehem. I think he was born in Nazareth.
Did he have to be?
Yeah, because the Messiah is supposed to be born in Bethlehem,
Okay.
which is why the Gospels have him being born there. But I actually think he was actually from Nazareth, hence Jesus of Nazareth.
Yeah, I know. So
I think
you're
they just
saying-
put him in. I think they wrote the story of him being born in Bethlehem because they needed him to fulfill messianic prophecy. So they invented that story of him being
What is a
born.
messianic prophecy?
The prophecy that Jesus supposedly fulfilled. Jesus was supposed to be the Messiah, right?
Why didn't he fulfill it?
I just gave you two reasons.
Okay, because you think he wasn't of the bloodline, which you said was conflicting evidence.
Right. He's
Simple.
clearly was not of the line of David.
Reuven,
Okay, so he wasn't from the line of David, and then the other one was that he
did not restore the nation of Israel. He did not conquer all of Israel's enemies.
yet. He's not supposed to yet.
The Messiah, the Messiah is supposed
He
to.
will. He will. Let me tell you
will.
something.
Jesus didn't.
Netanyahu.
Who?
The idea of your Israel state right now is not Israel, man. That is not Israel. That is false Israel.
Well, that's fine, but the Messiah is supposed to restore Israel.
He will.
Yeah, I'm saying that's right, but Jesus did not, so therefore he can't be the Messiah.
Yes.
Jesus is dead. He's not. He's gone.
He's risen.
But we do have his family, and we do have the Torah.
Hold on. Do you believe that Jesus rose from the grave?
No.
No.
Okay, so there is your short and sweet answer. What you should have said, save yourself and me a lot of time. You don't believe Jesus rose from the dead.
No,
How about
So-
that? How about that? You could just kept it short and sweet instead of trying to be like, you don't think
Well,
Jesus
you
rose
asked
from the
me
dead.
to tell you what prophecies he didn't fulfill.
know,
I told you.
But you don't, at the end of the day, you don't believe Jesus rose from the dead. Because that would fulfill. Look, he's gonna fulfill. He's gonna restore the nation of Israel. He's going to. And
Well,
it's foolish.
if he does, if he comes
Look,
back and he
it's
does all these
foolish.
things,
Wait,
I will.
hold on. Do you
I
think
will
that
admit
Israel
that
is
I'm
the
wrong.
man-made construct of the border of the country right now that exists? Do you think that is Israel?
Well, I mean, it's not the biblical conception of Israel
Okay,
necessarily.
so it's not the biblical Israel.
The current political borders of the nation of Israel.
Israel. Is that really Israel? Biblically. Torah, New Testament, whatever. Is that really Israel?
The state that we have now
Yeah, is that Israel?
resides on some of the land, but the land is
Right.
much bigger, defined. It's defined in the Torah. In fact, that was last week's Parsha. He lays it out. Or no, maybe it was 2 weeks ago. He lays it out. Anyway, Deuteronomy. He lays it out. He spells out exactly where the border is. And King David even purchased land. So
What you think about Syria,
there
guys?
is a land of Israel, but the state of Israel is a new thing, and it's just the beginning of retaking that land. But Originally, yeah, the land, the state does reside on the land, but the land is not constricted to the state. The government of the state
Syria
does
and
not speak for
Iraq.
the land.
Syria and Iraq.
No, borders Iraq. The state of Israel would border Iraq, I think. No, it's a part of
What
Iraq.
about Syria?
Shoot, I gotta look that up.
No, James, it would be about 2/3 of Iraq.
Okay.
Thank you, John. I'm really sorry, man.
John
Oh,
knows
John, I
that.
gotta say, I was aggressive towards you, but you deserved it. No, you didn't deserve it. But I don't like when people. I'm sorry.
Welcome, ye mantra.
The point
Anyway.
is, Ryan, if you want, if you expect
Okay,
people
hold
to
on.
believe
So
in
the state of
Jesus,
Israel
Click
with
on
the
Reuven's
blue
link.
flag and the 6-pointed star of
Beautiful,
David.
Reuven. Baruch Hashem. Click on Reuven's link. That's the land. That belongs to the children of Israel.
Wicca.
I don't
Wicca,
see a link.
Wicca
Where did you
is
post that?
Click on
Wicca.
Reuven's. Click on Reuven's.
Wicca
Oh, okay.
is white magic.
Holy shit, that's a big country.
That's the land. That's what King David bought, and God said, that's what it will become in the end. And
Look.
some say it's going to one day border. I hear Reuven was saying something about
The
the river of the Nile.
144,000. What do you guys know about that? What do you think about that? The
Down
144,000.
corner, join the video call. Hello, down corner. I don't know what else to call you.
Oh yeah, look. Hey guys, can we just stop talking about it?
That's fine.
Sure.
If you want to, we can.
Let's just stop.
Not a problem.
Good old religion arguments.
Oh,
Oh,
robot voice.
Kevin, y'all is honest to goodness pagan. We don't meet too many of them.
Kevin, do you carve your idols out of tree stumps
Or gold.
and make a fire with the other half?
Speak, my friend. Speak loud, speak proud. Say it loud, say
Yeah,
it
sure.
clear.
Hop in.
We can listen as well as we hear.
Testing.
We can
There
hear
he
you.
is.
Okay. It's a recording mic, so it better work.
What kind is it, by the way?
I really recommend it. They're not that expensive. It's called a CAD U1 dynamic recording microphone. You can get them on Amazon for like $20. They're not that expensive. It's
Cool.
great when you want to record yourself on YouTube or you do any music stuff. It's not top of the line, but it's good.
Told you you shouldn't do that.
Who's a pagan?
James, you hear me? Told you. Don't do these things.
I can't even understand that robot voice.
Yeah, it's a little tricky. So to answer your question about the idols, I actually get them in stone or plaster. I have some places that I buy them. Reproductions of older Greek or Roman statues. We can only take what we have left.
I was mainly teasing you because that's one of the stories in the Torah that
But you're
makes,
full
makes
of
fun of
you don't
idol
know what
worship.
pagan-
Well,
sorry.
you see, it's a part of my personality when somebody's making a clear joke to make them feel like shit by actually taking it seriously.
I think
Mission
Me too,
accomplished.
Yeah, I call it sadistic sarcasm.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, you're
I
good.
know the pagans greet their brothers as another brother. Hey.
the funny thing about pagans is it's just a word that represents someone who doesn't believe in basically Christianity.
I don't like the term pagan.
Pagan could be anything.
I just think of it as an umbrella term.
It is.
Yeah, exactly. So what do you believe then? If you're gonna, you've been defined as a pagan, and now, unfortunately,
Yeah.
It's in the
how about this?
description.
How about this? Who cares what Kevin thinks? Okay.
I do. I
About
like
his
Kevin. Why not?
ritualistic belief or
Why
whatever.
not? I'm interested. I've never met anybody. I've never met.
You never met
aside
a
from the
self-proclaimed
aside
pagan?
from the Hindu, I've never met an honest to goodness. I've certainly never met a Greco. Greek. I don't know. I don't want to use a word.
James, I'm gonna let you know.
Hellenic polytheist.
There we go. I've
There you
never
go.
met the man.
That's the
I'm
proper term.
very interested in what this man has to say. I think it's cool. That maybe I just think that people are cool. I don't know. So,
I agree. People are awesome. So go for it.
I can give you a brief overview, and I've actually been working on some materials to do that a little more effectively because I'm actually going to be doing some study group stuff to teach a lot of beginners some of this stuff. I'm no expert. I don't have any degrees or anything, but I've done this for about 10 years or so. I have a lot of materials that I've studied.
no degree? Well, then that's it.
Oh,
Yeah, it's all over now. I'm going to jump on shit now.
Mute him.
Yeah, fuck this shit.
We're kidding. Keep going.
I wasn't going to interrupt. I was just excited. I'm going to mute myself.
I mean, with the internet, we have a lot more autodidacts in the world. A lot more people who are self-studied, and I think it's important.
Definitely.
People shouldn't be scared away from knowledge just because they don't have a piece of paper. Though that piece of paper can be very useful. But with Hellenism, it's pretty stably defined as classical period Greek religion, from the fall of the last Athenian tyrant in about 510 BC to about the death of Alexander at about 323. So the classical period is usually from the 4th to 5th.
Using days, what calendar are you using?
What's up?
You said 323 BC. What calendar is that?
Using what we have as our standard calendar.
The Gregorian calendar.
The Gregorian calendar. The dates they're approximate, obviously. When you go that far back, it's the same with biblical history and such to that effect.
We seem to give them importance because accurate. You're like 323, so I thought that was relevant.
Yeah, no, it is. It's just that is the accepted date. It's the accepted date of the death of Alexander. I mean, it's just I'm just using specific dates. That's usually how it's easier for people to understand what the classical period means, because the Athenian tyrants was from a much earlier period, and the golden age of Greece was basically from 500 to about 350. Yeah, pretty much.
Helios, right?
As a pagan, do you understand that like the Greek mythologies were mythologies?
That's an interesting question, because in ancient Greece, myths were viewed as something you would study your whole life, and you would be able to understand on various different levels. And how do I put this? They saw them as stories. They never if you ask them just straight up, they would not say this is the absolute truth of these deities. That Zeus is literally the husband of Hera, literally the father of 50 different deities, and not even including his grandchildren. I mean, there are different myths, and a lot of the ones that we know are the ones that are survived. The most obvious example is Hesiod's Theogony. That's the largest one and the most consistent one that we have on record. But there was also mystery traditions. There was early Mycenaean and Minoan and Orphic tradition. I mean, there's a lot. There's also Hellenistic tradition, which was much later. That's more towards the Roman period, and then you end up getting more magical traditions, things like Hermeticism. You also have Greco-Egyptian syncretism. There's a lot of really complicated shit that happened from about 300 to about 100 AD. 300 BC to about 100 AD. It's a very, very strange time. So that's why I tend to have a very unique view of axial age traditions like Christianity and Buddhism, which, by the way, interacted with ancient Greece. There's a Greco-Buddhist period. That's why a lot of the statues in India seem very similar to classical Greek.
Well, I know one thing. Yeah. Oh, go on. Like I said at the same time. I'm not going to forget it.
Well, if you had something you need to say.
Now, I was about to say that a lot of the Greeks, because the Romans clearly got their pantheons and stuff from the Greeks. But if you look back even further, the Greeks got a lot of their stuff from the Egyptians.
Oh, yeah. Hesiod is actually quoted several times as saying that a lot of what he got his inspiration from. Understand, myths were often written by poets. He got his inspiration largely from the Egyptians and from the Babylonians.
Yeah, it's funny because that word pagan, once again, like it's just a broad term. Norse mythology can be seen as paganism to a lot of people. It's just
totally.
But a lot of Asatuar and heathens prefer to call themselves heathen or Asatuar. They don't like the term pagan because of all these heavy associations in the modern world.
Yeah, what I'm saying, like pagan is literally a word that was created around when Christianity started to get so popular. It just
Yeah,
explained
just
anything
means
that wasn't
country.
Christian.
It means country bumpkin, basically, in Latin. That's
Yeah,
effectively what it means.
It's got a clear, like, pejorative sense to it.
But pagans could have also been people practicing folk Christianity. There's a form of there's a lot of books on this. Coptic Christians, a lot of them they had folk traditions that were scorned by the church. A lot of people living out on the fringes when Christianity was first forming were ostracized. It's a part of the reason why we have standardization of biblical texts, why the Gnostics were cast out, why a lot of Christian churches were built off of Mithraic orders and things to this effect in the same buildings of this mystery cult or this mystery cult. So there's a lot of politics that really goes into the formation of religion.
Yeah, there's a lot of books that were taken out of the New Testament by the church.
It's also important to mention that our concept of religion, obviously coming from the Latin religio, even that word itself doesn't mean what religion means. Religion is a very modern concept. Most ancient traditions were just that. They were ethnic traditions that were practiced by a group of people who spoke a certain language.
Yeah,
it wasn't necessarily race, and it wasn't necessarily nation.
It's funny where people say religion, because the word now religion, if you look at the definition of religion and a cult, they're basically the same definitions. Like literally.
Well, there's a reason for that.
They're generally the same thing. It's a system of beliefs, and they have the followers or the people who believe in it, and they do certain rituals. Even Christianity, they don't think it's a ritual, but going to church every Sunday and celebrating Easter, right on the T every year, that's a ritual.
Well, a lot of modern religions, both the Abrahamic style traditions and the Eastern traditions, as they are really edifications of cults, specific forms of worship with specific doctrine. Older traditions were orthopraxic, meaning that they focus on what you did and how you performed ritual, whereas modern axial age-based traditions focus on what you believe as the source of your identification with that tradition. Hence why religion is such this locked down thing. It's like a ball and chain for a lot of people.
Yeah, because a lot of Christians, I'm using them because they're so segregated. They got so many different forms of Christianity.
Over 1,000 different denominations of Christianity.
Yeah, they don't even know what they believe in. They can't even agree upon their own religion, let alone other religions outside.
And they fight over things that aren't even essential doctrine. Really like pitiful kind of shit sometimes.
Could you define what axial is in the context of religion? Does it just mean like the knowledge or?
I'm using axial age to describe the period from about 100 BC to 100 AD.
Oh, basically. Axial age. Okay.
Axial age, as in literally 0 AD.
Okay, I thought you were using it as like an adjective to describe.
Everything from the late Hellenistic to about the Dark Ages in most parts of the world have that general theme. A lot of early Christianity, Hellenistic Judaism, Buddhism, Hinduism, modern Jainism, modern Sikhism, Islam, which came much later. But a lot of the things that started those traditions came out of that very, very tumultuous period of history.
Yeah.
The rapture is before I want to talk on the rapture in a few, but the calendar that we use right now, the Gregorian calendar, was actually used to manipulate history. That's why you have the BC and then the AD.
Well, have you ever wondered why the day ends at midnight?
Well, the midnight, I don't know. I know in the Egyptian timeline,
that's Catholic Church.
They used to have like 12 hours a day, 12 hours a night. But yeah, the Catholic Church, they control. Basically, we have this calendar because of the Catholic Church. But during the AD BC period, where it kind of goes reverse, then it goes forward, if you will. That's when they started to insert a lot of histories that weren't there, like basically changing the dates so they can confuse people. So stuff you think is probably younger than it is a lot older, vice versa.
Yes, but I do think it's important to mention, I by no means am just saying, Christianity, Abrahamic traditions, they're all to blame for all this, because a lot of it is human nature.
Yeah,
People have things and you take it. If you study really ancient anthropology, you know what started wars? people started storing food. They started growing their own crops and storing food, and they found out that other tribes had shit that they wanted, so they took it with force. And that's what people do through religion. They find a new resource that they want to exploit, so they abuse their essential traditional doctrines to get that. People have been doing that for centuries. I mean, how many pharaohs and kings thought that they were descended directly from gods? It's no different than the way that the church acts. So
yeah, that's the Pope thing right now. The Pope is actually, in the Pope term, supposed to be the person who stands in until Christ returns.
He's Christ's vicar.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's creepy right there, if you ask me.
It is, but we've been doing this for centuries. It's the same old story. That's all I'm saying. It's important to have a little perspective, that it's not just one tradition necessarily. I mean, there's some horrible things that have been done in the name of Christianity, but a lot of my friends are Christian. They're very respectful of me and my practice, so I don't just openly attack. But it is obviously important to tell the facts as they are, and you're right. A lot of the histories were changed, omitted, or even added to support what they were trying to do throughout the world. So.
Oh yeah, and John typed in rapture. I don't know if you wanted to talk about it, but the idea of the rapture is fake. It's like it's not even in the Bible. Some guy named Cotton Mather actually made that idea up.
He was just saying that Ryan got raptured when he got kicked out of the Hangout.
Well, my opinion of Revelations as a whole, in context of Christianity being an early mystery cult in the same terms as Hermeticism or Gnosticism or Neoplatonism, is that they were terming their revelations in the same way a mystery cult would in terms of themselves. So I think the Revelations was actually referring to Rome.
Totally.
That's exactly what I said yesterday.
Yeah.
Literally, it was a political message encoded into the New Testament.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I try to tell people, because they have proof behind that. They were like basically looking at the times and finding the certain emperors.
The burning of Rome and Nero and all this kind of stuff that was going on at the time. It's totally that.
Like 666 actually refers to Nero, because we have some manuscripts where it's 616, and that also adds up to the other form of his name. I think it's the Latin form of one's the Greek form of his name. The letters add up to 666, and the Latin form of his name and adds up to 616.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds more like an area code than
Neron Kaiser. Nero.
The 666 thing is quite funny, because a lot of people nowadays confuse it with the beast, and they confuse the beast with Satan.
It's the sun.
They confuse
solar.
Satan with Lucifer, which is all three different things. In fact, Lucifer, I keep telling people this, they don't believe me because they don't look it up, but Lucifer does not exist in the Bible as an angel. No. There's no angel called Lucifer.
And I can explain to you what Lucifer is.
It's the word for light. It's a Latin word for light.
I can explain it to you in a minute. Lucifer is the Latin, which comes from Hesphoros and Eosphoros, which were twin deities of the morning star. Yeah. They have these in Slavic mythology. They have them in Norse mythology. There's many, 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 many versions of it. But
the most was called Lucifer, wasn't it?
Yes, and the most important thing about that is if you go to early Canaanite mythology, because there's Astarte and then there's Atar, and that's the male version. Atar was basically a deity who tried to take the throne when Baal was killed and had to be reborn. So he tried to take the throne, and it was impotent. He was too young and not able to rule. So that is what I think of when I think of Satanists. When I think of Lucifer, I think of people who are worshiping an adolescent god who's mischievous, who's a storm god, but really isn't all that capable.
If you go to the Phoenician Canaanite pantheon, it's funny because I forget the name of the god, but he married some. His courser was some lady, a goddess. Her name started with an A. You know what it is? I can't remember her name either.
Okay. You have Baal. Baal, which is the main dude. He's like the main warrior. He's kind of like Thor in the
I know who he is. But
El and Asherah. That's someone. Asherah was his wife.
One of them. Yeah, that's probably it. But they had 70 children. It's quite funny because they were all gods. And if you really do the math, you have them two who are the parents, and then you have 70. Offspring from them, and that's 72. And if you think about the 72 names of God, I think that's where that comes from. Because El It's literally in the Bible.
Yeah. Well, it all is.
Canaanite.
Well, at this point, it's really semantic because it's like you talk to people who are Hindus and they swear up and down that they're monotheists, but they have over 300 different deities. They're quoted as saying such.
Oh, same thing with all these other religions. They're not monotheistic.
I think that the distinction is kind of silly. Unless you literally believe there is only one spirit, there's only one spiritual being, you can't call yourself a monotheist. As soon as you include angels and ghosts and demons and everything else, you're effectively a plural theist. You believe that there are other spirits that are not human.
Yeah, but I think they just believe in one God. But even still, Christianity has more than one God anyway.
But they should just call it henotheism. It's not monotheism. It doesn't. It's there's a supreme deity, but there's 9 orders of angels. I mean, tell me those aren't gods. Those are god forms.
The funny thing about angels is that angels have free will just like humans.
Sure.
In the fact that they can do evil or good. And I keep telling people this too.
That's nowhere in the Hebrew Bible. That is nowhere in the Hebrew at all. There's no such thing as an angel that has free will. There's no such thing as a rebelling angel.
Dude, how do you expect when you said the Hebrew Bible? They don't have the New Testament. You're right.
Yeah, they don't. There's none of that war in heaven. I just want to make that clear. We say angel, where it's basing it on a Hebrew tradition. Well, the Hebrew doesn't believe they have free will.
That's true. For the Hebrew Bible, that is true. But for the Christian Bible, there's so many Bibles. The Christian Bible is way different. They do have free will in the Christian Bible because they literally retaliated against God. So.
And then with John Kay, welcome to the room.
That's the problem. So many religions.
That's the thing. They're all different.
Doesn't henotheism allow you to worship multiple deities at the same time, though?
Yes, it does. Kenotheism only allows you to worship one at a time. That's more specific to Egyptian, where they believe that at any given point, one deity is supreme. It's kind of like a shift. It's a shift theism. Henotheism is basically like most traditions that have a godhead, where there's a supreme deity and then there's a breakdown of lesser deities and lesser hierarchies. So.
Right, but yeah, and you can and they're all to some extent worthy of worship, or some of them are, not just one, right?
Yes, the way that a lot of Abrahamic traditions get around that is they imply that angels and saints are not really worthy of worship.
Yeah. So
they kind of bypass the plural theistic. I've been using this word a lot lately because how do you want to define polytheism? that's another be a huge can of worms.
Isn't that just a pantheon of gods?
Just they're ontologically distinct from God.
Well, you have people who are polytheists who are ideological monists. You have people who are animistic who believe in literal separate beings. You have people who believe they're archetypes of a higher mind. I mean, there's just as many forms of polytheism as there are forms of monotheism, if not more. It gets really complicated.
That's where the saying "God created man, man didn't create." Man created religion comes from.
Yes.
He did create religion. There's like so many ideas that people just started to grasp and create.
But our concept of linear creation, in the way that a lot of Abrahamic traditions describe it, is kind of, it's divorced from a lot of the ancient views of the world. To use my tradition as an example, the gods are unbegotten, uncreated, eternal, incorporeal, and all these essential things. But the universe itself is uncreated. It's uncreated. It's always existed in some form.
Oh, okay.
So when it didn't exist in our linear finite mind, it was in chaos. Hence, in Hesiod's theogony, chaos is the first being that we can recollect as being a part of the universe.
Yeah.
But all the things that make up the gods have always existed. So the gods have always existed. Everything has always existed. Similar to Buddhist cosmology, how everything has always existed. Yeah. That's closer to how much a lot of older traditions saw the world. So this idea of something from nothing, just instant creation, is kind of, it doesn't reflect animistic belief. Animists kind of see the world as being alive, as always being alive, as always having substance and spirit.
I got a question for you, Kevin, if I may.
Sure.
And for us non-Jewish folk who do the Torah thing, there's a code of law that's given by Hashem.
The seven Noahide laws?
What exactly? Yes, sir. How is morality defined in your neck of the woods? How is the morality worked out? If I may make so bold.
The simplest explanation I can give to you for that, because there's different philosophies that have a lot of different competing ideas about that, but most ethics are defined by virtue, by the virtue of your actions and what you do. I have some stuff that I wrote down for my study group. Let me pull it up real quick.
Is it like 7 deadly sins kind of a thing, or
no, not like that. There's words. The best way to describe it is probably a lexicon that is kind of a part of. It's a part of Hellenism. There's some essential concepts, but a lot of the stuff that you have when it comes to just stuff written down, you get from the Delphic Maxims. There's 147 Delphic Maxims, and they're just guides. They're just general guidelines. But let me pull up my writing here real quick.
But your goal, say if I'm wrong, the goal is like maximal virtuousness in all your activities and actions and interactions with people, right?
Adata, excellence in all things. That is probably the most essential Hellenic virtue that I could even describe to you.
So there's not like a set code.
That's the thing, is they viewed certain things as being essential to that. Why am I having trouble finding this damn thing? I just wrote it like day before yesterday.
Take your time, man.
Sorry, I get a little when I'm
not a problem.
Set in a conversation. You know, with YouTube when you put in notes and they disappear and you can't find them.
Yep.
I'm having one of those. I had it on my other laptop, but I know it's there. I know I kept it.
I was just telling people about the Kabbalion, and how that there's like 2 different ones technically, because you have the one that was created by, or at least written due to the teachings of what people call Thoth.
Hermes Trismegistus, yeah.
Yeah, and then there's the other one, which is, was created more by the group Aleister Crowley was in.
Well, that was a modification. That was the one he created later. He recontextualized it.
I know. But what I'm saying is that a lot of people read it now. They always read the one Aleister Crowley had his hands on. That's what they don't understand. I was trying to warn people about that. That dude was straight up Satanist.
Satanist?
He was something.
He was just a weirdo hermeticist.
No, he was something evil too. He was more than that, because he would literally try to channel demons and evil dark spirits.
No, he was just a weirdo who read a bunch of pseudo Egyptian hermeticist.
You understand that when he was describing blood and guts and menstrual fluid and shit like that, that was code.
Nah, I don't think it was code.
No, it's fucking code. It's in the fucking Greek magical papyri. They did the same fucking thing 2,000 years ago.
Well, that's his biggest problem, coming from that type of mindset. I don't know, because it didn't need to be like that in other cultures. To put something in such dark forms of code.
They were allowed to write that. They weren't allowed to write the other stuff because of the prohibition. So he had to write basically violent shit. They were allowed to do that in Victorian England. He couldn't have written down the actual shit. It had to have been in a code that only other devotees or initiates would be able to understand.
Yeah, that's the secret society mentality. Well, I understand what people say. Well, you found it?
Yeah, I finally fucking found this shit. So this general section, obviously you have arete, which I describe as his excellence. You also have sophrosine, which is self-restraint. Nomos archaeos, the observance of ancient traditions, laws, and customs. Being well studied, understanding how a Hellenic cosmos works. That was something that children would be taught very early. Freedom, self-reliance, tolerance of other cultures, clear in your own meanings, awareness of self, knowing oneself, and being active in your community. And the participation in the democratic process was very important. Physical maintenance was a part of your arete. It was incredibly important to be in good health. and also ecological conscience was highly valued. These are coming from their translations, basically, of the 12 basic Hellenic principles. And they're all basically extensions of that same basic value of excellence, that everything that you would do in the world was an extension of that. A lot of people don't realize this, but a lot of the debates that, and that they would have would be while they were drunk. And you know why they did that? They did that so they could test themselves. If you can have a full-on philosophical debate while intoxicated, you should be able to handle yourself in any environment. It was a test of how well you could behave and how classy you were in public. That's where we get symposiums from and stuff to that effect. It's hilarious when you think of it, but our cultural context is completely different.
It's funny. Any like quote unquote commandments or rules of law, or whatever. It's just if it's a good, positive side religion or whatever you have it, it's just to keep you holy or divine as possible.
Yes. I also have a second part to answer Idol Smasher's question about essential virtue and value in the soul. If you're still listening.
I am here.
Well, they believe that the human soul, like that of gods and daemon spirits, is immortal because it knows the gods and is external to human affairs. As we grow old, our soul, with goodness, attains higher knowledge as it learns to properly use the body as an instrument. It's how the Greeks saw the soul inhabiting the body. It's where we get a lot of Western ideas of the soul. And through the understanding of that the mind is from the soul, not the body. If it's not maintained, if the body is not maintained, the soul will err. Does that make sense? So if you don't maintain your body, similar how a lot of Jews see their body as a temple, if you don't maintain it, then it will cause your soul to err. That's where a lot of their ideas of sin and things like that come from, is from imbalance and disharmony. They also believe that the soul takes two forms, the rational and the irrational. An irrational soul is motivated only by fight and desire, thymos and epithemia. But a rational soul is also, it has the reins of the chariot. You have logos, which is reason, also known as nous. So you have the tripartite soul that Plato describes, the reason inhabited in the mind, the thymos in the heart and the chest, and the epithemia in the groin. It's similar to how the Chinese have the dantians. They have the three energy centers. It's very, very similar to how the Greeks saw it. A lot of their medicine was motivated by these, kind of like how we have chakras. It's basically the same thing.
It's funny because I believe that the mind, the consciousness, if you will, and the soul are one and the same.
And the extension, as an extension of this, virtue is for your logos, courage is for your thymos, and temperance is for your desire. Those are the virtues that control those. And they believe that though evil spirits exist in the world, there are negative daemon, there are beasts, there are creatures that try to harm, that evil doesn't come from them, it comes from men. That when you are evil, when you're in disharmony and imbalance, you attract evil to yourself, which is called a miasma. So we get the spiritual miasma.
Miasma is usually like a pollutant.
Yeah, they use it in, as funny as it sounds, they use this in Japanese anime to describe Western concepts of Shinto concepts.
Yeah, I've seen that.
You want to know how Hellenic religion is? Watch Shinto people do shit. That's basically how Greeks did the shit. It was all about purity, about hagneia, which is maintaining ritual purity, also known as kathamos, which is ritual purity. So a lot of it was, bathing yourself before ritual, things like that.
I understand what they said, but I think there are, if you can attract evil, that must mean there's evil spirits in general, though, right? They come to you.
Oh, yeah, there is.
You saying it? I thought you were saying it like there's no evil. Man creates evil.
They exist, but men create. Okay, negativity.
A channel for them, to open up a doorway, come on over.
It's true that true evil comes through the actions of men. That they attract evil through their own actions.
I know there are spirits though. I had several ghosts in my house before.
Yeah, I've had a pretty negative
experience. It's annoying. It's fucking annoying. I just tell them leave because they just open doors and shit. It just blows me.
I had a really negative experience several years ago, and it actually helped to solidify my own faith. And getting me out of it was actually what really helped make strengthen my faith quite a bit. So I know from personal experience that, yeah, I've seen some things. You know what I mean?
I never seen something too. What? Okay, go.
So there's no code of morality.
Not in the way that you would traditionally understand it, no. There are maxims, there are virtues. Different traditions had different opinions about how virtue and morality was.
Are you saying good and evil morality?
No, I'm saying I'm looking for a code of behavior in which would be bestowed upon the worshiper in this case, and I'm trying to find a code. If there's no code, I didn't know. I'm just. That's what I was looking for. Was
okay. I mean, there are certain aspects of code. What I was explaining to you before about hagneia, ritual purity. It's a part of a whole aspect of the religion which focuses on devotion. How do I explain this? Okay. Because there's a lot of words that are tricky. Okay, here's this section right here that will explain what I'm getting at. In Hellenic ritual, there's something called charis, which is grace. There was also spirits named after their graces. And it's reciprocation between gods and mortals. Physical and spiritual sacrifice through ritual is the primary means that this is maintained. So making offerings, giving of yourself, giving to charity, things like this. It's also not just about improving your life, but making a relationship. So eusebia is ritual piety, which is spiritual respect for the theoi. And as an extension of that is something called xenia, which is hospitality. It's for guests, the gods, members of your family, people you meet on the street, other worshippers. And obviously I mentioned ritual purity, which is an extension of that as well. If you can't maintain your own personal purity, it's difficult for you to be hospitable, to invite guests. You get where I'm getting at with that? So yes. A Hellenist was somebody that was devoted to the gods. They were devoted to their family and maintaining a household altar. In the ancient Greece, the most important festival was Numenia, which was celebrated on the sign of the first crescent. Every single month, you would do rituals to your household gods. There were specific things you could do, little things to represent bringing in the new and taking out the old. And there's little things here and there, obviously. There's a lot more to that. But generally, hubris was the worst thing you could do. Being disrespectful to your body, to other people, to the gods especially. And it was a part of the reason why magical practice, was usually looked down upon, because it was viewed that people who did magic were not only begging for things, which was bad in and of itself, but forcing the gods and the cosmos to conform to their will. So there are several people who practice my tradition who stay away from magic entirely. But there's also theurgy, or theurgia, which is basically God's work, which is doing mysticism, deep religious stuff to basically connect you with a higher divinity. But that's the idea, that the Hellenists were very much obsessed, in a sense. They were obsessed with devotion and purity and these kinds of things. Like I said, the Shinto analogy holds. If you really want to see how like the average temple worker would have been, they would have been like the Shinto are at a Shinto temple.
That magic thing is funny because it's like you got mind over matter, magic. There's a lot of stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, the way that the Greeks saw magia, excuse me, magia is different than the way that we see the term magic. It's like how religio is not religion. It's a different thing. Now, there are some that take it very, very literally, that it is the changing of circumstances within the cosmos through sympathy and harmony, and that if it's done with the permission of gods, that it is not hubristic. But when you start demanding or commanding, like stuff that you see in the Renaissance where they have these giant circles and they're commanding like demons into circles and making them do what they want, that is exactly what the Greeks didn't want. So when they saw things like Hermeticism and such to that effect, they were like, no, get that shit away from me. That's cursed tablets and a bunch of stuff. I don't want to deal with that shit. They were like that one really superstitious black chick. It was like, no, no, fuck that shit. So, yeah.
So avoid hubris.
Avoid hubris. Cultivate virtue, ritual and personal purity.
Is virtue defined? Is virtue defined?
Virtue is not defined. You have maxims, and certain philosophical traditions will go into depth. Obviously, you have Socrates, you have Plato, you have Aristotle, you have the Stoics, you have the Epicureans. You have a lot of different philosophies out there. Some of them talk more about ethics. Some of them talk more about politics. Some are obviously more mystical, like the Pythagoreans and the Neoplatonists. So it just depends on how you want to look at it.
Interesting. I appreciate it. Thanks.
No, you're very welcome. I think it's important to understand these things for people who study Christianity and Abrahamic traditions, because the Hellenistic period, which kind of takes from Greek tradition, is where we get a lot of our European concepts of Christianity.
For sure. Like, first the Romans took from the
Christianity. I reject it with a passion.
Yeah,
I think Christianity needs to be ground to a powder.
I think
that's what I think of Christianity and just about everything that goes along with it.
Yeah, I don't like Christianity that much. I don't hate it. I just really don't. I think it does more evil than good, in my opinion.
Here's how I personally see it. Once again, I'm fine with people being Christian. My brother is Christian. He's a great person. I know people who are that are good. But the way I see it,
Christian.
The way I see it in my heart of hearts is that it is a foreign religion that doesn't belong in Europe. The way that it was formed and the way it was spread and promulgated, it's foreign. It doesn't belong there. It's completely outside of European cultural context.
Yeah, the first problem is that they took the Old Testament and just said it was theirs. Or at least they pretend like that today.
They took the Jewish God and says, "Oh, here he is. We found him."
If the Christians would have been more like Gnostics or Mithraeans or
not like Gnostics.
If they would have been Gnostics basically, or Marcion Gnostics, they would have taken out the Old Testament. They probably would have been okay. And if they would have included the other texts, the extra biblical, the Gnostic texts, such to that effect, it probably would have been okay. They just would have been another mystery cult. Would have been like the Hare Krishna at the airport.
They attached the Old Testament to make sure that none of them dirty Jews, the monotheist atheists, weren't going to get ahead in the world of the lands they conquer, since they're going to expel them and they're already in the world. We don't want them knowing about their God. And since we're going to be the officials of their lands anyway, we might as well make a religion that
and it's so funny,
bastardizes theirs.
It's so funny, really, if you think about it. Christianity is a Greco-Roman mystery cult. The way it was constructed.
Yep.
I use the term Greco-Roman because it has great Greek elements. It was written in Koine, which is biblical Greek.
Yeah, Christ is started off the Greek word.
But it's also very, very Roman.
The
way that its concept, the clerical and hierarchical aspects of it are very, very Roman.
Yeah, because it was written around the Roman area, if you will. Different places.
If they knew what the temple was doing for them, they would have never destroyed it.
Can't just say. I don't think Judaism is the holy of holy religions, though. The only religion that's like sanctified, if you will, in the sense of religion, because even Judaism comes from the Phoenician Canaanites.
If you look at Canaanite religion, it's eerie what you see. There are people who are trying to practice it now. There's small groups of
Jews.
Yeah, they were, and it's horrible.
It's not a Canaanite thing. Trust me.
What about it?
Judaism, not Canaanite.
No, Judaism is not, but it does take elements from it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of this stuff comes from there.
There are Canaanite reconstructions. Oh, lovely.
We gotta understand the Canaanites aren't all right. They were a tribe, and they like the descendants of Canaanites. Imagine if a small family came from the Canaanites, and then they started to move wherever they went to a different land, and then they started to bring stories from their religions over to the new land, and then started to build upon it and make their own or whatever, and then new events happen.
The best way to understand the relationship between the Canaanites and the Jews is to understand it in this perspective. The Jews were another Semitic culture that coexisted with the Canaanites. When they interacted with the Canaanites, they were coming from their own specific traditional upbringing, and they fought. It wasn't as much that they took necessarily from the Canaanites, but that their coexistent traditions were already so similar to begin with because of the Proto-Semitic. Proto-Semitic traditions share a lot of commonality with one another. But the Canaanites eventually kind of changed, and they became the Phoenicians, which is basically the Greeks' word for later period Canaanites. But the Jews and the Canaanites of some form were in existence at some point in many points of history. That is to say.
Yeah, I know. Drive them out.
Yeah, that's basically what happened. They went into trade. They moved more towards the coast. They moved more towards the Syria and modern Libya and things like that. And then obviously the Hebrews existed more within where they are currently.
You know, the Greeks and the Romans originally at first loved the Jews.
But the Phoenicians were the Hebrews.
There are Jews who name their child Alexander to this day.
There's no Hebrew. There's no such thing as a Hebrew. Hebrew is a language. That's it. There's no people ever called Hebrews. That's why I be trying to tell people the Phoenicians spoke Hebrew.
No. The Phoenicians spoke Ugaritic.
Oh, not the Phoenicians. My bad. The Canaanites. My bad.
The Canaanites also spoke Ugaritic. The Phoenicians spoke a more modern version of Ugaritic. That's Phoenician, basically. But Ugaritic is a language that is very similar to Hebrew, but it's different. It's written in a different text.
Well, I'm pretty sure it is similar because Hebrew probably comes from it.
No.
They probably share a common.
They share a common
ancestor.
Yeah, they share a common ancestor. But they were different people.
That would make complete sense. If they share a common ancestor, they're coming from the same place. You ask me.
Yeah,
but they're not the same thing.
You can't say that Judaism is a Canaanite thing. It's not.
No, it's more likely to say that they come from a Semitic root, from a Levantine Semitic root. They came from the same root religion. Yes, they were cousins.
Yeah, Abraham is, or Abraham. Yeah, you got the Ishmaelites, the Islam, and you've got the Hebrew. The sons of Jacob. Isaac and Ishmael.
Going the opposite direction of the Jews and I guess the Canaanites and stuff. I know that the Greeks, their language alone comes from, the Phoenicians.
No.
Their language
is Indo-European. Their text was derived from the Phoenician alphabet.
How could the language be Indo-European when European wasn't even called Europe at that time? It was called Albion. And then probably some other name.
It's part of our modern vernacular to describe the languages that descended from Proto-Indo-European, which is a theoretical language where we've been trying to reconstruct. It's where you get Hellenic. It's where you get Italic. It's where you get Germanic, Celtic, and there are languages that no longer exist, like the Hittites, who were contemporaries of many of the people in the Mediterranean.
All right, just like French, Spanish, you got
Those are Romance languages.
Yeah, I know. I was about to go there, but they come from the Romance languages. All right, there's so many of them. I remember them all. And then you have the Greeks, because the Greeks were literally everything they can basically show you. Any Greek god has a Egyptian or some type of Middle Eastern type counterpart because that's where it all comes from. They just gave it their own.
The eagle too, don't they?
No, they didn't. They were influenced by other cultures. Yes, they took a lot of inspiration.
No, the Egyptians literally taught the Greeks. Literally, there was schools in Egypt, which was called Egypt was called Kemet at the time, but there were schools down there where a lot of Greeks learned. Just like how the people of Egypt went over to Europe, and at first they only had 2 universities in Europe, and then by the time they left, they had 72 because they taught them and they educated them. That's why to this day you have like certain places, the Romans and stuff, they worship, but they just changed the name to Virgin Mary, but that comes from ISIS because they were getting a lot of their stuff from the Egyptians. Darn near still in it. After a while,
you realize that Egyptian history is a very, very long period, right?
Yeah, because they were the first.
A very, very long period.
Exactly, and that's why they taught them. Because the Greek one is not long. It's actually fairly new in its scheme of thousands of years. When you have the Sphinx or the Hieronymus, which people call the Sphinx, that was around. That's 30,000 years at least. So that's why I went back earlier.
I don't think that's quite settled. There's some intriguing features of the Sphinx erosion, but it's not exactly settled.
I know it's older than 12,000. And you're talking about
there's some signs that it might be.
We're talking about societies like Greek and stuff, which can't even date that far back to 6,000, you know? And that's why I was saying the Gregorian calendar was created to actually deceive a lot of people, to trick people to think certain civilizations were younger and certain civilizations were older, so they could take credit. Same way the Catholic Church is the way it is now because they created the Gregorian calendar basically, or they got into place basically. It's no accident that a lot of our words in English come from either Latin etymologies or Greek etymologies. And you remember, the Romans enslaved the Greeks. So everything they knew, they basically took it. And that's why you have every Greek god has a counterpart of a Roman god. Because the Romans straight up took it. And if you go back, every Greek god comes from some type of Egyptian.
That's not completely true.
Not
There are many gods within the Roman and the Greek that don't coexist with one another. There are many examples of the Egyptian that don't coexist within the Greek. Not to mention there are many different Egyptian cosmologies, different forms, different gods that were supreme at one point or another.
Yeah.
Egypt is a very, very long period of history.
I know
Isn't
that.
it safe to say that there's a lot of cross-pollination going on in that entire region?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But it wasn't just from Egypt. It wasn't just from Babylon.
No, it was happening from everywhere.
It was happening from the Celts. It was
web.
happening from the Anatolians. It was happening from everybody.
Indians, yeah, everybody.
Well, yeah. The
So
Greeks
I think it's too easy for us to just come to the conclusion. Well, is this one main people that were
I'm not saying
responsible for
that.
all of it? That's the ultimate truth we need to find, that the Egyptians fucking taught everybody. That's like a Christian mentality. That's just the ultimate truth. We don't fucking know.
I don't think
we really don't fucking know, dude. We
what I
don't have
do
near
know-
the amount of information to know that.
Okay. Let me give you an example. Just like some people don't know who built the Great Pyramids. I could tell you it was Khufu, Imhotep. I could tell you the people who literally built the pyramids. Some people just don't know this. It's the same way that some people don't know that Sumerians and a lot of the other civilizations, they learned from the Egyptians as well. I'm not saying the Egyptians, like everything just come from, when it comes to the Greeks and their gods, I'm not saying everything comes from the Egyptians, but it's a historical fact, literally taught in universities and it's just history. That a lot of Greeks learned a lot of their philosophies, their sciences from the Egyptians.
Yeah, but earlier
but not all.
Yeah, earlier you were
not
saying
all.
that they taught him everything.
Yeah.
A lot of the
Sorry.
stuff you,
They learned a lot more from the Indians, dude.
A lot of
That's where they get Neoplatonism from, and Pythagoreanism, and half of their mystery cults were basically imported from India.
Well,
It didn't all go in one direction, is what.
No.
I know they spread out. But the Indians, you gotta understand why Indians. Are you talking about the?
And by the way, Egyptians adopted a lot of Greek things too. It went in both directions in all these cases.
Look into Hermanubis.
I don't really think
and
they
get back to
adopted.
me.
I don't think they really adopted Greek stuff as much as the Romans.
Oh yeah.
They
The
definitely
Romans,
had
no.
heavy influence
They
on
didn't
Greek
adopt
culture.
the Greek stuff. The Romans went over and annexed a lot of places up in Africa. And
Look up how many cities were named after Alexander.
yes, by force. Exactly, because Alexander the Great, quote unquote, went over there and conquered the place, and then he named a place after him, just like there's Alexandria, Virginia.
And you don't think that Egyptians, being under the rule of Alexander, would end up being influenced by Hellenism?
No,
because it's forceful. We're not gonna listen to you. Because
Of
that's
course
how
it's
it fucking works. Yeah.
if someone take over, like, why would you want to listen to them? Come on now.
Do it long enough. Several hundred years. See what happens.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be influence. No doubt about it. It happens all the time.
The brainwashing in Middle East by all the stupid imams who don't know a damn thing about their own Quran, but people listen to it because they have a gun to their head, and that's within only 2 or 3 generations. So imagine 6 generations.
6 generations. Yeah, I know what you mean. If you're saying that they took over, then you're saying they taught or they picked up their cultures and stuff like that. Yeah, it's true they did. That's why the civilization started to fall.
And by the way, it wasn't entirely by force. Alexander actually worshipped and presented offerings in some of the main Egyptian centers. Many Egyptians actually thought Alexander was divine. Just saying. Yeah.
I never heard that one. Thinking he's divine? Why would they think that? But
Because
why?
that's how Egyptians were.
But why would
Egyptians thought that people who had leadership were part divine. Yeah.
No, not come on
It's
now.
called sacred kinship. It was throughout most of the world. You have it in the Celts, the Norse were like that.
If their own people had great leadership, it would make sense. But if someone take over, they're not dumb. They're not gonna say, okay, yeah, you took over, you did a great job at enslaving us, all that stuff. Yeah, we're gonna think you're divine. No, I don't think.
Well, what about? Are you gonna deny that Christians were not influenced by Hellenistic tradition? Even though they were under the early Jewish Christians were obviously under the rule of Rome.
I don't really care about Christians. That doesn't have nothing to do with the Egyptians.
Yeah, but it's a phenomena. It's a general phenomena that we're saying that happens, and it happened between the Egyptians and the Greeks. It happened between the Christians and the Romans. It happened between the Greeks and the Romans. It happened between the Jews and the Romans and the Greeks. I mean, it goes in all directions. They're all influencing each other. This is how cultures work.
Cultural incest, my friend. It's a thing.
Yeah, I know.
Look at some of the old. We have old Jewish frescoes and Jewish graves and stuff where there's actually Hercules or something like depicted on them. So we know that there's a lot of.
I see what y'all saying. Y'all saying that you think that the Egyptians adopted a lot of the same teachings from the Greeks. Because they got annexed, and the Romans.
It's because they were exposed to them. That's all it takes.
Let's just take war out of the equation.
You can't because that's the only reason why.
Contact period will have influence.
You hang out with some buddies you just met, okay? People you just met, and they're all from fucking different places. Let's say. And a couple of them are from Texas, maybe more than the rest. You hang out with them long enough, you'll start picking up their vernacular. Within a very short period of time, and you won't even fucking realize it until somebody points it out. It's cultural osmosis. It fucking happens.
But it's the other way around. That's what you don't understand. There's statues.
No, it happens both ways, dude.
Both directions.
It probably has, but I can't really. If y'all can name some deities for me to see where the Egyptians got from the Greeks, I'll look them up.
You named one already.
Which one?
Hermanubis, Amun. Yeah, I could name you Greco-Egyptian syncretism. Look it up. It's a thing.
I think Amun was always an Egyptian deity.
A lot of times it went from the Egyptians towards the Greeks, but it also went the other direction. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but I don't think Amun was from the Greeks. Just saying. I do research that. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, hold on.
I have another question for you, Kevin, if I may.
Okay.
Is there any purpose to what you do in that building a world for the future, if you will? Is there any of that in there? Do you have a goal?
Now you're asking
relationship to like man and fellow man.
Now you're asking the really good questions. Well, I mean, I take worship and devotion from just a very organic perspective. I like to think that the things that I do with my time and with those I care about and in the world are reflections of the devotion I experience from my deities. That I let the work that I do, reflect that, and that there's an ongoing relationship that's occurring spiritually for me. That it isn't about conversion, it isn't about necessarily getting people on my side of this or that, but just being a better person as an immediate result from that. That they dovetail, that all these things kind of come together for that essential purpose. So I just want to strive for excellence. I mean, if there's any goal, it would be the best that I can be through this. That would be my goal, if I could name it. I see a lot of people who are dispassionate about things. There's a lot of jaded, and kind of disenfranchised people in the world. But
Apathy.
I'll tell you, I am more appreciative of somebody who completely fucking disagrees with me, who's passionate about what they are into, than somebody who dispassionately disagrees with me. It's like they're not even trying. It's like, come on, try to offend me here. Try to piss me off. At least then I could appreciate your gall and your complete disregard for my opinion. So that's all I look at it.
Empathy is kind of a social cancer.
It's a symptom. It's a symptom of a larger cancer, a larger tumor, and some of it I think is. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to ask if you think this is the way the world is now in our history. If we could look at it from just right now.
Sure.
That we're about to crack the code.
Crack
to
the
life,
code.
the human condition.
I don't think there is a code.
I think there's a human condition that we still need to work on, something like that?
I think the fact that we're asking that question means that we're missing the point.
Okay.
I think it's funny that people want to evolve or whatever when, like, don't you think the ancient civilizations were much more evolved than now?
I think that's a romanticization. There's things that they had that were better than what we have now, but a lot of what they had was shit.
The mindset.
First to admit that. And I love the Greeks. I love the ancient Greeks. I'm fucking biased. Obviously, it's part of my religion. But they did some stupid fucking shit.
Well, they was
on a regular basis.
What you mean by that? Like killing each other with what?
They had culturally acceptable pedophilia in Athens.
Oh.
Pedophilia, but still.
Y'all have that now. They
had human slavery. They had a horrible breakdown of the classes. Women did not have a lot of rights, if at all. I mean, there's a lot of things that fucking suck. Their medicine was rudimentary. I mean, the Hippocratic Oath was written at a time when they didn't have antiseptics. Think about that for a second. So, but there again, they also had things that were more advanced than in the Dark Ages. They had water clocks. The Romans had aqueducts. But they also used alcohol to sterilize water instead of what we use now. So it's a little bit of both.
Would you guys say that in the Western world, at least, that since those times you're referring to, that morality has generally progressed in a progressive way? In that it's been a sometimes sawtooth pattern, but basically toward improvement for the most part in how we treat each other and stuff like that? Or would you say it's gotten worse or pretty much not very different? What do you guys think?
I think it depends on the country.
Yeah, it does, but I would say generally, if we're looking at developed countries that have the most influence and such to that effect, that yeah, generally it has been. I mean, as a person who is a strong theist, I can say right here that secularism is a good thing. To have secularism as a general format for discussion, as a format for interaction from people from various different cultures and beliefs, is a positive thing, or at least it can be when properly implemented. So yes, I would say that it is slow, but a better progress. It is going towards progress.
I think people just have to suffer a little bit longer.
Suffer?
Yeah, because that's the only way people learn nowadays. Like, a lot of people don't like action, I guess, nowadays.
No, people need to fucking fall on their face. I completely agree. A lot of people don't realize how good they have it. And that's kind of what I was saying to you before, Idol Smasher, the people not getting it. They're looking for this special thing that it's not fucking special. You do what you do, and you handle. You fucking handle. A lot of people don't just handle anymore. They're looking for this special thing because the simple things they've forgotten how to do are lost on them. They forget just how to live.
You might not. I might not have made myself clear. I'm looking for a particular video here.
Okay.
Explain, and it's here it is. All right. If I can, no, let's not go to that one 'cause that's not funny. Let's make a joke out of this. Here we go. Now this is just something here, and this is one particular incident. Is something that. Now, by the way, y'all, what I'm giving you is some nasty ass shit. So if you don't want to go here, just let me know.
I won't click on it.
It's a man getting fucked to death by a horse.
Fuck to death.
Oh, I heard about that. That's in that was in Washington,
There's
right?
the video. Go watch
Why?
it. Tell me the human condition doesn't need healing.
Wait a minute, what? I don't get it. Why?
Let me. You don't get it. Man bent over. That horse stuck his dick up his ass and it killed him.
I have a.
Yeah. Tell me the human race doesn't need healing when we're doing that shit.
But let me tell you,
you think that's bad enough? No, they're sucking donkey dick too. Why don't you just Google that shit? Tell me the human race doesn't need healing.
You know about it more.
We put the pedophilia in a closet. We don't want to think it exists anymore. It does exist. Sex slavery exists.
Yeah, I
Tell
know
me the
that.
human condition doesn't need healing. That there's not some code that needs to be cracked in our behavior.
Yeah.
How we treat the animals.
No, we just need to kill the fuckers. That's what we need to do. We find the fuckers and kill them.
That's just them.
Who's going to kill who? Who are we going to direct to do that?
That's them people. Like that's not the whole percent of the world.
It's real, man. It's human. This is human shit, and it doesn't stop. It hasn't gone away in 2,000 fucking years.
I know.
Don't tell me the human condition doesn't need to be healed. That there's nothing.
Then it's need to be healed for 10,000 years. It's always been.
Come on. I mean, it needs to be fixed. There needs to be something tweaked here. Obviously, we're imbalanced. This isn't right.
That's just a few people, though. Not even a slight percent. Yeah, you can't fix everything.
They're still raping children. There's still a sex trade, a sex slave trade.
Well, you know what a lot of the problem is?
Hey, but
too many fucking people.
I never really thought that, because if there was 10,000 people on this earth, you would still have a portion of it doing corrupt stuff, if you ask me.
Yeah, but then they'd take them out and fucking kill them and toss them over the fucking cliff.
Yeah, but it's not.
Now you have more than 7 billion people. Try controlling all that.
I don't think there's millions of people doing evil all at once in the high numbers. It's just a few main people controlling and orchestrating small groups, if you ask me.
I'm not talking about tinfoil hat conspiracies. I'm talking about just general shit, like the horse fucking he's talking about. We see it more because there's more people and it's harder to control.
Okay, let me ask you this. You really think, that's creepy, disgusting, nasty, but that's not ruining, well, you know what I mean. It's not killing other lives. He died, but it's not killing other people. It's not affecting other people negatively like the elite. The elite,
like the woman who sucks donkey dick and then spreads a funky kind of herpes onto her children and through the school like they do in Central and South America and shit. Oh, no, it doesn't happen here, not in my backyard. Well, then it's not that important. It's sick. You think that's bad? We're still fucking children. Are you serious? They're actually out of the closet in America. That's called NAMBLA. They really fucking believe it's okay. California calls it a sexual orientation.
Yeah,
not a disease.
That is crazy.
Obviously, we need to be fixed. Something needs to be tweaked here. Something is wrong. And the
Those
fact that
people
nobody can offer anything to fix it.
Well, what you want them to do? Like, how are they supposed to fix every person?
Nobody anywhere else offers me. I'm just saying that, all this stuff about this pagan stuff and all the stuff that you're talking about, no one's offering solutions. The Jews have it in the Torah, but nobody else offers solutions on how to fix this shit in mankind.
I don't think the Jews are the only ones that have
black
it.
And white.
And if they have it, like, I know one thing. Like, if there ever come a time where, like, in the paradise or whatever it's supposed to be, are the Jews just going to be like the holy people? They go have everything basically, or something, and everybody else is gonna be mediocre at best.
No, they're servants.
What, everyone else is servants? Because I know one thing.
No,
they will
the Jews are servants to 70 nations. That's how it's supposed to be.
Wait a minute, they're going to be ruling everything, every nation, or something like that.
That's what the Torah tells us. That
ain't
everybody
happening
will
on my
accept
watch.
one God and no war, no more war, no disease, no famine, no greed, no poverty. A little bit of poverty. There's always still going to be a need for charity for some reason. Other than that, no war, no disease.
Them Jews gonna have a problem.
It's a nice dream. It's a
Yeah.
nice dream.
I don't think it's happening because that sounds like something. It doesn't sound evil, of course, but if something like that does happen, you gonna have people gaining power and doing what they want, no matter how sanctified you try to make it. Then they're gonna have people. It's just gonna be a war all over again. We don't want you to have power. Then you go see repeat rinse.
No solutions offered. No plan.
This is how I look at it, man.
I know.
Virtue.
I
That's how I see. That's how I see philosophy.
I gotta interject, and I gotta say my piece, man.
No, I got you, and you're making really good points. I have to say, I mean, it's really important that it needs to be out there. The way I see virtue is there are no clear, hard and fast rules because virtue is fucking work. It's work to be a good person. It's work to maintain yourself and to not fall into depravity and miasma and all these horrible, negative, evil things. You know, it's not just everyone's good and there's these weird people over here that are fucking tweaked in the head. I mean, there are some people who are fucking tweaked in the head. But a lot of people get the way they get because they don't take the time and they don't take the energy to develop themselves. So they fall into a pit of shit. I mean, what do they use in the New Testament to describe hell? They describe it as what? Gehenna? Which is a garbage dump. I mean, that's kind of how evil is. It's just festering shit.
Not to sidetrack us, I've heard some questioning over whether or not that's what it's referring to. I know that's like the usual thought on it, but I've heard some interesting theories that it might not actually be referring to that. Anyway, total side issue.
I gotcha.
Yeah, as for the solutions, I don't think anybody can. Well, even if someone had the solutions, not everyone's going to listen. That's the problem.
Solutions aren't permanent. Change is the only constant. Shit always changes, and we always want to put everything into a linear framework. Once we get to from point A to point B, things will be better, or you get from point A to point B, things will be worse, and it'll be worse in this way, and it'll be good in this way. Shit doesn't work like that. That's how providence works. It's not. It's largely out of our control. We're not gods. We don't know what our fate is. All we can do is do the best we can with what we have available to us. Have faith, have devotion, cultivate virtue, be good people.
But if the gods are allowing this to happen, don't you think it might be that way? Maybe choice, maybe the people chose the wrong decisions and then it just happened to be the way it is? You know what I mean?
Well, I know what I can say from my perspective is that in a lot of cases we attract our own negativity. You know, we attract a lot of our own evil, and whether it's upon ourselves or through other people. But it's hard to say. I mean, I have my own opinions, but I don't think there's one thing I could just say behind a shadow of a doubt that this is where evil comes from. This is why there's evil in the world.
Yeah, because if you ask me, like, my opinion, that's the thing. It's a lot of opinions. Everyone has their own opinion. That's one of the problems in the world. It's not a bad thing. People should have their opinions, but it always creates, like, on a large scale, debates and then wars and stuff like that. But I think that the gods or the ultimate, up there God level, whatever, the word God, just a supernatural thing. I think it's both good and evil, if you will. Because if it's all things, then it has to be negative and positive.
Sure.
Not saying this is going out his way to do evil, but hey, there's evil existing, so somewhere down the line, evil got created by something. You know what I mean? Same thing with good and.
Yeah, in Judaism, evil is attributed directly to God. That it's not that there's evil; it's our perception of it, and that any imbalance, like even Kevin was saying, comes from us. We are the cause of imbalance, and that's that. I thought that very interesting. That's what I was saying. Was there a conclusion to the story?
Well, let me give you an example of how the Greeks would have seen evil. Okay, you're 4 years old and you're sitting around your house with a fork.
Yeah.
There's electric sockets all around you. That electricity powers your house. It powers the lights. It powers the refrigerator. All these things. And every appliance I could tell you about at some point could kill you. There's some way that I could kill you with your microwave.
Yeah.
But it also gives you food. It protects you. It keeps you warm. Now, I stick that fork in the light socket, what do you think is going to happen?
I'm
going to get shocked.
You'll be seeing
What is
rainbows.
my immediate response as a human, finite human being, is that's evil, that's bad. That's how we separate things, good and bad. It's some of our first things, and as you get older, we start making more complicated decisions. That it's a lesser evil or a greater evil or this or that. But
Yeah, it always
largely,
depends on the mind.
but the electricity is a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
One of the best inventions of mankind. It's allowed for great things in the world. But it's fucking electricity. Have you seen electricity come off of one of those big power lines that goes across the fields and shit like that?
Yeah, I saw it.
It's burning air as it travels along the conduit. I mean, that's how much power that thing has.
Yeah.
Praise Zeus. I mean, goddamn. That's fucking electricity. I'm just saying.
Straight up Greek.
So what's in your pantheon of gods that you consider truly existing or like worthy of worship or whatever? Could you kind of?
Well, the most important deities within the Greek pantheon is the members of the Dodecatheon, which is the Olympic pantheon.
So you basically essentially adopt Greek mythology, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. That tells me everything I need to know.
Yeah, that's funny.
Pretty much.
That's why we disagree on that one thing. But it's all right. I don't really care.
Yeah, it's all cool.
It's not my religion anyway.
I totally get you.
I just believe in higher beings that created us, and I don't try to be arrogant like most people. I don't know the God that created the universe. You know what I mean?
You don't try to be arrogant, but you can be pretty stubborn, I have to say.
Yeah, probably. Like because people like to say, okay, this God created this, but personally they weren't there. They don't know all the different situations that happen to their religion or their context.
No.
They don't know if it's true 100%. You know, you can't research everything in any religion. You know what I mean?
Well, of course.
So that's what I'm saying.
But originally, myths were meant to be allegory. They were meant to be symbols.
Yeah.
Ways of explaining things. I mean, who were the first people that would have heard their myths? Kids. They would have told these myths to children and teenagers and 12 and 13-year-olds, like, this is this myth and that myth, and they would have been freaked out because they would have heard about, Kronos eating his children, and I mean, it gets them listening. It gets them, kind of like, oh, what the fuck does this mean? Because this is some crazy shit my grandpa's telling me right now, So you have to understand a lot of myth is entertainment. They were written by poets.
Yeah, I know. I talked about that before.
And they're beautiful. I mean, they're scary, beautiful, awesome, heroic in some cases. I mean, the Iliad's beautiful. I like the Odyssey too. There's a video I want to get. It was a NBC special years ago when I was a kid. It was the Odyssey. It was like a 3-part miniseries on NBC. It was really good. I want to get it.
Hey, Kevin, have you ever heard of I think it's Dennis R. MacDonald? He has a book. Yeah, let me look up the name real quick.
I might have heard of him. Just send me the
name. It's called The Homeric Epics in the Gospel of Mark, and he basically talks about his theories that the Gospel of Mark has heavy influence from the Homeric epics. Have you heard of that, or?
Yeah, I have. It's interesting stuff, really.
What do you think about? Are you very familiar with it? And if you are, like, what do you think about that in general?
I'm not particularly familiar, but I have heard that theory before.
Yeah.
And there's a lot to suggest that Mark was influenced. And if I remember right, Mark, wasn't he Greek? Like the actual apostle, wasn't he Greek?
Yes.
Yeah.
One of them was. I know one of them was.
Yeah. I know Thomas. Thomas was Greek. But he's not really written about him.
Yeah, but did Mark the Evangelist write Mark?
That's the thing. It definitely suggests that somebody who knew about the Homeric epics was influencing the writing. So it may have been whoever was writing for Mark. So, Petro, or I'm trying to think what Peter is in Greek. It's a really strange one. But yeah.
I think, though, I don't know, maybe Reuven can correct me if I'm wrong, but even Jews in Israel and Jerusalem probably were somewhat familiar, at least the literate ones were probably familiar even with the Homeric epics in broad outline.
The Greeks during the Hellenistic period were familiar with Judaism and vice versa.
Yeah, okay.
That's where you get a lot.
Welcome the Jews. The Jews got treated very, very well by the Greeks. That's why I say that's why Jews still, to this day, will name their children Alexander, because of what that man did for them at that time when they needed it.
Yeah.
Of course, they turned sour later, like the Romans, but hey, what's new?
Well, the legacy of the Greeks after their mainstay in the classical period was they became the culture of the mind. They kind of relegated themselves to that. They were more philosophy and politics and history and such to that effect. And then Romans kind of took the ruling mode, and they were the ones that were the conquerors and the ones going about and forming their nations and that effect. So, I mean, it makes sense, but yeah, it is sad. It is sad what they were able to accomplish and then what they weren't able to accomplish when you look at them. Yeah, I mean, this is stuff that really interests me. It's really, really good stuff. I think it's important for everybody to understand, looking at ancient history and what we know. It's amazing what we've been able to determine.
Yeah.
But we don't know everything.
Well, one of the reasons why I would look to what we would call pagan when we do offend is because within that, I mean, after the Roman cleansing of Europe, particularly my ancestry, the Gaelics and the Celts, there some of that history survives, or at least there is a section of the world's populace that hasn't forgotten where they came from.
Yeah.
Whether it's kosher or not doesn't matter, but the fact that there's a chain.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very important to understand that. And
I was always fascinated with the Gaelics. The way a Gaelic and a Celt would look at a god. One would be called a shaman, the other one called the same thing a god. And that's in just one small part of the world, and how, Lord of the Trees, Hearn and whatnot. I don't know. I'm gonna shut up now. I've had beer, and you probably are sober and have much more intelligent things to say.
You've been imbibing in the name of Ninkasi, have you?
Oh, I like this. I like this guy right here. He actually mentioned the Sumerian goddess of beer. Good stuff. Do you know she has a hymn to herself, right? Where we found
I've heard of that, but I don't know the hymn. Do we even know it?
Yeah, and there was a recipe attached to it.
Yeah. More interestingly, well,
it has
maybe
dates in it. It's a date beer, which is really weird.
Yeah, there's a brewing company called Dogfish Head. I think they're out of Indiana. They found pot shards in where were they? Hold on a second. I'm gonna look this up so I don't steer you guys wrong.
The hymn itself is actually the recipe, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't think this is based off of the hymn.
Would you like to hear the
hymn?
hymn?
Midas was Phrygian, is that right?
Midas?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's Phrygian. There's a whole interrelationship between the Greeks and the Phrygians. It's very strange.
Okay, well, I think somewhere in Turkey they found these potsherds of what they thought may have been the kind of a either a burial thing for King Midas or some kind of something to do with King Midas. Anyway, they did I forget what it's called now. Some really fancy chemical analysis of residues left in the pot shards, and were able to determine a lot of the ingredients that were in this liquid that were in these vessels, and they realized that it was a beer, and this company Dogfish Head actually took all these ingredients that were identified and brewed the beer. I mean the relative ingredients were not exact,
Yeah.
So they kind of tried to do their best, but basically they made the beer. It's pretty cool, and it's really good too.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, nothing. I was just going to talk about some of the ingredients, but you guys can look it up. It's called
This is the one that I found related to what you're saying.
Called Midas Touch.
This is a recipe for at-home Sumerian beer. They call it the Okero beer. It's made with Weyermann rush malts, smoked malt, beer bread, rice hulls, honey, and date wine.
Oh, interesting. That sounds like it'd be interesting with the smoky malt.
Yeah, it's 6.9 alcohol by volume. So
yeah, that's
some strong. It's almost a wine. So it's closer to a mead.
I wonder just how smoky it would be, because a lot of people get turned off of like some scotches because they smoke the malt.
Oh. But you can buy a lot of stuff. A lot of my friends are big into brewing because a lot of them are also, Reconstructionists and pagans. I have a heathen friend of mine. He has this special mead he makes. It's out of this world. So good.
Yeah, I love mead.
You know, almost every culture on the planet has had it as some form of like divine,
Some form of like nectar of the gods, pretty much.
Yeah, it's
ambrosia. It tells us Noah was the first man to plant a vineyard, and the whole of mankind learned from that.
Nice.
But was he the first beekeeper? That's the key point for mead.
If you study,
see, I'm sorry, I got to interject, man.
No problems. Don't worry about it.
Mead is the key to Middle East peace.
Mead.
Yeah, because it's not made from grape or
grain.
Or grain, yeah.
Oh, that's right, and they're forbidden from drinking of the fermentation of grape or grain, right?
They make a joke about it in the 13th Warrior.
13th Warrior.
Yeah.
And he drinks it up, don't he?
Oh, that's right. Movie. That's right. I forgot about that.
Beautiful
hey, Kevin,
score.
Are you familiar with Robin of Sherwood?
Yeah, of course.
Ah, that's my favorite Robin Hood to this day. There is not a greater tale ever told of the Robin Hood legend than Robin of Sherwood. I love that. Anyway, yeah. Big fan. I thought you might. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I remember having fond memories of that kind of stuff when I was young because I always felt like there was just a little bit of a hint in the background where they were saying, yeah, there were people practicing your kind of shit in the background, and they kind of are not really talking about it, but it's there. Like, it's kind of implied that there's common folk that Robin Hood's kind of protecting from the oppression of like the big churches and the this and the that and whatever.
And but had an altar with a staghorn, and her and the hunter, the shaman.
You always have that. You have that a lot with King Arthur as well. They've actually kind of gone into detail about it. There was a movie that was basically King Arthur made a few years ago, and they place him much further back. They make him at like 400 or 500 AD as opposed to like in the middle of like the Renaissance or the Norman conquest. There's a lot of theories that he would have been a Roman who was existing right at the period of conversions, 300 or 400 AD. So he would have been Artorius. He would have been a Roman. It's a theory. It's a very interesting theory about King Arthur being a historical figure. But then you also go into Celtic mythology, especially Celtiberian and what you call that? Gallo-Brythonic. There's Artorius or Arteos, which is a bear goddess, and there's bear gods as well. So it gets really complicated. But Celtic mythology, you want to talk about a lot of missing pieces? Yeah. That stuff right there.
And it's a shame. As a Noahide, I look at Noah, the three mothers, and humanity, and I believe everything comes from one particular science, there is a singular understanding to nature and our relationship to it, let alone the divine that is fragmented. And I think that and obviously if destiny is true, then that's the way it's supposed to be, yada yada yada. I still find a bit of sadness that we lost, that my ancestry lost a lot of its history to the Roman conquest. I say Roman, I mean the North, and the French and all that. It's all Roman, okay? The German,
you mean Irish history?
Well, the whole, Irish and yeah, I would say even that, and then
European in general.
The Gaelics and the Celts.
Yep.
The people of, that's my ancestry. And when I try to look back through it, there's so little of it. It's just there's the reason my people call it the Dark Ages. It saddens me to know that we don't know of what they were onto. They built Stonehenge. They weren't fools. You know.
It gets pretty interesting and complicated. I know a lot of people who study, because it's really a study in linguistics when you start getting into ancient Celtic languages like pre-Irish and pre-Welsh. But it's beautiful. I've heard reconstructions of it. It's a very, very gorgeous language, Gallo-Brythonic. It was spoken by the Britons and the Gauls. It's a very early dialect of Celtic. They also may have spoken dialects of it in Thrace and a lot of the cultures that interacted with the Greeks and Romans. The Gallo-Roman period is really interesting because that was when the Romans and the Gauls actually interacted and they shared gods. It was very interesting. But yeah, all this stuff is just it's a trip. It's been years and years of study.
Sounds like it. You're really knowledgeable on all this stuff.
You know what sparked my interest in it was a movie. I mean, apart from my study of it in my youth, but what really made me look at it seriously was Vercingetorix. The whole there's a movie that Christopher Lambert did, Druids, and it everyone thinks William Wallace was a badass, but he was nothing compared to this guy and what he did for the Gauls and the Celts and the Gaelics against Rome. A good chunk of history we kind of almost forgot about. It's nice thing anyway. It's a great movie. It might spark your interest in things. It's called Druids.
I'll have to look into it.
Yeah, it's fun. It's good, and it's a little history. It's stuff you don't know about. You know, they don't tell you about. You know, the ancient, the first guy to unite the Celts, the Gaelics, and the Gauls, all in the same unified fashion against Rome.
Yeah.
And the Druids kind of held it up at the time. Of course, they lost. But.
It's speaking of kind of how study of history kind of ties into your own tendencies as far as cultural interest and such to that effect. My whole story of that is actually really strange because my father's side of the family is mostly a mixture of French Canadian and English, and my mother's side is kind of, I guess you would call it Anglo-Celtic. Because there's Welsh, Scottish, Irish, English, just a whole mixture of that. But if you look at like a lot of last names and things like that, like Williams, my mother's last name, it's actually a name that's a mixture of French and it's basically subject to the interaction between the French and the English. Because Williams comes from Guillaume, which is a French Norman version of Williams, which is a mixture of the Gallo-Roman and Norman stock. We're all just mutts. Everybody in Europe is a mixture of everything. That's kind of my point. Everybody is a mixture of Celto-Germanic and Greco-Roman bloodline. Like, no, but it's not even funny how much of mutts we all are. But when I was studying ancient Greek for the first time and the stuff to that effect, I ended up looking into my last name, Seguin, which is from southern France. And I started studying Greek colonization. The oldest city in France, Marseille, was actually a French colony. And there was a lot of Greek and Celtic interaction at that point in history. So it's really interesting that it kind of comes around full circle for me a little bit. I hope that wasn't too boring.
Not boring. Not boring. Just soaking it up.
Yeah. It's really cool, though, because then I started finding out a lot of other things. Like, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but about 16 to 18% of all of the genetic heritage of people who live in the Mediterranean, people with Spanish, French, Greek, but pretty much everybody in that general area has about 16 to 18% Phoenician blood. They have some form of Canaanite ancestry.
Okay.
I thought that was kind of interesting.
You do know, like, sorry, I was thinking something. You know the Phoenicians were black, right?
Not so sure about that. They were a Semitic group of people.
So they were dark brown.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not black. That's a little bit of a different thing. Just saying.
Nah, the Indians even come from the people. Like I don't know how clear that could be. I don't really. I don't know what you mean by different. I don't really get it.
There are three. There's Japheth, there's Ham, and Shem. Shem gave birth to the Semitic races. Japheth gave birth to the Northern European races. Edomites are part of them. And then and Ham gave birth to the African and Oriental. In biblical terms, dude, the African and the Oriental are directly related under Noah.
Oh.
So from Africa all the way to India, all the way to Malaysia, all the way to China. Is
I don't
all
think you can go.
one stock.
Damn. I don't think you can go off of the biblical. When
Well,
you
I'm just
get
trivia.
into the race of people, the cultures, because a lot of cultures were around before those biblical texts were even written.
Well, then if you're going that way, it's even less so. The
What do you mean by
Phoenicians spoke a Semitic language.
Yeah, I'm saying the people, the races, what they were. All right, before the Phoenicians, there were some
Language
people, you know what I mean?
defined culture. Language defined culture. You were saying don't even look at race, look at culture and language.
No, I'm saying that you can't look at the. I didn't say race. I'm talking about
The Torah perspective I was
Yeah.
talking about.
But if you, Doug, you said were the Egyptians black? I think you know the answer to that. I don't really need to answer that.
Look at the walls they painted. Yeah, they were. Everybody was brown. Everybody was brown. Even the Chinese were brown. Everybody was brown except for the Northern Europeans, and something happened.
Yeah, because the Chinese people come from
Black people.
black, yeah.
Yeah. Just like the Hindu. Or the Hindi people. Over here. Yeah.
It all has to
The
do
white
with
folks- the white
it all
folks.
has to do with regional proximity to certain climates.
No, they literally come from them.
Yeah, but there was something in the white man's blood that there was some kind of. I mean, they've shown now how you can damage DNA to the point where it's passed along to your ancestors, and there was some kind of poisoning or a huge catastrophe. I personally think it's Rome that apparently has shocked the descendants of Japheth into being a little more white than any other race. That we survived a massive like plague or something of the sort.
It was a lot of plagues up in Europe and stuff like that. I don't know.
Yeah,
They always had
that's
that
what I've heard from a couple of Hebrew sources there. We're the hardest. We're the Edomite especially, not Japhethites, but the Edomites are going to be the hardest to be redeemed. The white man's got a harder devil to fight than any other race. I've heard that too.
I don't know where. I don't know. I heard whole type of like. All right, because I know the black civilization is the oldest one on this planet. That's just like that's not me. That's not my opinion. That's just scientific. Even white scientists come out and say this. I'm not trying to be racial or anything, but
Everybody was brown.
well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Depends on how you define civilization.
Humanity, because the humans on this planet, basically. It's just that simple.
The earliest human settlements, yeah, sure.
We're all Africans if you go back far enough.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't know where like how long the other race has been around and stuff like that, or like how he
or
said
how much the black man had changed since the original man, because it's
Still
definitely
the race
yeah,
still
black man might have evolved as well.
Oh, it's definitely did.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been drastic climatic changes even in Africa since the time of.
There's more genetic diversity among Africans in Africa than there is in the rest of the world.
Yeah, I know. Hold on, I'm reading what Reuven said. Today, write this in.
So I mean, I get what you're saying. But it's kind of a moot point. Yeah, we're all African. Get it?
No, I'm not saying that. No, not everybody's
Well,
African.
your
I don't
whole
know.
original point was that Phoenicians are black. It's like
Yeah, but they're not the descend. You know, everyone isn't the descendants of Phoenicians. Not everyone in the world. No, that's not what I'm saying.
what if I get you? What you're basically trying to do is discount that there's that bloodline. That it might as well just be black for some reason, and I'm not understanding your justification. It just seems arbitrary and self-motivated.
No, what I'm saying is that the Phoenicians were black. A lot of people they look at these cultures, like they look at the first Jews and stuff. They don't realize the Jews were black. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
They-
black Jesus mentality. I got you.
Yeah,
I got you. Let's make
not
everybody
that.
black. I get
It's
it.
white Jesus mentality, actually. That's the mentality. Because nowadays the churches portray Jesus as white, not going
Yeah.
around portraying him black. So,
So
it's
you
not
make
my
you
doing.
make everybody black in contrast.
No, it is literal.
That's
fact.
what it sounds like to me.
It don't matter what it sounds like.
You're,
It's
it's
the
like
literal
you're
truth.
being a contrarian
I'm
on
not
purpose.
saying. If I was white, I would say the same thing. I'm not. Or if I was Chinese, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm just saying.
You don't know that.
Cameron,
No,
welcome back to the Nut Hutch.
It's the truth.
You don't know how
These
you
are
would be if
cultures.
you were a different race.
What you mean? How I'll be with my mindset? I don't know.
Everybody's affected differently by who they are and where they were raised. That's all I'm saying. You might be saying something similar, but probably not the same thing.
That all the hand stuff doesn't even work because I got plenty of pictures of the darn near.
It's like I got little brown spots on my skin.
Yeah, it's lack of melanin. There's a lot of melanin pigmented.
I got little bitty ones. Got freckles and stuff too.
Y'all know learn about melanin. Everything has melanin. The darker skin races are like enriched in melanin. But of course, that sounds pretty random when I say it like that. But melanin is like one of the things that's found in everything. Your heart, your liver, plants, fruit, trees. Plants have it.
Hey, Mantra,
It's important
I
thing. It's
gotta
important.
ask you, are you ready for the big race war coming up?
What? It does. I don't really get into racism because I already know where everything basically it does come from, or if it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm not saying everything comes from black people. That's not what I'm saying.
Right on.
Yeah, that's kind of what you're saying.
No, it's not what I'm saying. I didn't say everything. I said the Phoenicians were black. So if I said
Who
everything, was
cares
black,
where it comes from?
yeah, but I'm
It
telling
comes
you,
from people.
yeah, people. What I'm saying, because I'm not trying to have the ignorance keep going on in this world with the, the Christians. They still got the white Jesus, but then in the literal text, they talk about
The Nordic Jesus.
They literally talk about the places over in Africa. They literally talk about the places in the Middle East. So how you gonna have a Roman-looking Jesus? It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, obviously the European depictions of Jesus are completely bullshit.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah.
I ain't ashamed of being.
Which is one of the main reasons the Shroud of Turin, one of the many reasons the Shroud of Turin is a total fraud, is because the depiction is obviously the medieval European depiction of Jesus.
If you believe in that, then you need to keep doing research. The Shroud of Turin, really?
No, I said I don't believe it's real.
I don't know if you was being sarcastic or something, but
No,
I
I
don't-
said if you look at the visage of Jesus on the Shroud of Turin, it's the same as the artwork of Jesus from that time period.
well, the whole Jesus story is fabricated. He wasn't the Son of God and walk on water, all that stuff. That's just a
I'm just talking about the Shroud of Turin and why it's a fraud. That's all I'm talking about.
yeah. But I don't want people getting mad over something that's just factuality. Because I swear, if I was any other race, I'd say the same thing. And I don't have to say, you can find the scientists, the researchers, who aren't even black, and they'll say the same thing if they're not paid off to lie. Say the same thing.
What does it even matter?
See you,
Why do
James.
you even? What does it even fucking matter?
Because if you don't know something as simple as that, you will be deceived on so many other topics. It's like, I don't know. It's like just not knowing the gender of something. You got to look for somebody maybe, and someone says, okay, it's you. They don't even tell you if it's a boy or a girl. They just say, hey, go look for a person named Jordan. And some girls are named Jordan, some men are named Jordan, and you're just looking around, and you think you're looking for a man, and the whole time it's a female. So certain small things do matter.
Reuven. Look at Reuven's avatar.
Jesus is
That he probably looked more like that than he did like how he's depicted in most churches, most
You were just
paintings.
reading my mind there, Doug.
well, even the mulatto people are fairly new.
I'm guessing that's probably what a lot of Jews in Israel look like at that time period too?
I don't know.
I think it's important to mention that of any of these people from the classical period that we could mention, they interbred with everyone around them. So saying that the Phoenicians were black is like kind of saying, yeah, they're black, but what else were they? They were also Semitic. They also interbred with the Egyptians and the Greeks.
And weren't they originally Canaanite also?
Yes.
Okay,
that was the whole point that I'm making. By you saying that they're black, you're basically saying that their root is black.
Well, you gotta understand, these are different cultures, but they are all usually dark skinned in general. They're just different areas, so they're mixing with other dark skinned people, which is still making them black.
Aboriginal people are darker than people from Africa. What's your fucking point?
Where do you think they come from?
Yeah, and everyone comes from Africa, so what's your point?
All right, you said it. You understand that.
It doesn't even matter. It's a completely moot point that you just have to make, and it's annoying.
I don't have to make it. I'm just saying.
Yes, you do. You bring up blacks a lot.
If you think of the concept of just the first Jews, you're going to probably, not everyone, maybe not even you, but a lot of people are just going to think of some white Jew they see today, and that's not even it.
You don't know me. Have I said
that's
that
why
Jews
I said
were
not
whites?
you. Do you hear what I'm saying? I didn't say. I said not even you probably, but a lot of people will.
Then why are you mentioning it to us, this audience? Do you think that somebody
people
in this audience that's not speaking right now thinks that Jewish people look like fucking Scandinavians? Is that your point?
What about Scandinavians?
Really starting to get annoying.
Well, you're the one mad, not me. I didn't say anything offensive. You just getting offended about reality. Because if it was anything else, I would have mentioned it, like a trivia.
Reality.
If it was a trivia point about anything but race, you wouldn't even be mad. So get over it. You're coming from a Greek.
Yo, Mantra, are you like a 5%?
I don't know what a 5%er is. What is that? I don't believe in 1% or 99%. And what is a 5%er? Like, I barely ever heard that.
They're I don't know how to describe them really. They're like a weird.
If you're saying no, I don't like Muslims. I think that's corrupt too. That's a new. They're
like
new.
They're like American black people that believe in Islam. It's like it's weird.
No,
I can't really describe it.
I know what you mean. I don't like them coat type mentality people. I know there's a lot of black people out there that be like black people everything. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying what I was saying. It was just a trivial point. If it was about anything else, it wouldn't have been no problem.
Well, it's not trivia because it's common knowledge that most people are what people refer to as olive-skinned or light brown. Phoenicians, the Canaanites,
now.
the Jews. Yeah, that's pretty much
I'm
a fact.
talking about genetics, their heritage, where they come from. I could get some shit out there. If you give me an hour, I can find some shit. But it's a completely stupid point to make. Because you're saying that everyone eventually invariably comes from Africa anyway. I'm just saying the Phoenicians are not like the way you're saying it is basically like you're saying that Phoenicians are Ethiopians. I mean, it's effectively like the way you're wording it is that they are black. You're not saying that they're part black. They have black in them. You're saying that they are black. That's a very big difference.
I think we need to realize there's a difference from being sub-Saharan African and a North African.
Yeah, that's
North
one
Africans are Caucasian in origins, and some sub-Saharan Africans are Negro.
Thank you.
Many people don't realize why the North Africans are so pale in the first place. It's because the annex of Africa, Northern Africa, by the Romans, and they couldn't. If you look at the map where Rome and Greek is like just travel across body of water, and then you can get over there. They couldn't get to South Africa because it's too big. That's why a lot of the northern places are so pale. Because after they were enslaved and all that stuff, then they would mix. But as for the Phoenicians, this is way before that invasion. So they can't be pale. Or olive. That's what you understand.
But, I mean, do we know that there was no interbreeding, like, earlier than that time period that you're mentioning?
I don't know if it wasn't on a large scale, because you can look at the Egyptian metaneru or hieroglyphs, which is a Greek word. If you even look at a lot of stuff of Africa, they're Greek words showing you that something the Greeks had influence over. They took over or something like that. Africa is Greek. Egypt is Greek. That's not even the name of it. That's a Greek word. Isis is Greek. Osiris is Greek. Horus is Greek. If we go to the actual words, we're talking about Acubaline, that's Africa. Horus is Heru. You talk about Isis is Aset. You talk about Osiris is Ashura. I go on and on. It's just people don't understand that. And they never will understand it. It doesn't really matter, but if you don't look at that stuff, everything you research is basically going to be off. It's going to be thrown way off because you just don't even know where it comes from.
So is Osiris like a Greek term for some older
it's a Greek
Egyptian
word.
god, or did it or was it a totally Greek influenced god?
No, it's not.
It's just
a
their
Greek
term for
yeah,
them.
it's just a term for it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's the words
Like,
they used when they
like
were
even
now.
yeah, because the Greeks worshipped a lot of the African deities. Like I said, the Egyptian deities. Even the word hieroglyph, which is a Greek word, means the holy word or the word of God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, if you look at it, I'm not trying to be biased, because I know since I'm black, people will be like, oh, no, you try to be, yeah, black people own everything. I'm not trying to say that. I'm trying to literally just tell you where it comes from. You can look it up, or you can just not look it up. It doesn't really matter. It just is what it is. You have so many people who are not even black saying this in the research fields, people who, quote unquote, study this stuff and do magazines and all type of research papers.
Yeah, but
They'll
I mean,
tell you.
isn't that a separate question from what color the Phoenicians were? I mean, skin color wise.
That's what I'm trying to say. The Phoenicians, that was way before the annexing of Africa. That's what I'm saying. Like, they weren't even involved with the Greeks at that time. Like, you know what I mean? From the far back point of the Phoenicians, not the Phoenicians who were talking to the Greeks or interacting with the Greeks, but the Phoenicians at their root. You know, before
But I thought
they
the
even
root was like we were saying, a Semitic root, like Canaanite.
Yeah, it was the root was Canaanite. Phoenician was just a later term for them past 1200 BC.
Yeah, in other words, the later Phoenicians wouldn't necessarily have had any, wouldn't have defined themselves as being Canaanites, or the
exactly,
definition
but-
of Phoenician would have changed as the population defined as such.
Yeah, if you keep going back though, doesn't matter what they were called. The further you go back, the darker they are going to be because they didn't even interact with the other cultures.
But if you stay at a certain point in their history, they are different than black people because they branched off from Africans and became something else. That's not a semantic point. Semitic is different than African. They are different. That's my whole point.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying, is that since it seems to be them having a Semitic origin, that already the Semitic peoples had evolved or whatever from having a darker pigment in their skin, so that by the time we get to the Phoenicians, which are an offshoot of Semitic peoples like the Canaanites, that they already had, even from their ancestors, that lighter pigment.
Lighter pigment, different bone structure.
Yeah.
Different language, different body structure. I mean, different hair. I mean,
Yeah.
all these things it's not trivial at all.
He's talking about I understand, but if he's talking about a more recent period in history.
No, I'm talking about way back, like before Phoenicians, like the root.
Well, who said
of
their
Phoenicians?
Ancient Canaan during the Bronze Age.
What's the date for what you're talking about?
Probably like 1000 BC or so.
All right, then.
It would be further back.
Further than that?
Yeah. Would be a good time to give you probably Middle Bronze, 2000.
Oh, that far? Holy shit!
2000 BC. Yeah, that was at the height of the Canaanite Empire. Late Bronze Age was when they basically became the Phoenicians.
But whoever said that the people you saying are the original, before they were even called the Phoenicians?
Semitic peoples.
Yeah.
Or if you want to go much further back, then we can go to Proto-Semitic, which would be early Bronze Age, and even before that.
These people have been around since before even 5000 BC.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, what we're agreeing with you on is that if you go back far enough, eventually you will hit people that look more and more African, because that's the trajectory of human populations coming out of Africa.
But if you were to follow the trajectory backwards from the late Phoenician and then take it back, for them to be African would be much, much further in the past. Much further in the past.
Way further back than 2000 BC.
We're talking like 7,000 or 8,000 BC. Something
or
to
probably even further, probably like
10,000.
Yeah,
Well,
10,000 or 20,000 even.
They don't tell most people that the African body of the bones of human people in Africa date back to 7 million BC. They don't even have history on that. That's why they can't even tell you that. But they admit that. You can Google that; they'll tell you that the bones are 7 million years old.
Yeah, but those weren't humans. I mean, those were
those are proto-hominids. That's
yeah. Even they're real proto. 7 million. That's a really long time.
They would have been early primates.
They weren't even hominids 7 million years ago.
Yeah.
No, they're not. They're not primates. You gotta understand, they have giant bones, just like the Smithsonian Museum threw away many of the bones of giants. They had them. I mean, it was even on a TED Talk where someone was talking about it and they got taken down. One of the guests.
Get out the tinfoil.
Ain't no tinfoil. It was on TED. It was like a literal thing. They had to suppress it.
Oh, I heard about that. I thought the guy who was on there was like a quack though. Like he was like a.
He wasn't a quack. He was a white guy. He wasn't even
Who cares if he was white? It doesn't matter what
he's
color.
white. He's less of a quack.
No.
That works.
White people can be quacks.
No, but it's funny because when they're talking about the giants and stuff, they're talking about darker people. So it's not like, because a lot of people think if a black guy come out there and start talking about it, he must just be trying to say that they're more advanced or something. That's not even the point of it.
What is the point? Because I'm completely lost on what every kind of pseudoscience has at any point to.
Pseudoscience.
Yeah, that's pseudoscience.
You can't even mention the word pseudoscience being someone who believes in so much Greek stuff, because all that stuff is called pseudoscience to this day.
No, it's called mythology and historical religion.
The magic stuff you was talking about earlier, that's considered pseudoscience to a lot of people today.
That's philosophy.
Philosophy has nothing to do with magic. Philosophy.
I try to deny science. When you start crossing that border, when you're actively trying to deny science,
I'm not denying science.
Then it becomes
How am I denying science?
7 million-year-old human beings, giants roaming the earth. Yeah,
they weren't. When you think of giant, you're probably thinking of some 40-foot monster. I'm talking about beings that were just like 8 feet tall. Not that tall. They're tall, but they're not that tall. Yeah, they're tall to us, but.
So it's a little less crazy.
No, it's not a little crazy. A little more understandable. You're just thinking of something huge and outlandish. Like they've been teaching you to think of Goliath as some 50-foot monster. It's not like that. Just a tall.
Cryptozoology, conspiracy theories, tinfoil. I don't want to have that conversation. So if that's what you want to talk about, go right.
It's not a conspiracy theory. It's actual fact. There's fucking history on it. There's science reports on it. There's all types of stuff on it that you can easily type in and read. Have pictures of all types of
what?
stuff.
On pictures on what? What are you talking about?
Pictures of scientific research of scientists. Like, you know what they do. They go out in the fields and they do what they do.
But what are you guys on to now? I got distracted by the chat window. I lost track of where you guys are at in the conversation. So that's what I meant.
He think that the giant bones are like pseudoscience conspiracy. He doesn't believe that they exist.
Oh yeah, I don't think they're real either. I think they're all hoax. Bullshit.
They're real, but people think they're like 40-foot men. They're not. They're just like 8 feet tall. They're tall humans.
Oh, well, that's not unusual at all. I thought you were talking about like the 40-foot tall people that they
Yeah,
found.
there's no 40-foot tall humans.
Okay, yeah, that's different. Yeah, there are pituitary freaks and stuff from back, that had like even extra fingers and extra toes and were really tall or whatever.
They're just different beings from different planets. Like, no human's gonna ever have that unusual stuff.
Wait, now you're saying they're from different planets?
Well, if you can clearly understand, if you look at any of the, it's clear that there's life on other planets. Okay.
I don't think that's clear. There's no evidence for it.
If we're here, come on, man. Really, all the planets out there, you really don't think?
Well,
there's
it
no
could
life?
be. I'm not saying that there isn't. I'm just saying that we don't have any actual evidence of it.
Of course, they're not gonna try to tell anybody. But if you can just
hold
think of it.
on though. If there's something that really looks very human-like and we find it in the ground on Earth,
Yeah.
it's probably didn't come from a different planet because it has some alien organism would have had a completely different evolutionary history, and to expect like convergence of that high a degree is just totally beyond the pale. I mean, talking like 5 fingers, big brain cavity, all this stuff.
To even expect that it would have DNA in the way that we have.
Yeah, it wouldn't even have the same genetic code. It would have a different one.
If you think of it in the way that why the religions, not saying any religion, but just the religion started in the first point to the old religions and why they even start talking about that stuff. It would
He's
make
going to go
sense.
into that the gods are aliens, so I'm
not going into the gods of
clock
aliens.
out for a while. I'm going to get something to drink.
It's not the gods or aliens type thing. It's just if a god. It's the same thing. Literally, it's saying the god just created everything from nothing, except for it's more of a tangible thing. It doesn't mean like okay, they're aliens. That's not really the point.
So what exactly are you saying? I'm just trying to understand your position. So like in regards to the giants, the 8 feet tall people, like what exactly are you saying about them?
Okay, let's just make it easy because this example was actually so easy. Say if something came from a different planet.
Okay.
And it's the giant. It doesn't have to be the giant, but it's the giant, and it just happened to come here because it has the ability to do so with whatever technology. Just like we could fly across the country, it has the ability to go to different planets.
Okay.
Then it comes here, and it has even more abilities. It can create offspring in a different way. Maybe it can create different types of itself. You know what I mean? And they will actually explain a lot of the older religions. Y'all was talking about Phoenicians, and actually y'all was talking about the Sumerians earlier, and they talk about some of this stuff. So I don't understand how y'all can talk about their culture and then not take their religion or quote mythology, whatever you want to call it, in a serious manner, kinda. Not everything was serious, but they actually talk about some of that stuff, and it would make sense from that point of view.
I think the problem with that theory, though, is that there's some major assumptions you just have to assume to be true and then proceed from there, and I think that's a major problem with the theory from the get-go. I mean, if the whole thing rests on the existence of aliens, then that's just a huge problem from the get-go.
Yeah, I'm not even saying that they're the gods, if you will. They could just be what created certain people, and then something could have created them, a higher being, you know what I mean? And then something universally could have created everything. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't see any evidence for any of that sort of stuff. I've heard people putting forward theories like that.
That's the thing. I don't even like. It's not that I believe in this theory like they are the gods. I'm just saying that they could have been creators of something.
Yeah, but when you say they, like, I don't even think there's evidence of that. So it's a non-starter is what I'm saying.
You mean the bones and the findings they found?
Yeah, I think if the bones are obviously humans. I mean, they're just humans that were really tall.
Yeah, you think that. Yeah, it could be that, but I think it's the other way.
I mean, what's the most likely explanation? That they were just really tall humans that had some metabolic syndrome or pituitary defect? Or that they were aliens from another planet? I mean, seriously, what seems more likely to you, for real?
Well,
facts to suit theories instead of theories to suit facts?
I can understand what you're saying because all the ancient, the dinosaurs and stuff, they were huge. And then now we don't have those huge animals anymore. Even some dragonflies were huge back in the historical times.
Yeah, but the
And
big
now they're
insects
smaller.
had to do with the amount of oxygen in the atmosphere at the time. But as far as how big the dinosaurs were, I mean, we have the blue whale today. That's the biggest animal to ever live, as far as we know.
Yeah,
From
it's
any
big.
time.
It really is, but you don't have as many huge animals as, well, dinosaurs in this case, roaming the earth.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, now
I mean, we have elephants and stuff, but yeah, we don't have stuff as big as brontosauruses.
it's kind of like the same way I could I understand what y'all saying, because there is a heavy, vast. You got to find every bit of proof to it, but the same way, like some Christians will tell you dinosaurs didn't exist when they're clearly dinosaur bones. Well, they found the bones of these humans, these giant humanoid things, and now certain people still don't believe it, even though they've been talked about.
Well, I mean, how different do these skeletons look? Do they basically look human except that they're very large, or do they look like really weird?
Some of them have elongated heads, but most of them just very large.
Okay, well then I would say that especially if they had elongated heads, I mean there are conditions where the cranium can get elongated like that, and sometimes it even goes along with other pituitary defects where you grow really tall, or sometimes you'll even have extra digits on your hands and feet.
Why it has to be a
People are born like that today.
Why it has to be a defect?
Well, it's just a mutation from the norm. I'll put it that way. It's not in itself a defect, although those people tend not to have very healthy lives. But,
yeah, nowadays that would be kind of weird because our heads are usually shaped a general way, but if that was a different species, maybe that's normal to them. Who knows? I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I just think that the most likely explanation of those kinds of fossils would probably just be that they were humans.
Because this what I can say about the whole thing. The bones exist, for sure. But whether they're from different planets, that is just my opinion. I don't know if that's true, okay?
Okay, I can accept that. That's fair.
Well, I enjoyed talking with all you. I'm going to get going. I have some few things I need to do. I'm just going to go meditate. I'll make sure to look out for more of these hangouts and chat with you guys again sometime soon.
Yeah, it was great having you. I hope you do come back. It was fun.
Most definitely. Take care.
See ya.
All right. So everybody about to wrap up?
I'm probably going to go to that other hangout if this one ends up dwindling even more. Is that other hangout still up? I don't know. There was another one with yeah, it's still up. With wow, I think it's full. That's where Ryan went, and John May's there, and Nadia, excuse me, and Sky Daddy.
Well, one thing I will say before I leave is that there's so many opinions and different topics that people specialize in or lean towards that no one's going to agree on everything.
No, I totally see it the same way as you on that respect.
In fact, I think the smarter the people are, the less likely they're going to agree. Like everybody coming, because he comes from he believes heavily in the Greek stuff. I don't really hold to any certain culture, but I have a lot of variants. And I don't know what you believe in personally, but they're not the same thing, obviously. So it's going to be contradictions. Maybe we heard certain things. Maybe been researching certain things. It's going to be different.
Yeah, that's true. But, I do think that there are a lot of people out there who investigate history or investigate anthropology or investigate paleontology that have ideas that aren't well supported by evidence, and I think we have to be careful, because I'm sure you agree, like I want to know what's true about the past, and to the extent that any given proposition is supported by evidence,
So you're more of a science guy. You don't believe in aliens, though? I can't believe that. That's kind of weird.
Well, I'll put it this way: it wouldn't surprise me at all if there was other life out there in the universe. I wouldn't be a bit surprised. If we actually found some, I'd be like, holy shit, I'd be like really excited, but it wouldn't surprise me in that it would be contrary to my expectations.
Okay.
I just don't like with all the UFO stuff, and I just don't think that that's
Yeah, believe it or not, I don't research on UFOs. Like I did when I was younger. It was fascinating when I was like a child, but
yeah.
after a while, there's so much BS on the UFOs, like fake UFO
Mhm.
sightings. I just stopped. But I do believe in life. It has to be life somewhere. I mean, I just
Well, there
think
doesn't have to be, but
I
the universe is so big, and there's so many planets
yeah,
potentially that the
exactly.
odds don't. But here's the other thing. I mean, I don't know what your beliefs are on like the origin of life, but
Uh-huh.
I think it was a chemical thing, and if that's true, and I'm not, you know, I think that that's true, but I could be wrong. But anyway, I'm just going to go off that assumption.
Okay.
If that's true, we don't actually know how improbable of an event that was. It could have been exceedingly improbable, like 10 to the 100 or something like that. And if that's the case, even having the whole universe to cast dice wouldn't be necessarily be enough to make it likely that there would be other life. But if it's not I mean, it has to be somewhat improbable, otherwise we'd see life popping up everywhere. So
Yeah.
since we've only seen life on this planet, it has to be, we're entitled to think that life must be somewhat improbable. Otherwise, we would expect to just see it all over the place. Like we'd expect to see it on Mars,
Yeah.
all over. And then the next problem is, what in if you accept evolution, I don't know if you do or not, but I do, so I'm going to go off that assumption again.
Okay.
If evolution is the way life forms develop through time and diversify into variety, what is there like any kind of preference in selection that favors intelligent life? And I don't see any. I mean, I think it's kind of an accident of history that humans became intelligent to the point that we are.
Yeah.
So I think our odds of life could
Mhm.
be pretty good in the universe, or might be really bad. But I do think the odds of finding intelligent life are probably pretty low. And that's not just the odds themselves, but if there is any, I mean, just the vast distances and the speed of light, we're probably never gonna
Okay.
contact each other. But then again, I leave the door open to technology and future understandings of physics and stuff. So, I'm just kind of basing it off of what we know now.
I think of it this way, like there's thousands upon thousands of different animals on this planet alone. Like
Yeah.
I would understand like if people really didn't believe in other life if there were only humans on this planet. If there was only humans on this planet, I wouldn't even be surprised if there wasn't other life. But just on this planet alone, we have so many different type of animals. Like, and then for the human evolution thing, like if, a lot of scientists say they come from monkeys or whatever, but like, why are there still monkeys on this planet? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Why didn't they evolve? I just don't get it.
Well, they are as evolved as humans. I mean, they've made it to the present day, and it's not that humans evolved from apes or monkeys. It's that apes and monkeys both share a common ancestor. That's the key thing.
Okay.
So, like, it's not like humans somehow like sprang off from chimpanzees and formed their own group. It's that if you take modern chimpanzees and modern humans and you trace back their lineage, eventually you'll get to a shared common ancestor.
Okay. Because I know I've seen like 2 UFOs before in my life. Nothing too major, just giant, like white, weird looking things. I wouldn't even call them a disc. I don't know what to call these things. More of a diamond. I don't know.
Yeah, just something weird.
Yeah, then it just disappeared. But who knows? Could have been man-made. I don't know. Could have been some government building craft. You know, they always test. They have advanced craft, clearly. Like if you
Yeah, I
would have
mean,
showed.
if it's unidentified, it's unidentified, and your
Yeah.
guess is as good as anyone else's. I mean,
Because a lot of people say, "Oh no, the government or anybody couldn't be having like advanced technology." But I mean, if you would have told the people 200 years ago that they would have jets that could fly at Mach speed, they would say no way. So it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, I just don't get that. Clearly, humans invent things. Like clearly.
Sure, yeah, definitely. And I would actually be surprised if we didn't have, like military projects that were top secret, that were more advanced than what we have now.
Yeah.
I would actually be surprised if that weren't true, given that we know they've had such projects in the past that, as time went on, got declassified. So I'm sure they're doing the same thing now. Like the SR-71, that was a top secret project out of Area 51 at one time, but then eventually, it got into service and then got out of service and it got declassified, so everyone knew about it. Same with the stealth bomber, stealth fighter, tons of stuff.
I got one more point to make before I leave though. I know that not really know, but I think that we haven't seen extraterrestrial life because the stuff they have seen, the government's in control a lot of the stuff that searches for life, NASA and stuff. So I think they hide it. But I think if other beings do exist, they wouldn't show themselves to humanity on a large scale because just imagine what that would do to humanity's religion. Humanity.
I've actually wondered about that. Like, what would for example, what would Christians
exactly?
How would most Christians react to the discovery of extraterrestrial life?
Yeah, just imagine if thousands of UFOs flew around the world right now.
Yeah, to where no one could doubt it. Yeah.
Yeah, that would destroy. They would either, first of all, the Christians or all the other religions would probably think they were demons.
Yeah, that's what would be my thought. They would think they're demons, or they would say that Jesus can save them too, or that maybe God gave them a different savior or something like that.
Yeah, it would
those would be the reactions I would expect.
It would just crumble their whole foundation for their religion, and I think that's why the anything outside this planet knows that if they're intelligent enough, and they aren't going to do that because it might even start a war between the two things.
Mm-hmm.
They clearly don't need to have war because, like I said, they would have just been took over if they really that advanced. Some people say if aliens invade, I don't think they ever will invade. They would have been did it. You know what I mean? Like if they do exist, I don't think it's even that serious because their culture or whatever may not even involve violence. They may be so smart they can talk about everything. They're so advanced they can think of solutions and literally apply them to the situation instantly. I don't know. I'm just thinking about it, but that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, cool, man. Well, hey, it was good talking to you, and you had some really interesting thoughts and definitely knew your history, so it was fun.
All right, same here. I see ghosting that guy with that picture, just happy dude.
Oh, the guy in Reuven's picture? No, he never talks. Nope.
Okay. All right, see y'all later.
All right, later, man.
All right, peace.